Only the cargo ships of several subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group were robbed in the 7th District colony. The Tianyi mercenary group adopted fishing tactics. In a few days, finally a troop pretending to be a pirate regiment took the bait and was surrounded and captured by the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. Under severe torture, they came from colonial criminal organizations in other regions. They used people's money to do things for others and reported their employers. After investigation, it was found that these employers were actually entrusted by others. After a period of investigation, more and more evidence points to the ghosts of some special departments of the Wanluo Federation. Just as the report was about to be concluded, a piece of news about the frying pan happened on the Wanluo Federation. A pro-ruling party media announced that they had intercepted the finished products of other subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group by the Special Department of the Wanluo Federal Authority, announced that the technology of these finished products was something developed by some state-owned enterprises of the Wanluo Federal Authority, and announced that the Tianyi Group was a group of thieves stole the technology of Wanluo Federation. After Long Fei saw the news, he asked the Tianyi Group's official website to ask the Wanluo Federation authorities if they dare to disclose the finished technology, software, and material manufacturing machines for everyone to see. The Wanluo Federation refused to announce it on the grounds of confidential technology. The official website of Tianyi Group announced to the world the technology and software materials of the intercepted finished products. This time, the Wanluo federal authorities couldn't sit still anymore. From the president down to the ministers, they held a press conference, reviled Tianyi Group for announcing their country's secret technology, and wanted to arrest Long Fei on charges of leaking secrets. Then, the official website of Tianyi Group announced to the outside world that these technologies are actually outdated technologies. They have already had new technologies ready to be put into new markets, and they are even developing newer technologies now. Finally, the official website of Tianyi Group also said that if this backward technology is the advanced technology of the Wanluo Federation, the technology of the Wanluo Federation is too backward. This directly left the Wanluo Federal Authority speechless. In the end, the pro-opposition media in the Wanluo Federation even ridiculed the ruling party as a group of thieves who stole other people's things and dared to be thieves and shouted, "Catch the thief," saying that others stole the country's advanced technology. In the end, the parties directly said that it was with outdated technology. The face of the ruling party was slapped by washing and slapping. Many international media used this incident to mock the Wanluo Federation. At the moment, Long Fei is at the Gundam factory, watching the pirate Gundam X1, X2, X3, Age 2DH Dark Hound being developed and manufactured. Then look at the shelved Neo Gundam and S Gundam, F91 Gundam, and Gundam Simon Rider. Since defeating Maida Deng Legion, especially the compensation and the cash and precious metals robbed from the bank, the Tianyi mercenary group has achieved greater development, and 20% of the money has been withdrawn to directly develop the 8 Tai Gundam. It was originally planned to temporarily resume the development of 3 Gundams per month. After knowing that the Wanluo Federation hijacked his cargo ship, Long Fei decided to develop the Gundam with all his strength. But if the factory worked overtime and worked at full capacity, it would be very difficult to develop 4 Gundams a month. Long Fei not only wanted to develop the 4 pirate Gundams, but if possible, Long Fei also wanted to develop ones like the Pirate Gundam in the Mobile Suit manga Ghost and the Pirate Gundam in the next manga. However, because the technology needed to develop the Gundam of these works is currently too advanced, and Long Fei's factories and so on are currently unable to master more advanced technology, so this plan can only be temporarily shelved. The development of smaller Gundams like the F91 is very difficult to develop alone. Moreover, Long Fei took out the design drawings and asked the staff to develop a new warship called the Cross Pioneer, which is the MS mothership of the protagonist group in Pirate Gundam. Long Fei even set up a pirate team. Their mission was to rob like pirates. Of course, their robbing target was the Wanluo Federation. At present, this force has just been established, and it still needs a period of training. And this force does not only have 1 mothership and the 4 pirate Gundams. Long Fei decided to develop the Pirate Flint Gundam and the F90 Gundam. The Pirate Flint was used as a car for the elite pilots in the Cross Pirates, and the F90 was used as a car for ordinary pilots. The mass-produced Gundam 100 and Mk-2G piloted by the elites of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and General Special Forces, it has now been decided to gradually start to be distributed to the general troops as the captain's machine. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps will make such a decision, mainly due to the reports from many MS drivers, switching from Jiegong or Murasame to these two mass-produced Gundams. It is found that the performance of these two mass-produced Gundams is not the same. Much better than Jiegong and Murasame. The performance of the enhanced type, elite and general special forces driving, Jiegong and Murasame, is almost the same as these two mass-produced Gundams. Long Fei took out the blueprints of Mk3 and Gundam Delta Plus to make some improvements. In addition to making the original performance stronger, try to make their parts compatible with most of the mobile suits used by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Let Mk3 and Gundam Delta Plus be a new generation of mass-produced Gundam. The Dire Hounds also often complained to Long Fei that the Z2 was useless at all, and the speed in fighter form was not as fast as Ling Gus's BWS additional equipment, and the operation was not even as simple as the latter. Later, Long Fei made a trial comparison, and the Z2 was almost the same as what these players complained about. Long Fei directly ordered the dismantling of 15 Z2s, leaving only one in the storage room as a trace left behind. Long Fei took out the design drawing of Z Plus for research and improvement, and then handed over the first Z Plus to the driver of the Dire Hounds team for testing. Regarding the performance evaluation of Z Plus, the speed of the fighter is slightly faster than the additional equipment of Ling Gusi BWS, and the operation is simple and smooth, which is very good. The movement flexibility of the MIS form is sharp, and the response is much better than that of the Z2. Even the evaluation of the staff responsible for logistics is simpler and less time-consuming than Z2 trimming, and there will be no unexpected problems. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming came to Long Fei and handed it to Long Fei with a tablet of this month's summary report. Long Fei looked at it, nodded, and handed the tablet back to the Commander-in-Chief. "Do it well, Commander-in-Chief." "Yes, boss." Li Jiaming suggested something to Long Fei. "Boss, put AZ2 in the storage room. As a memory of the past, I think the boss might as well put everything he developed in the storage room. Not only as a memory of the past, but also as a record of our development process. It can be used as a museum to explain our process, such as what new employees will come in the future, or the boss will open a museum in the future to explain, Tianyi mercenaries, how did Tuanha Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company be established? Then how did they develop into Tianyi Group with various industries?" Long Fei took a look at Li Jiaming, thought for a while, and found that it is indeed possible to do this, and it can be used as the development process of the entire Tianyi Group. 2 months after the Wanluo Federation publicly announced that the Tianyi Group had stolen their technology, they were slapped in the face and made a joke. As the robbed Tianyi Group, they have not taken any actions or counterattacks in the past few months, as if nothing happened. The president of the Wanluo Federation, Pu Erwei, was completely shameless in his online book, saying that Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi Group, was afraid that he would not dare to act, declared that he is the greatest, most prestigious, and most domineering president in the history of the Federation. Long Fei just laughed off Purvi's words of putting gold on his face. The authorities of various countries and many experts believe that the Tianyi Group or the Tianyi Mercenary Group has not taken any action or counterattack at the moment. Maybe they are planning some actions and are preparing for it. The pirate army established by Long Fei is called the Cross Vanguard. Although it is also a unit under the Tianyi Mercenary Group, it is also directly subordinate to Long Fei, and everything is done according to Long Fei's orders. In addition to building a mothership that symbolizes the Cross Vanguard, the Cross Pioneer, Long Fei took out the blueprints and asked someone to develop another MS mothership called the Irish class. Of course, Long Fei made some modifications, such as loading the I-field. The generator has a total length of 400 meters. Whether it is the Crusader or the mothership of the Irish class, all the paints are mainly black. F-90 and Flint Gundam are also mainly black. Age 2DH Dark Hounds are also incorporated into the Cross Vanguard. As for the Neo Gundam and the S Gundam, they are still under development. Why didn't they finish the development in 1 month like the previous Pirate Gundam? The main reason is that the Tianyi Mercenary Group also needs to spend a lot of money in the development, the construction of subbases, and the renewal. In particular, the pirates spend the most money since the vanguards. The manufacturing cost of the F-90 alone exceeds $8 billion. This does not count the 26 sets of equipment. If 26 sets of equipment are added, the cost will be more than 200 billions, all settled in colonial coins. The cash, precious metals, and compensation from the authorities that the United States has robbed from the bank. The mother base can only take half of the money, and the other half will be distributed to the sub-bases that participated in the attack on the United States. Moreover, besides rewarding the Tianyi mercenaries who participated in the battle, the money obtained must also be paid to the pensions of the Tianyi mercenaries who died in battle. After the money is paid, the rest can be used to develop and manufacture other things, because Long Fei doesn't want to owe every member of the Tianyi mercenary group. The manufacturing cost of one Irish-class Ms. mothership exceeds 50 billion coins, and that of the Cross Pioneer exceeds 100 billion. In just a few months, the sum of money received by the mother base has already been spent. This led them to return to normal development and spending. This made Long Fei smile wryly. It's hard to make money, and it's a waste of money to spend. It has been nearly 3 months since the establishment of the Cross Pioneer team, and the current members have to undergo relevant training in order to speed up their pace. Many excellent mercenaries from various disciplines have been trained and tested by many people from many sub-bases, and after layers of selection, they are biased into the Cross Vanguard. On the other hand, for months after the Wanluo Federation President Purvi was slapped in the face, the Tianyi mercenary group did not seek revenge from them. Purvi then issued a new order for the special forces to capture the steel ball workboat at a deeper location in the colony of the 7th area. I want to study Harrow's control system, automatic system, and working system, etc. I really want to know how a small machine can handle such a huge workload. Originally, I wanted to use the old method to hire other criminal organizations or mercenary groups from other colonial areas at high prices to capture the steel ball workboat. But at this moment, all the cargo ships of Tianyi Group subsidiaries are escorted by the fleet of Tianyi Mercenary Group. Criminal organizations or mercenary groups do not dare to provoke Tianyi Mercenary Group, even if they are tired of work. Therefore, when Purvi had no choice, he could only order the special departments in the country to arrange special forces to perform tasks. The Special Intelligence Operations Bureau BSIO, Bureau of Special Intelligence Operations, sent an operation team to transform a space cruise ship in order to deceive people. Moreover, the modified space cruise ship also used the corporate trademark of a democratic country in the colony of District 7. In order to cover up better, forged documents entered the port in other countries and colonies, carried out a series of purchases and unloading, and also hired a small local mercenary group to hire commissions. Then, I inquired about the location of the steel ball workboat and found that there are steel ball workboats in many places, and there are security forces responsible for protecting the steel ball workboat. Tianyi Metal Reduction Subsidiary is one of the few subsidiaries of Tianyi Group that has its own security force. The action team ran round after round of mock tests and found a plan that worked. When the modified cruise ship was sailing, it deliberately met the steel ball working ship and passed by not far away. The person in charge found that the steel ball workboat has a frigate to protect the safety of the steel ball workboat. Suddenly, a small pirate ship came to rob the refitted cruise ship, and the hired mercenary group immediately acted to protect the safety of the employer. The steel ball workboat, which is nearly 100 kilometers away, continues to return to the factory. During the fight between the mercenary group and the pirate group, the modified cruise ship secretly opened the dark port, and the 8 Dark Phantom MS, a MS of the Wanluo Federation that performs assassination and other tasks, turn on the camouflage optics. Although the Phantom MS has camouflaged, the optical function is not easy to be found only at a long distance. Phantom MS usually sees pheromone within a few kilometers of sight, as long as it moves. Moreover, as long as the radar scan is within 5 kilometers, the Phantom with camouflage optics can be found, and even if the light camouflage is turned on, the enemy can find the Phantom as long as the thermal scanning or optical scanning is turned on. 3 Phantom MS rush towards the target with full horsepower in order to make a quick decision, and the other 5 secretly dealt with the mercenary group and the pirate group. The frigate of the Steel Ball workboat is equipped with 4 GM2s. In terms of weapons, only 120mm live ammunition rifles and beam spray guns can be used. When the frigate was escorting the Steel Ball workboat, it uploaded the situation of the battle in the distance to the Superior and used the remote camera to take pictures. Suddenly, the Superior asked the frigate to speed up the Steel Ball workboat to return to the factory, and the frigate sent MS to guard around in the Steel Ball workboat. The drivers of the Phantom MS rushing towards the target looked at the GM2 guarding around and thought they had been exposed. Then it was discovered that the GM2 was only guarding around. Most of the drivers of the GM2 are retired local MIS drivers, and a small part are old mercenary MIS drivers retired from the Tianyi Mercenary Corps due to injuries. These Tianyi old mercenaries may be wearing prosthetics to drive MS to fight. The driver of a GM2 happened to be a retired old mercenary of Tianyi mercenaries. Although he didn't find the enemy, he immediately turned on the thermal scanner based on his years of combat experience. Sure enough, he found something tricky and immediately notified other colleagues to turn on the thermal scanner. The old mercenaries attack immediately, and the GM2 immediately fires beam rays. The Phantom MIS driver didn't know that he had been spotted by the opponent, so he rushed to the target in a hurry. As a result, a beam of light directly penetrated a Phantom MS and turned into a ball of fire. The remaining 2 Phantom drivers were surprised at this moment. They didn't expect to be discovered by the other party, and dozens of bullets were shot at them. The Phantom MS immediately moved aside, knowing that she had been spotted, so she could only counterattack immediately. Once the Phantom MS takes an attack, the optical camouflage will be removed immediately. On the other side, the 5 Phantoms had already secretly eliminated the mercenary group and the pirate group. When they learned that their colleagues had been discovered, they could only rush to support them immediately. It was difficult for 3 GM2s to attack a Phantom MS. It was not that the performance of the former was not as good as that of the latter, but that it was the driver's problem. The Tianyi old mercenary is also driving the GM2. Taking advantage of the opponent's mistake in a very short period of time, he directly sprints, cuts the enemy MS with a sword, and then looks at his teammates. At the same time, he happens to finish the enemy MS. As a result, one hand of a GM2 was blown off. If this level is placed in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, it would be a waste of food to wash the toilet. Suddenly, a beam of light was directed at the old mercenary's GM2. Fortunately, the old mercenary's reaction was quick, and when the GM2 dodged, the beam ray crossed from the front of his chest. 5 Phantom MS were found from the thermal scanner. The frigate also used thermal scanners to spot the Phantom MS. The Steel Ball workboat directly replaces 8 steel with weapons to support the GM2. Under the operation of the Black Hello, 8 steel turned on the thermal scanning device and found the Phantom MS. The bazooka on the upper part directly fires the bazooka. Originally, the old mercenary thought that relying on his 3 weak teammates, at most he could only support 1 Phantom, and he would fight 4. Unexpectedly, 8 steel joined the battle. One of the Phantoms was hit by several rockets. Although it didn't hit the cockpit, it was hit on the head, hands and thrusters, and the whole machine was directly paralyzed. Now there are 4 Phantoms left. The old mercenary dealt with one of the targets first and handed over the other to 3 teammates to deal with, and the remaining 2 had steel to deal with. The old mercenary found that the strength of these drivers was uneven, and the opponent he locked was much stronger than before, and he fought back and forth with him for a while. The target locked by my 3 teammates this time performed much better than the previous battle. It is estimated that these 3 teammates picked up weaker opponents. The 4 Phantom MS saw that they were at a disadvantage at this moment, just when they wanted to retreat. At this time, the modified cruise ship was surrounded by several warships of the Tianyi mercenary group. Murasame in the form of several fighter planes rushed to the battle site of MS. In a short while, 2 of the 4 Phantom MS were killed, and 2 were captured. There were still machines that hadn't been blown up before, and the Phantom MS driver was also arrested. Before, why did the command platform of Tianyi Metal Reduction subsidiary put the frigate on alert immediately? It turned out that the company that modified the trademark on the cruise ship happened to be the company acquired by Tianyi Metal Reduction subsidiary a few days ago. The command station found that the acquired company did not have this cruise ship after data investigation. So the next thing happened. The command station also notified the Tianyi mercenary battleship closest to the security guard. From the information pried from the mouths of those captives during the torture and the search data after confiscating and destroying the damaged equipment from the cruise ship, it has been confirmed that it is the Special Intelligence Operations Bureau of the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi Group's official website reported this moment, which immediately made the Wanluo Federation laugh. Of course, the Wanluo Federation authorities refused to admit that there was no such thing, and even accused the Tianyi Mercenary Corps of framing it. Most people don't believe what the authorities of the Wanluo Federation say, and they believe more in what is reported on the group's official website. The Wanluo Federation covets other people's technology and is going to steal it again. Then, the official website of Tianyi Group announced, "People respect me 1 foot, I respect others 10 feet. If someone takes me a millet, I will take his fortune." Everyone in the world understands this sentence. Long Fei, the leader of Tianyi Group, is going to fight back. The colony in District 8, the only colony in this district is the Wanluo Federation, which belongs to a unified country like the colony in District 1, the Garth Empire. Today, in a fringe area of Wanluo Federation, several merchant ships were escorted by a local mercenary group to the colony in District 7. There are also 2 patrol ships nearby conducting border patrols. Many Wanluo Federation merchants have business in the 7th District colony. At first they thought they would receive the Tianyi mercenary team, but after a few days, they did not encounter embarrassment. Even many merchant ships traveling with them did not suffer any harm when they passed by the Tianyi mercenary warship. Many Wanluo Federation businessmen who wanted to withdraw their capital originally continued to do business with peace of mind when they saw that nothing was wrong. The 2 patrol ships responsible for patrolling released 4 Flying Eagle MS for patrolling. "Captain, I heard that we are going to replace it with the latest generation of Dire Eagle MS. This Flying Eagle has only been released for a few years, and we have replaced it with a new generation so quickly. It's mainly because our country has developed a newer generation of MS. In the battle between the 2 allied armies, the Dire Eagle MS can't have much advantage at all, especially when encountering the new generation of standard MS equipped by the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment. They are directly suppressed and beaten. Our country's national defense budget accounts for only 3% of GDP each year, and now it has directly increased to 7%, just to develop a newer generation of weapons. It's really good for our soldiers to get new equipment, but the happiest people are the businessmen of those military enterprises. With so much defense budget, I don't know how much money will be given to them." Suddenly, the cockpit alarm sounded, and the pilots of the 4 Flying Eagles looked at the screen, and there appeared 6 mobile suits wrapped in cloaks rushing towards them. Before warning, the 6 mobile suits wrapped in cloaks directly attacked them. The 4 Flying Eagles dodged immediately and immediately notified the patrol ship of the attack and asked for support. In addition to sending out more Flying Eagle mobile suits, the patrol ship also fired beam cannons at those 6 Cloak MS dodge. "Why are their speed and reaction so fast?" the Flying Eagle pilot exclaimed. The 6 Cloak MSs dodged the beam attack extremely quickly and even counterattacked at the same time. A Flying Eagle mobile suit held a beam gun and hit a Cloak mobile suit that was directly facing it. How could this be? The beam has no effect. When he was surprised, he saw that the cloaked MS in front of him was holding a beam saber with one hand exposed. Before he could react, the beam saber directly pierced into the cockpit, and people directly evaporate. Some Flying Eagle pilots found that the size of these cloaks is very small. The Flying Eagle MS is 23 meters high, and the MS wrapped by the cloak is about 15 meters. They really don't understand that the MS with such a small body is not only much faster than them, but even their reaction attack power is higher than them. A Cape mobile suit came to a Flying mobile suit in an instant, and the beam gun shot through the body of the Flying mobile suit one after another, turning into a cloud of fireworks. Then, several cloaks shot down the Flying Eagle MS one after another. The patrol fleet had notified the headquarters of the situation at the first time, and when they learned that their MS troops were about to be wiped out, they quickly retreated. Suddenly, several powerful beam cannons shocked the 2 patrol ships one after another. When the Wanluo Federation merchant fleet discovered that the country's border guards were under attack, it quickly turned its bow and returned to its original place. The mercenary group responsible for the also quickly released MS troops to protect their employer. However, the merchant marines couldn't be faster than these cloak MS. The MS of the mercenary group was no match for the MS of the cloak, and they were dealt with in 2 or 3 hits. After the merchant fleet was intercepted, they could only obediently follow the instructions of the cloak MS and head towards the designated direction obediently. Then, the crew of the merchant navy saw a black-painted Irish-class MS mothership, their flag, a pair of skeleton wings on the left and right sides, and a cross sword in the middle. They knew they had encountered pirates. But what they couldn't believe was that a pirate group dared to rob within the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Rebecca drove the F-90 back to the hangar of the Ms. mothership. Rebecca stepped out of the cockpit, twisted her neck, and turned to look at the F-90. At first, she was not very confident about this mass-produced Gundam. Because the size of this Gundam is too small, only less than 15 meters, at first she thought that such a Gundam has such power, can it really be used on the battlefield? Today's actual combat has dispelled her doubts, especially the wrapped cloak, which can offset several beam cannon attacks, making them fight like a tiger with sky wings, and even 26 sets of equipment are useless. Not only can the mission be completed perfectly, but also the merchant fleet can be robbed. Then pirates robbed ships one after another on the border of Wanluo Federation. It caused some waves in the Wanluo Federation. Ever since the Wanluo Federation unified the colonies in District 8, not to mention the territory, even the fringes, no pirates dared to come and rob ships. Some second and third-tier media reported on this matter. Many people thought that before the Tianyi mercenary group troubled the Wanluo Federation, the pirate group came to their door. More curious, which pirate group dared to come to the territory of Wanluo Federation to rob? Then there was the Wanluo Federation broadcasting a pirate group that robbed the merchant ships in the Wanluo Federation and attacked the Wanluo Federation troops. This pirate group called itself the Cross Vanguard, and the Cross Vanguard also announced that the captured crew and soldiers were already their captives, and they wanted someone to come back and pay a ransom. The Wanluo federal authorities announced that they would not compromise with criminal organizations and would never pay ransoms. Then, the Cross Vanguard came to a live broadcast and shot some of the captured soldiers. This scene shocked the whole world. Purvi scolded the Crusaders at his press conference, and even stated that he would never stop until the Crusaders were wiped out. Not long after Purvi finished the press conference, a meteorite military base was attacked by the Crusaders. When rescue forces arrived, the military base had been destroyed and there were no survivors. Before talking about the elimination of the Cross Vanguard directly wiped out a military base in the Wanluo Federation. This is simply slapping Pulv in the face. Gradually, even the mainstream media began to report on the Crusaders. Many military experts wanted to know what those people wrapped in cloaks looked like in the pictures, and those cloaks could block the beams. What kind of material were they made of? Technology made by technology. Then some family members of the captives obediently paid the ransom in order not to want their loved ones to be shot. Of course, all the cargo ships that were hijacked were sold. A tourist ship of an institution of higher learning is currently on a holiday tour. The students on the cruise ship are either the children of rich families or the children of dignitaries, and many of them are from ordinary families, but they are special students with excellent grades. At this moment, many students are discussing whether the Crusaders will come to hijack their tourist boat. Speaking of which, are these Cross Vanguards a special unit formed by the Tianyi mercenary group? I think so too. Otherwise, which pirate group has such advanced and powerful battleships and mobile suits? From the video, the mobile suits and warships of the pirate regiment are not inferior to the current weapons of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. More than that, from my research and observation, it is better than the regular battleships and mobile suits of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and the MS of the Crusader Vanguard is stronger than the mass-produced Gundams currently in service of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The latest 2 models you mentioned are stronger than the mass-produced Gundams of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, or the old ones. The old 2 models, MK2G and 100 style, and the new ones, I have seen battle videos, and they are not lost to those MS of the pirate group. Then you said that those pirate mobile suits are all Gundams, right? It's possible, but then again, it's very small, only about 15 meters long. The siren sounded suddenly, which made many students flustered at first, and then broadcast to inform that there was a battle in the distance. Many students immediately looked out of the window and found that there were countless intersecting beams of light in the distance. Some students took out the electronic telescope to check. The Crusaders are at war with our army. The tourist boat of the academy quickly turned around. Many students were very scared because they were worried that they would be captured by the Crusaders. Especially the top students with ordinary backgrounds were even more afraid. They heard from the media that if the captives could not pay the ransom, they would be shot by the Crusaders. They don't want to die. They hope that the tourist boat can speed up and leave the scene. Soon, dozens of warships of various types from the Wanluo Federation came from the front of the tourist ship of the school, and this fleet of battleships rushed to rescue their colleagues. With so many warships from their own country, the students felt relieved at this moment. Then their relief turned to worry. Because of this, several beam bombardments destroyed several battleships. Look over there. A student pointed into the distance with an electronic telescope. Many students saw more than 20 white light trails coming towards them. The students all knew that these must be the MS of the Crusaders. They are so courageous. This is not the border. This is already within the scope of the territory. Some students shouted loudly. The fleet of the Wanluo Federation sent a bunch of MS to attack. The number exceeded 300, and the Dire Eagle accounted for 30%, and the remaining 70% was a MS called Ingfei. There are propellers on its legs, its speed and flexibility are higher than that of the Dire Eagle, and the firepower of its weapons is slightly inferior to that of the Dire Eagle. The tourist boat dared not sail at the moment, and the front and rear sides fought for fear of being accidentally injured while sailing. Many students took out their electronic binoculars to watch the battle between the two MSs. Rebecca drove her own F-90. While dodging left and right, the F-90 she was driving counterattacked with a beam rifle in her right hand and fired several shots one after another. The gun hit the fierce Eagle and Ingfei, turning them into a ball of fireworks, and rushed to a Ingfei MS with a beam saber in his left hand, cutting it in half. One F-90 needs to solve about 16 enemy MS. The difficulty of driving the F-90 is not high, because every driver is an elite class, and the performance of the F-90 is higher than that of the two MSs. F-90 then shot down several enemy MS. Rebecca counted the number of mobile suits she shot down to 17. At this time, Rebecca's cockpit screen popped up the captain's communication video, instructing Rebecca and several other companions to shoot down the enemy's warship. Receive. 3 F-90 Gundams charged towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet dispatched MS troops responsible for escorting the battleships to block 3 F-90 Gundams. Rebecca snorted coldly. Humph, little character. The F-90 shot through the head of the Dire Eagle MS, and then pierced the cockpit of another Dire Eagle MS with a sword. The other F-90 rushed into the enemy fleet, using the enemy battleship as a shield, not only using the battleship to shoot the enemy MS, but also taking the opportunity to shoot through the bow of the battleship. Rebecca was driving her own F-90 during the battle. She saw a tourist ship not far away from a university and frowned slightly. Their mission was to intercept the battleship group here, but they didn't expect there to be a private tourist ship here. Rebecca continued to fight after taking a look. When Rebecca shot down several Dire Eagles and Ingfei mobile suits, and then dodged the battleship's beam bombardment, she suddenly felt a strange feeling. Once you dodge one of the beam cannons, the beam cannon will hit the tourist ship. Rebecca's space sensor found the trajectory of the beam cannon. Rebecca immediately drove the F-90 towards the tourist boat at full speed. Many students in the tourist boat were in front of the window, and while watching the battle, many students even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Suddenly, a beam cannon rushed towards the tourist boat, scaring the students into screaming. The F-90 Gundam driven by Rebecca uses the covered anti-beam cloak to resist the beam cannon. This scene was captured by many students' mobile phones. The students couldn't believe that it was the pirates' MS who saved them. Look, the cloak of that mobile suit seems to be burning and destroyed, and its pair of eyes are blue light, like the eyes of Gundam. Many students rushed to take pictures of this scene with their mobile phones. Rebecca looked at the data display and saw that the anti-beam cloak had been damaged, so she immediately pressed to release the anti-beam cloak. Yes, Gundam. It's really a Gundam. An F-90 with a black painting and a white chest with a skull graphic was presented in front of these students. Captain, it's Gundam. The announcer informed the captain that the captain looked at the F-90 Gundam on the screen with a solemn expression and then immediately notified the headquarters to the messenger that the MS of the Crusader Vanguard was Gundam. Rebecca continued to fight after taking a look at the school's tourist ship. Rebecca received a message informing her that weapons and equipment would be delivered to her. When Rebecca was driving the F-90 in battle, after shooting down 2 Oriola messes, a message came from the cockpit. Coming. An Airmaster, improved by Long Fei, it can fight and deliver equipment in the universe. It can be controlled by humans or by the MD system, and it can deliver B-heavy bombing equipment. F-90 and B-heavy bombing equipment combined to form F-90B. The Skymaster is operated by the MD system, and 2 anti-ship missiles are mounted on the wings. The 2 anti-ship missiles lock the target, and after launching, they will return to the MS mothership. Dididi. Locking on 12 targets, Rebecca pressed down on the launch target, and 4 large missile pods installed in 3 rows on the left and right shoulders and left and right legs were launched. The left and right arm grenade launchers also fired towards the locked target. In the bombed fleet, more than half of the warships were directly paralyzed, and many mobile suits were destroyed. The F-90B cannon backpack and the beam gun in the right hand can carry out fixed-point strikes and destroy some MS. The other F-90 also removed the anti-beam cloak and combined it with the aerial projection equipment A and assault equipment. F-90A carried out a beam cannon and a handheld beam rocket launcher for firepower bombardment. In a short while, the fleet was basically wiped out. The MS battle was also eliminated by the F-90 Gundams. F-90A, F-90B, and F-90 surrounded the tourist boats of the school. Rebecca is in charge of communicating with the other party. If you want to live, come with us. Your safety can be guaranteed, otherwise you will die here now. The tourist boat can only follow obediently. This MS carrier is very similar to the Argama MS carrier sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Nonsense, it's all made by Tianyi Group, so it's nothing like it. The students at the scene knew that the Crusaders were actually the troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The students saw that the tourist ship they were carrying could only follow the Irish-class MS carrier, and was following this Irish-class MS carrier to join another force. A total of 3 Irish-class MS motherships and 10 hijacked merchant ships. The students were very scared at the moment. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing during a holiday trip, and the teachers of the tourist boat could only comfort them. Some students found that they could still convey information and immediately notified their families of the matter, and even posted the matter on the website. Rebecca is resting on the sofa in the lounge, and is now taking the time to take a good rest. Because the position of the battleship they are at this moment is a little deeper into the territory of the Wanluo Federation. At any time, troops from the Wanluo Federation will come to hunt them down, and 3 Irish-class MS motherships are sailing outside the Wanluo Federation. Rebecca unconsciously fell asleep with her eyes closed. On the other hand, the Wanluo Federation authorities received that the Crusaders possess Gundams. In addition to immediately ordering the Crusaders to be hunted down, they also communicated the matter to all media. The sirens sounded, and the first-level combat readiness was notified. After the alarm sounded, Rebecca woke up with a start and immediately went to the location to gather. After obeying the arrangement of her superiors, Rebecca sat in her F-90 Gundam, folded her arms, and waited for the attack. Rebecca remembered that it had been a while since she joined the Tianyi mercenary group. Ever since her family suffered great changes, her mother committed suicide, and her father and elder brother were framed by the rival family and sentenced to death for treason. In the end, the younger brother was brought to her by Tianyi mercenaries from the welfare institution, and he kept his promise to join the Tianyi mercenary group and work for the Tianyi mercenary group. The F-90 Gundam driven by Rebecca is equipped with L equipment and long-range equipment. Rebecca was tasked with taking long-range fire cover. Rebecca's F-90L sorties from the rear deck of the Irish-class mothership. The F-90L stands above the right thruster behind the mothership. The ranging detector on the left shoulder performs detection distance and precise ballistic calculation, and the fire control radar at the backpack joint performs scanning and fire control. Long-range rifles can switch between beam and live rounds. 3 Irish-class motherships form an inverted triangle with tourist ships and merchant ships in the middle. The position of the mothership where Rebecca is located is the tip of the inverted triangle, that is, the rear position. At present, there are nearly 30 warships of various types chasing after the rear. The 3 Irish-class motherships have even dispatched more than 400 Dire Eagles and Ingfe MS to rush towards the target. Rebecca lowered the scope, and with the help of the ranging detector and the fire control radar, the target was locked at a distance of 60 kilometers. The F-90L fired a long-distance rifle, and a sniper beam pierced through the chest of a fierce Eagle MS, instantly turning into a cloud of fireworks. Then, another F-90L on the left also sniped and killed another Ingfe MS. This shocked the MS drivers of the Wanluo Federation who came after them, because they were still about 60 kilometers away from the target and the enemy could actually snipe them. The most advanced sniper rifle of the Wanluo Federation MS has an effective range of only 10 kilometers. Rebecca then locked onto another target and pressed the button and sniped out a Ingfe MS. When the merchant fleet and tourist ships saw the warships of the Wanluo Federation approaching, when they wanted to slow down their sailing speed, they also slowed down the warships of the Crusaders. As a result, a merchant ship that slowed down was directly bombarded by an Irish-class mothership, turning into bursts of fireworks. Then the tourist ship and the merchant fleet were warned that if they slowed down, they would explode immediately no matter what the reason was. This made tourist ships and merchant fleets not dare to slow down, and they prayed that the ships would never break down. 17, 18, 19, 20, Rebecca counted the number, representing how many units she shot down in total. The enemy is currently 30 kilometers away from them. On the left and right sides of the inverted triangle array, above the rear left and right propellers of the Irish-class MS mothership, each has a F-90L Gundam for long-range sniping. When the enemy was 20 kilometers away from them, there were more than 300 MS left. The Crusaders dispatched 30 F-90 Gundams, and all 30 F-90 Gundams were equipped with weapons, including A and B. The F-90 Gundam equipped with weapons cannot be equipped with the anti-beam cloak, but it got stronger firepower. 20 F-90 A and B are evenly divided into about 15 enemy MS, which is not difficult at all, not to mention Rebecca's F-90L covering the sniper. Countless missile pods flew out, and even more small missiles popped out from the missile bodies. This frightened the chasing enemy mobile suit pilots enough, and many enemy mobile suits hurriedly fled backwards. Of course, there are also some enemy MS shooting with beam guns or live ammunition rifles in their hands. Be sure to shoot down the incoming missiles. Although some of the missiles were shot down, many MS from the enemy were also bombed by the missiles. After this round, there are only less than 200 units left in the Wanluo Federation. The commander of the Wanluo Federation fleet, who was in charge of the pursuit, saw that less than half of the MS troops sent out were left. The Crusaders adopted a tactic of fighting while retreating. F-90A and F-90B used beam cannons, beam rocket launchers, and cannon backpacks to suppress the remaining enemy mobile suits. F-90L continued to snipe in the distance. An F-90A beam cannon pierced through several Ingfe MS one after another. Another F-90B used the left and right arm grenade launchers to fire grenades one after another, shooting down several MS in a row. The commander of the Wanluo Federation who was in charge of the pursuit could only order his subordinates to issue a retreat signal to stop the pursuit and stop the damage. The evacuation signal came on, and the MS driver of the Federation of Nations, who was in a hard fight, returned to the mothership at full speed. Crusaders, none of the Gundams were shot down, and all of them returned to the mothership for rest. Rebecca stepped out of the cockpit and twisted her neck. She had just shot down almost 40 mobile suits, more than the other 7 colleagues in charge of sniping. Rebecca wasn't too worried about the upcoming battle. At this time, the commander ordered others to rest and eat quickly because the next battle may come soon. Rebecca didn't even change her driver's suit, so she went directly to the cafeteria to eat. After learning that the fleet responsible for the pursuit had failed, The staff officers made an assessment after seeing the battle images taken remotely by the rear warships. To suppress or defeat 3 Irish-class motherships and an estimated 30 Gundams, at least 1 brigade-class fleet is required. The highest person in charge of the pursuit directly dispatched 2 brigade-level fleets to pursue them for safety reasons and to be able to take down the target. Rebecca was resting in the cockpit, watching every detail of her life with her younger brother on her mobile suit. At this time, someone from work told her that his F-90 was equipped with D equipment, which was close to suppression warfare equipment. Okay, I get it. The commander said that the battle may take place within 3 hours. The second lieutenant, please rest well, recharge your spirits, and prepare for the battle. Rebecca rested and slept directly in the cockpit. Many students on the school tour boat are now discussing why the warships of the Crusaders can swagger into the country. Some students speculated that maybe the hull paint of the Crusader Army battleship may be a very advanced special paint that reduces radar reflection waves, or a very advanced wave-absorbing radar paint. Some students didn't understand one thing. The Crusaders who held them hostage did not come to check their spaceships, let alone confiscate or smash their mobile suits, allowing the spaceships to secretly send out distress signals. This is really unusual, and I don't understand what the Crusaders are trying to do. About 2 hours later, the sirens sounded, Rebecca's eyes opened, and the staff whipped out a refreshing drink. After drinking the refreshing drink, Rebecca immediately rejuvenated, opened the cover helmet, activated the Gundam, and looked at the screen display. Oh, there are so many. It seems that the Wanluo Federation is determined to bring us down. Each Irish-class MS mothership dispatches 10 F-90s, of which 2 are equipped with L, and the remaining 8 F-90s are equipped with B and D respectively. A brigade-level fleet is pursuing the target. At this moment, they have been ordered by their superiors to find the target and win the battle. Because of the battle scenes of the previous pursuit, Imu's disastrous defeat of the Wanluo Federation army spread throughout the country and abroad. Although domestic media and websites were ordered to be deleted by the authorities, this incident has spread internationally. Ridiculously ridiculed by many countries, the president has issued a death order to destroy the Crusaders and these pirate groups and rescue the taken hostages. The brigade-level fleet responsible for the pursuit has more than 60 warships, and the commander is Lieutenant Colonel Mai. Sir, I found 24 Gundams attacking us. Lieutenant Colonel Mai immediately dispatched MS troops to meet them. 600 milliseconds troops composed of a mixture of Fierce Eagles and Yingfis attacked. The 12 F-90D immediately carried out fire suppression, 5 rocket launchers, and 4 grenade launchers, and carried out a fire suppression bombing on the enemy MS in front of them. In addition to the Fierce Eagle and Yingfei at the front line trying their best to dodge, the colleagues in the rear also shot to shoot down the rockets as much as possible. In this round, about 50 Fierce Eagles and Yingfei were shot down. Damn, there are too many opponents, we can't break in at all. The pilots of the F-90B informed the other colleagues of the current situation. Rebecca can see that the opponent is currently winning by quantity, and their qualitative advantage has been overwhelmed by the opponent's quantity. Although the F-90D tried its best to cover the F-90B rushing into the target, the number of enemies was really too much. Even the F-90L long-range sniping in the rear can't produce much results. Lieutenant Colonel Mai immediately asked the frontline troops to entangle the 24 F-90 Gundams, and then dispatched another 300 MS to catch up to the target warship. All the F-90Bs were really unable to break through. The commander ordered to launch all the missile pods and grenades immediately, and immediately retreated back to the mothership to change equipment. The Fierce Eagle and Yingfei in the rear helped their colleagues to shoot down the incoming missiles. Nearly 50 MSs were still shot down, and all F-90Bs returned to the mothership immediately. In addition to shooting down the target in front of her, the F-90D driven by Rebecca also covered the retreat of her colleague F-90B. F-90D throws a current grenade for MS and throws it at a target. The powerful current directly paralyzes the target, and then a beam of light penetrates the body and turns into fireworks. The Gatling cannon bullet mounted on the weapon slanted out, and a dire eagle was shot into a sieve in an instant, and then exploded into a ball of sparks. Rebecca disengaged the F-90D's launcher to enhance the flexibility of the body, held the shield in her left hand and the gun in her right, and continued to shoot towards the target in front of her. The siren in the cockpit kept ringing. Rebecca not only relied on the flexibility of the luxurious body to dodge the attack, but also relied on her keen intuition to dodge the enemy's attack. When she couldn't dodge, she used her left hand. The shield resists. The shield is also coated with layers of anti-beam coating. The number is really beyond imagination. A fierce hawk with a beam saber attacked Rebecca's F-90D. The F-90D used its flexibility to dodge the stabbing of the beam saber and counterattacked with a shot that penetrated the cockpit. 12 F-90Ds are surrounded by enemy MS. The other 12 F-90Bs were on the way back to the mothership, and some of the F-90Bs were disarmed and combined with the D equipment delivered by the Overlord of the Sky. Then, rushed to another MS unit of the enemy that is attacking like a MS mother. Another part of the F-90B returned to the mothership to change equipment, and each Irish-class MS mothership had 2 remaining F-90 Gundams on standby to attack with their equipment. Why are some F-90Bs not disarmed on the way and combined with the equipment delivered by the Skymaster, but returned to the mothership for equipment? Because the number of Skymasters is small, each Irish-class mothership only has 2 Skymasters. The F-90S that return to the mothership will stay in the hangar of the mothership on standby, and the rest will be replaced with a or D equipment to attack to help their colleagues fight against the 2nd MS unit. When the two sides are fighting hard, another Wanluo Federation Brigade-class fleet appeared ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Mai knew that this was another force intercepting the Crusaders. Now the Crusaders were flanked from front to back. Lieutenant Colonel Kurd looked at the target in front of him and licked his lips. "I'm sorry, Mai. The credit goes to me." Lieutenant Colonel Kurd mobilized troops to suppress the target. "There is a powerful energy weapon coming towards us. Avoid immediately." "That's too late." Dozens of beam cannons attacked Lieutenant Colonel Codd's brigade-class fleet. "Immediately find out the source of the attack direction." "Sir, another Crusader army has been found. A total of 4 warships, one of which is different." Kurd looked at a distinctive warship, which looked like a pirate ship sailing in the Earth era. Then, 30 F-90S attacked Lieutenant Colonel Codd's fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda can only turn around and deal with these Gundam troops with the MS troops that were originally to be dispatched. Inside the MS Mothership Cross Pioneer, the sisters Zhoya are wearing Spartan uniforms. The elder sister Zhoya drives the Corsair Gundam X1, and the younger sister Zhona drives the Corsair X2. "Sister, this Gundam doesn't have a PX system. Any questions?" "How can I say that the PX system is a very easy-to-use opening system? We can't always rely on this system, and this Gundam also has a special biological computer. Isn't it working well after we have tested it?" "That's true." The two sisters both felt a special feeling during the battle in the past few months. That is, they have some ability to sense space, and can even sense the trajectory of the enemy's next movement before the other party launches an attack. After the new human test, the two sisters actually have a comprehensive ability evaluation B that reaches the new human. Neither of the two sisters thought that they were also new human beings. Even Long Fei was very surprised. After working together for so long, they discovered that the two sisters only awakened the ability of new human beings. At the beginning, Long Fei thought that the two sisters had just undergone a biological transformation system to strengthen human beings to have new human abilities, but after observation, they found that the two sisters were really new human beings, but they had never awakened the ability of new human beings. However, the new human abilities of the two sisters are somewhat special. That is, the two sisters can communicate with each other in terms of telepathy, and they can know each other's actions without using any language or opening any communication. Since the two sisters awakened as new humans, Thule has directly improved to a new level. It was Long Fei's decision to transfer the two sisters to the Crusaders. The hangar broadcast sounded, "Captain Zhoya, Captain Zhona, please be ready to attack at any time." "It's already ready." Pirate Gundam X1 and Sortie. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda was very annoyed. He didn't expect that he was the praying mantis and the Oriole was behind him. You can only use the MS troops that suppress the target to deal with the MS troops that come in for a sneak attack. "Sir, in addition to the known Gundam, another mass-produced Gundam has appeared, with a total of 6 units." The 6 Flint Gundams are mass-produced, either holding Zambusters or 120mm machine guns. What is special is that when the 6 Flint Gundams are shooting, one eye seems to be covered with an eye patch, like a pirate leader. The Flint Gundam is much more flexible than the F-90. When relying on flexibility to dodge attacks, and then relying on their powerful special weapon targeting system, they hit the enemy MS-1 after another. There are 30 known mass-produced Gundams on the battlefield, and 6 unknown mass-produced Gundams, for a total of 36 Gundams. Then, the radar soldiers continued to report. 2 unknown Gundams appeared again. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda was even more annoyed. He always felt that something bad happened or that what he encountered was not a Oriole, but an eagle. Pirate Gundam X1 and X2. Under the cooperative operation of Zhouya and the 2 sisters, the 2 pirate Gundams are like 2 lions entering the flock. The 2 pirate Gundams intersect each other and use the destruction guns in their hands to fly and shoot. Everywhere they pass, MS will be destroyed and turned into fireworks. Pilots of Dire Eagle and Ingfei MS could only hurry up and stay away from these 2 pirate Gundams. They want to run, and the 2 pirate Gundams will not let them go easily. The Corsair Gundam X1 kicked the thermal energy saber out of the sole of its foot and kicked it into the cockpit of a Dire Eagle MS. Blood gushed out of the hole created by the sole of its foot. Pirate Gundam X2 uses the beam slasher in his left hand and slashes directly at Fang MS. Although Fang MS immediately uses the beam saber to block the knife, but the output is not as high as the beam slasher, and he is directly cut by the beam slasher and the fuselage. Open in half. X1 used the scissor claw anchor to hold the right leg of one Dire Hawk MS, and threw it directly onto the body of the other Dire Hawk MS. X2 fired successively with the destruction gun, destroying the 2 Dire Hawk MSs. As expected of the Ace sisters. The 2 sisters just came out. How many enemy MS did they shoot down? Sure enough, compared with the so-called aces like us elites, we are still a bit worse. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda looked at the display map of the battlefield. He lost 200 of the 800 mobile suits on his side in less than 3 minutes of fighting. On the contrary, none of the enemy mobile suits were lost. Even if it is a Gundam, no matter how strong the mass-produced Gundam is, there should be a limit to how strong it is. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda looked at the F-90 Gundams on the screen, changing equipment from time to time. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda hurriedly asked for reinforcements from the headquarters, but encountered a surprise attack by another Crusader Vanguard fleet, and all the mobile suits attacked by the opponent were Gundams. After receiving the request for reinforcements from Lieutenant Colonel Cod, the headquarters immediately dispatched troops to help. X1 and X2 were back-to-back, each holding a destruction gun in both hands, shooting down the surrounding enemy MS-1 after another. The other F-90D suppressed firepower, and countless rockets blasted away many MS. Then 6 F-90S were replaced with Equipment B and rushed towards Lieutenant Colonel Cod's fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda immediately transferred the MS troops of the frigate to stop the 6 F-90Bs. 6 Flint mass-produced Gundams break through the cover for the F-90B. Lieutenant Colonel Cord knew that once the 6 F-90Bs fired missile pods at his fleet would be severely paralyzed. Lieutenant Colonel Kuda can only order the troops to intercept them. The performance of Dire Eagle and Ingfei is not as good as Jiegong and Murasame, not to mention the more powerful F-90 and Flint. Fierce Eagle and Ingfei were basically sent to be abused. 6 F-90B launched all the missile pods, and in an instant, many warships were severely damaged and directly paralyzed. The 3 Irish-class MS motherships in the inverted triangle array did not suffer much damage here. Although some F-90S suffered some damage, if they basically stopped all the enemy's troops. Lieutenant Colonel Mai did not expect that the tactics of attacking front and back would fail, and the defeat was disastrous. The MS of the 2 fleets had already lost more than 500 units, but none of the Crusaders' Gundams had been shot down. If this incident gets out, another embarrassing thing will happen to the Wanluo Federation. The students on the tourist boat were all mournful. They didn't expect the Wanluo Federation army to appear in front of them. They thought they were saved. They didn't expect the Crusaders to come to another army. 2 of the Gundams were even photographed running into a flock of sheep like 2 lions. At this time, Rebecca received a communication instruction to change her F-90 equipment to A equipment, then bombard the target with a beam rocket launcher. The two flanking fleets at the front and rear are now in a bitter battle. Although Lieutenant Colonel Mai received the order, he must take down the Crusaders at any cost. Although it was such an order, Lieutenant Colonel Mai knew that he could not win, and if he continued to fight, it would only increase the damage, and even he would have to pay for it. Lieutenant Colonel Mai informed the headquarters of the current situation and requested to retreat. But the headquarters rejected Lieutenant Colonel Mai's request, and Lieutenant Colonel Mai asked the headquarters for instructions on why they should continue to fight to increase damage when they could not win. The reason given by the headquarters is that they have already dispatched other troops to help, and it is enough for Lieutenant Colonel Mai to continue supporting for a while. Lieutenant Colonel Mai could only take a deep breath, suppress his anger, and pray that those troops would come over quickly. Most of the warships on Lieutenant Colonel Kuda's side were paralyzed, and some were even destroyed. The main ship that Kudo was on was even destroyed. After receiving the news of the death of Lieutenant Colonel Cod, Lieutenant Colonel Mai repeatedly asked the headquarters to retreat, but the command dismissed his request. Damn it! When will the troops that are rushing over come? Don't they come until all of us are dead? Facts prove that those troops who were coming could not come. They were intercepted by the fleet of Tianyi mercenary group. Many fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group directly invaded the territory of the Wanluo Federation. This incident spread directly throughout the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Purvi was exposed in his presidential office, roaring that the Tianyi mercenary group declared war on the Wanluo Federation. On the other side, with the cooperation of the Zhouya sisters, nearly 200 enemy mobile suits were killed by the two sisters. 7. The two sisters gave a very high evaluation for the first time to drive the Pirate Gundam in actual combat. The performance of the Pirate Gundam surpassed the performance of the Gemini Gundam. After the death of Lieutenant Colonel Kuda, his troops declared their surrender without a leader, and many soldiers automatically disarmed in order to save their lives. After Lieutenant Colonel Mai learned that the fellow fleet ahead had announced their surrender, he watched several Gundams rushing towards the fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Mai could only order his men to issue a retreat signal. After seeing the enemy's retreat signal, Rebecca and her colleagues did not pursue at all, but followed the command of the officer and returned to the mothership. Colonel Marisat, the captain of the Crusader, is also the supreme commander of the Crusader army. Order those soldiers who surrendered, especially the MS driver, to leave their bodies immediately. Take away the relatively intact Fierce Eagle and Ingfei, as well as two battleships that can still sail without any damage, and order all the crew of the battleship to leave. Pull the two warships away with cables. The Wanluo Federation army that surrendered could only look at the Crusader Vanguard army and left the scene with the spoils, and then these Wanluo Federation soldiers used some damaged battleships that could still send out a distress signal. Marissa ordered the entire army to leave the territory of the Wanluo Federation and return to the base. After leaving the territory of the Wanluo Federation, Marissa arranged for troops to inspect the stolen tourist ships and merchant ships, and either destroyed or confiscated everything that could be located and communicated. The Crusaders then returned to hiding in the colony of Sector 7, an abandoned mining meteorite. This is not only where the Crusaders hid, but also their current base. Surrounding the base is the sphere of influence of the 10th base of the Tianyi mercenary group, and there are fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group sailing in this area from time to time. Under the instructions of the Crusaders, the faculty members and students of the institutions of higher learning and the crew of the merchant ship came to an open space. Some children of rich families or high-ranking officials said that they have money at home, so they can contact their family members, and the family members will definitely pay ransom to ransom them. However, the words of these rich children or the children of dignitaries and dignitaries, the Crusaders simply turned a deaf ear to them. A kid from a rich family seemed unable to distinguish the situation, so he immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "Are you deaf or dumb? Why didn't you hear me talking to you?" As a result, a Crusader next to him hit him directly in the face with the of his rifle. The scream of "wow" even knocked out a few teeth. Some female students at the scene screamed in fright. "Shut up! If you want to be beaten, keep arguing," a Crusader scolded, and the female students hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands in fright. A few noble young masters who were about to make a noise immediately shut their mouths and sat on the ground obediently in silence. Sister Zhouya saw this scene when they passed by, and Zhona said meanly, "I don't know if it's a pig's brain. It's all in this situation, and I thought I was a noble son who is usually high above me, and I don't want them to be a bunch of people now. A desolate phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Okay, sister, leave them alone." Sister Zhouya decided to take a hot bath. Many students, whether male or female, are very worried as long as they are of ordinary birth, because their families are not rich, and once the ransom is demanded, the family will not be able to raise it. Marissa checked the documents in her office. For this time, she went to a deeper area in the Wanluo Federation, and this move was mainly due to Long Fei's order. The purpose is to make a big fuss, in addition to embarrassing the Wanluo Federation as much as possible, but also to make the Wanluo Federation suffer a serious surprise attack. This time, the battle is just to attack the West, and the Crusaders are trying to make things bigger, so that the Wanluo Federation authorities and the military will focus most of their attention on the Crusaders. Then, many fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group raided different places, and this battle plan was very successful. In the end, many meteorite bases of the Wanluo Federation were destroyed, and some colonies were looted by the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. In this combat mission, their Crusaders also came by the way. The warships and mobile suits, etc. that were snatched from the Wanluo Federation army, Marissa was going to let her subordinates sell them on the black market. The Crusade Pioneer Army is Long Fei's direct army. This army is a pirate army, and its mission is to rob like the pirates, but their target is the Wanluo Federation, and they specialize in robbing everything in the Wanluo Federation. Regardless of whether it was the money earned from selling the stolen goods or the ransom received, they were divided equally between 64, with Long Fei accounting for 60% and the Crusaders accounting for 40%. The Crusader Pioneer Army currently has 1 Crusader Pioneer and 6 Irish-class MS motherships. The Mother Base is currently building 2 Irish-class MS motherships, and the Crusader only builds 1 as a symbol of the Crusader Army. The F-90 and Flint also continue to be manufactured at the Mother Base. Marissa is currently waiting for news and orders, while she orders her troops to quickly repair and prepare for the next battle. The roar of the president of the 10,000 Nations Federation accused the Tianyi mercenary group of attacking the territory of the Wanluo Federation as declaring war on the Wanluo Federation. The official website of the Tianyi group responded that when the Wanluo Federation hijacked their cargo ship, it had already declared war on the Tianyi group, and attacking the territory of the Wan Nation Federation at this moment was just a countermeasure. As a result, Pulvey made a lot of nonsense in his online book. "We are taking what is our future, and we are taking what is our own. How can it be regarded as robbery? On the contrary, it is a fact that you attacked us, and you are the ones who declared war on us." Facing such shameless remarks, Long Fei could only roll his eyes. He was really shameless and invincible. Even black people could say it was white. The international community is shocked and speechless at Pulvey's remarks. They don't know what to say. The president of a superpower is so nonchalant that other people's things can be claimed as his own. Then, Purvey continued to speak on the online book. The shameless Tianyi mercenary group deliberately sent a troop pretending to be pirates to rob us. This matter cannot be forgiven. Immediately afterwards, the official website of the Tianyi group announced, "The Crusade Vanguard is indeed a unit under the Tianyi mercenary group. We should take what you have, and it's just interest. If you take a rice from me, I will take you and lose everything." On the other hand, after many fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group invaded the territory of the Wanluo Federation, when the Wanluo Federation began to gather troops, all fleets immediately withdrew from the territory of the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi mercenary group also began to gather many fleets to the 7th District Colony. International attention began to focus on the Wanluo Federation and the Tianyi mercenary group. The battle between the two sides is on the verge of breaking out at any time. However, before the troops of the two sides fought, Purvey posted another paragraph in his online book. "Brothers and sisters from all the democratic camps, let's work together to defeat the evil Tianyi mercenary group and fight side by side with the Wanluo Federation." This speech did not get much response. Except for the verbal support of the United Anglo-Saw Democratic Republic and some democratic countries, there is no country in the democratic camp willing to deal with the Tianyi mercenary group with the Wanluo Federation. Especially in the colony of District 7, no democratic country dared to express its support. The lessons learned from Yoda's democratic country are still vivid. The Tianyi mercenary group wants to exterminate them, as easy as crushing an ant. Of course, this incident made the Wanluo Federation lose face, and made the world feel that the prestige of the Wanluo Federation has declined, and it can no longer be called some democratic countries. Now at the junction of the border between the Wanluo Federation and the colonies in District 7, there are huge fleet troops gathered on both sides, but neither side has started fighting, and no one is willing to fire the first shot. The two sides just formed a state of confrontation. On the other hand, the auction of the 3 space colony satellites obtained by the Tianyi mercenary group from the United Kingdom has already begun. Powers from various countries and many wealthy businessmen have begun to set prices. However, the Wanluo Federation and the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, including the wealthy families of these two countries, were rejected. To hold this auction, the rich people who participated must announce their information, but anyone who has passports and ID cards from these two countries will be expelled from the auction immediately. This caused protests from the authorities of the two countries and the rich people, demanding an explanation from the Tianyi mercenary group. The Tianyi mercenary group directly gave an explanation that they didn't like you. The auction lasted 3 hours, and both the country and the rich put up available cash to bid. In this auction, bids will be made on the colony's own coins. In the end, the Hanxia Empire bid for 2 colonial satellites, and the Garth Empire bid for 1 colonial satellite. The auctioned colonial satellites earned an average of 20 trillion colonial coins. The 3 colonial satellites of the original Maida Deng Legion Kingdom were in the 9th area. The Tianyi mercenary group would attack these 3 command satellites at that time, mainly for strategic and tactical advantages. The Tianyi group itself did not have any business in the area. The colony in District 9 and currently does not want to invest in the colony in District 9, so I decided to auction off the 3 acquired colonial satellites at a high price. Long Fei then distributed the cash from the auction, 1 trillion colonial coins, to the Tianyi mercenaries who attacked Maida Deng Legion, including the families of the Tianyi mercenaries who died in battle. 30 trillion goes to the mother base, and 29 trillion goes to the sub-bases that participated in the operation at that time. Since the end of the war between the two allied armies, the development of new weapons, if they are only used by the Tianyi mercenary group, all development costs, etc., are all paid by the Tianyi mercenary group. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company no longer pays a penny. The battleships manufactured by the Tianyi mercenary group for their own use are completely different from the warships manufactured and sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. On the other side, in the border area between the Wanluo Federation and the 7th District Colony, the fleets of the two sides have been confronting each other for a long time, and neither side is willing to attack the other side first. The two forces also only performed combat exercises in front of each other, as if the two forces used this method to scare each other. Many people are waiting to see a big battle, but the two armies have been fighting each other for a month, and no one has made a move. There are many people talking about it online. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm so anxious, we want to watch a big scene. Don't pose for each other. Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and really fight. Although there are so many people on the internet, like people eating melons, those insiders and experts have seen the truth. In fact, the two parties do not want to fight each other. The two sides still have mutual scruples. Because no matter who wins and who loses, both sides will be greatly injured. If the war between the two ends, they will definitely be stabbed in the back by the opponent or some forces. Although the two parties will not fight big, there will still be small fights. When will they start? Where is the hands-on, or when does it happen? It depends on when the two of them play tricks. The large forces on both sides will not withdraw, and no one is willing to withdraw first. If possible, both sides also want to give each other a direct blow and serious injury. It is estimated that it is difficult for the people who eat melons to see the battle between the two parties. The Garth Empire and the United States of Anglo-Saxon also secretly called it a pity. It would be great if the two sides really fought. Compared with the weakening of the Wanluo Federation's strength, What I hope is the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group. When the time comes to defeat the Tianyi mercenary group, it doesn't need to spend too much national power, and you can get the advanced military technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. Long Fei understood what the leaders of the world had in mind, and the Tianyi mercenary group was not afraid of any superpower. But the Tianyi mercenary group currently does not have the strength to beat all the superpowers in the entire world. Damn Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Purvi roared in his online book. After more than a month of confrontation between the two parties, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company sold several warships. Fuji-class transport ship, Nelson-class light space carrier, and Salamis-class space light cruiser. These three warships are new products launched by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. These three battleships are modified or improved versions of the Salamis-class space cruisers, but they are still warships for space warfare. Long Fei also made some upgrades and improvements to these three warships. Although there are not many mobile suits on board, for the 8 superpowers like the Wanluo Federation are not interested in them, because they can also manufacture them. However, countries below the upper middle level of national power in the colonial circle are interested in these three warships. More importantly, the prices of these three models are cheaper than similar warships sold by military enterprises of superpowers such as the Wanluo Federation, and they are still cost-effective. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company also demonstrated the combat capabilities of these three warships, which are better than the performance, firepower, and combat efficiency of comparable warships of other superpower military enterprises. Compared with the similar space aircraft carrier of the Nelson-class light space aircraft carrier, the sale price of the Wanluo Federal Military Industry Enterprise reached 20 billion colonial coins. The sale price of the Nelson-class light space carrier is only 10 billion colonial coins. How can this not allow those countries whose national strength is above the middle and below, especially those countries with shy defense budget pockets, to purchase, even those democratic countries? In order to get the Nelson-class light space aircraft carrier originally worth 10 billion colonial coins, some countries are willing to buy it at a higher price. Pu Wei was originally born in the Wanluo Federal Military Industrial Enterprise family. The order of the family enterprise was snatched away by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Why not let him be furious? For this reason, Purvi interfered with all the democratic countries that purchased the weapons of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company and demanded that these democratic countries cancel the orders of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Many democratic countries basically turned a blind eye to the demands of the Wanluo Federation and demanded that the warships of the Wanluo Federation's munitions company be reduced to the same price as the warships sold by the Tianyi Munitions Manufacturing Company. If Purvi's Arms Company, a family business, drops to the same price as the warships sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, it will basically be sold at a loss. Some people are willing to do the decapitation business, but no one will do the money-losing business, let alone a businessman who puts profit above everything else. On the other hand, the same is true for the military enterprises behind the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. They do not want these democratic countries to buy weapons from the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company and lose their interests, because the warships sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company basically sold out their orders. For them, isn't this cutting off their money? Seeing that the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company got soft hands with the order, but he didn't have an order in his hand, he also encouraged the president of his country to ask these democracies not to buy the warships sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. The reason given by those democratic countries is that if you lower the price of those warships to the same price as the warships sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, then we will be happy to buy them. The two super-democratic powers dare not use any means to target these democracies at this moment, because if they do so, if these democracies may continue to deepen their diplomacy with other system countries, it will not make their friends less, enemies too much. Then, many of the arms companies of the two super-democratic superpowers directly negotiated with Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. I want to make some OEM orders with Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. For these arms companies, if you eat meat at Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, you can also give us a piece of bread. Many arms companies in the United States of Anglo-Saxon have received OEM orders from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, and a small number of them are mainly large companies that have not received OEM orders from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. The main reason was not that Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company did not give them orders, but that they were displeased with the low OEM price that Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company gave them. The munitions company of the Wanluo Federation couldn't get a single OEM order and was directly kicked out by the Tianyi Munitions Manufacturing Company. The reason given was that the Wanluo Federation was in an unfriendly relationship. The Wanluo Federation accused Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company of not abiding by the freedom of trade. As a result, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company said directly, "Of course we have freedom of trade, and we have the right to choose our customers." Colonial Area Number 7 has a democratic country, Fira, which has invited Tianyi Group to invest heavily in the country. The projects invested by Tianyi Group in the country are all invested by some high-end subsidiaries. Now, many high-tech companies in the Wanluo Federation can't sit still because the subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group are far superior to these high-tech companies in the Federation of Nations, whether in chips, precision machines, design motherboards, network communications, etc. The more important point is that the prices of the products sold by these subsidiaries of Tianyi Group do not exceed their comparable prices by much. Then, many customers will choose cheap and high-quality products. As a result, the products invested and produced by these high-tech companies in the Wanluo Federation in the country will be difficult to sell, and the products may not even be sold, and the market may be directly blocked. All the subsidiaries of Tianyi Group were eroded away. Many high-tech companies in Wanluo Federation even bought many media companies to deliberately discredit Tianyi Group's many high-tech companies, and the products they designed and sold were defective, and so on. These subsidiaries of Tianyi Group also took counterattacks, and even caught the bought media and broadcast their insider transactions on the official website. Although many high-tech companies in the Wanluo Federation immediately came out to deny the matter, many people in various countries believe that these high-tech companies in the Wanluo Federation must have done it. Then, many democratic countries also began to invite Tianyi Group to invest in their countries. Since the war between the two allied forces, many democratic countries have seen that the countries invested by Tianyi Group have earned a lot of tax revenue. If Tianyi Group is not allowed to invest in their own country, they will definitely lose. When many democratic countries extended olive branches to the Tianyi Group and invited them to invest in their countries, the place where the Tianyi Group performed most actively was in the number 7 colonial area. Moreover, many high-tech subsidiaries of Tianyi Group have opened branches in these democratic countries. Many discerning people also saw that Tianyi Group's behavior was deliberately to disgust the Wanluo Federation and counter what the Wanluo Federation did to them. Then one day, Pulver's online book yelled, "Damn Long Fei." Somewhere in Wanluo Federation, 2 F-90 Gundams, 1 F-90 equipped with R, reconnoiter type, has the function of stealth and the function of reconnaissance. Another F-90 equipped with E, electronic type, electronic warfare equipment. The entire body is also covered with an anti-beam cloak, and the anti-beam cloak is also coated with a special coating that absorbs waves and reduces radar reflections. Under the instruction of F-90R's long-range camera, F-90 uses a jamming electron gun to jam a distant radar, allowing the radar to continue to operate, but the search and identification capabilities are interfered and cannot work normally. The Pioneer Cross and the 4 Irish-class MS motherships swaggered into their destination. The radar did not report at all during the scan, just like a blind man who didn't see anyone passing in front of him. The Crusader army can enter the destination so easily. Apart from relying on the cooperation of F-90E and F-90R, Colonel Marisat saw that the infiltration operation was very successful. In fact, all the warships of her army were equipped with the Mirage system last month. This technique, while using other techniques to sneak in, is mainly to test whether other techniques are useful. You can't go around the world with the Mirage system alone. Other technologies need to be used and tested. Another reason for the successful infiltration is that the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group on the other side conducted military exercises as a cover. As usual, maneuver close to the opponent's domain boundary to keep the opponent's attention on them so that the Crusaders can sneak in safely. In the Crucifixion ship, in addition to the Corsair Gundam X1, X2, X3, and AG-2DH Darkhound, there are 8 Flint mass-produced Gundams and 4 Daggers. Rebecca leaned against the railing, looking at the Corsair Gundam X3 in front of her, and now she is the pilot of the Corsair Gundam X3. More than a month ago, all the elite MS drivers of their Crusaders conducted campaigns and competitions, including mixed battles, knockout matches, and so on. And the campaign side is reacting, fighting, knowledge, and so on. After round of elimination, Rebecca became the Pirate Gundam X3 driver with the highest overall score. The Darkhound Gundam was conducted by the Adjuster MS driver of the Mother Base after the knockout and comprehensive competitions, and a female adjuster named Brittany stood out. The Corsair Gundam X3 and the Darkhound are transported from the Mother Base to the Crusaders' hideout. Rebecca looked at her brother's photo on her phone. Jonah happened to float behind her. There is no gravity in the hangar. Saw the photo of the little boy on her mobile phone and complained, Hey, you just want old cows to eat young grass. There is a limit to age, right? You are so small that you can eat it. You are committing a crime. Rebecca turned around and saw Jonah explaining, No, he's my younger brother. Oh, so it's your younger brother. I was startled just now. I thought you could even eat a child. I thought you were a Shotokan. Rebecca rolled her eyes directly. Joya just came to the scene and coughed dryly. Brittany, and you guys, gather together. 3 women stood in front of Joya. Joya began to order their tasks. Colonial Satellite Number 19 of the Wanluo Federation. In addition to the majority of military families living in this colonial satellite, many military enterprises also set up factories here. Moreover, there are 2 meteorite military bases with a diameter of 2 kilometers on the left and right sides of this colonial satellite. In the colonial satellite, one of them is called Bega's Military Industry Enterprise, which is one of the 3 famous military industry enterprises in the Wanluo Federation, and it is also a family enterprise of Pervy. Colony number 19 has their branch factory, and today they will test and verify the new MS at the local military base. The new type of mobile suit is called MOA. The volume ratio is much larger than other mobile suits, with a total height of nearly 30 meters. There are 2 large and 4 small propellers on the back, and propellers on the left and right sides of the legs and skirt armor. The MOA-MS can also transform the shape of a fighter. The purpose of this MS development is to achieve the ultimate in speed, strength, and defense. In order to allow the MOA to have powerful speed and energy weapons that can be equipped with powerful firepower, power furnace engines, etc., all are nuclear fission devices. Although many of the mass-produced MS of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were shot down in battle, the nuclear fusion power devices and so on were among the wreckage left behind. Of course, in addition to these, the GM-2 sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company also has a nuclear fusion power plant. Many countries have disassembled part of the GM-2 to study the nuclear fusion power plant after purchasing. Although many countries have obtained these nuclear fusion power devices, there are no design drawings or any explanatory drawings, etc. All countries that conduct dismantling research are only doing modeling in the blind. MS engines in many countries use mostly traditional power devices and batteries, or use some refined energy stones to start MS. Only some specially made MS have nuclear power devices for nuclear power, and nuclear power devices are still nuclear fission technology. That's why experts from all over the world would describe that Tianyi Group has mastered technologies that have surpassed the world for at least 30 years. The technology of nuclear fusion can only be used by the generators of the people's livelihood to supply the civilian electricity of the entire country. That is, most of the warships of superpowers still use nuclear fission power plants, and the warships used in nuclear fusion power plants are very existing. Only huge battleships will be installed. The MOA-MS is currently undergoing a verification test by a professional test driver sent by the military. In fact, when many people at the scene saw the size of the MOA-MS, everyone thought a huge MS in their hearts. The test driver performs all checks in the cockpit. Under the guidance of the guide, he walked out of the field. The MOA was on the flight deck at this time, and the lights on the flight deck began to turn from red to yellow and finally to green. The MOA propeller was opened to 80%, and there was an extremely fast sprint. The test driver felt a little uncomfortable in his chest, and the body sprinted very fast. The test driver did not expect that such a large airframe weighs 100 tons, but its speed is surprisingly fast. As a test driver, He has verified and tested countless MSs. But he must admit that the MS he is driving now is not one of the fastest MSs he has tested. Next, test dodge, reaction, and more. The test driver found that the dodge and reaction of the MOA were not ideal. Although the skirt armor and legs also have propellers, it still cannot make it dodge well. Although the computer reacted quickly, allowing him to be reminded before being attacked, the body's reaction couldn't keep up with his movements and was always half a beat behind. Then there is the aspect of transformation. It takes a full 5 seconds to complete the transformation, and there are 3 full seconds during the transformation process, and no other actions can be performed. The test driver understands that such a deformation is a target on the battlefield, and this shortcoming is too obvious. Then, after transforming from a fighter plane into a humanoid form, a malfunction occurred suddenly. The test driver looked at the monitor and saw that the skeleton inside the machine broke. The next test can only be interrupted, and the MOA MS can only return to the base. In the distance of the base, several members of the Crusaders wearing Spartan uniforms turned on the camouflage function, mixed into the environment, and used the telephoto function to take pictures and record the test of the MOA MS just now, and passed everything just to the superior. In the hangar, the testing team is checking the data and the problems of the airframe. The most conspicuous member of the team was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a tall and hot figure, and a pair of long legs in a white coat. She is the designer of MOA MS, and she was awarded the title of Academician of Wanluo Federation at the age of 18 3 years ago. Her name is Cordelia Gallo. Academician Cordelia looked at the report document sent. The skeleton broke, and the skeleton was built with the most advanced technology in the country. As a result, the body only changed from a human form to a fighter plane, and then back to a human form. Repeated deformation once directly caused the skeleton breaks. Moreover, metal fatigue also appeared in the deformed structure, and Cordelia was very surprised. The deformation went back and forth once, and the metal was directly fatigued. Cordelia really couldn't figure it out. She once studied the deformed skeleton left over from some of Murasame's wreckage, and then tried her best to make a restoration design drawing for reference. The Bega's military enterprise once bought some Gym 2 and various series of short sword MS from the military of some countries for dismantling and research. Cordelia herself also participated in the dismantling of these MS as a research reference. The nuclear fission power plant of the MOA MS, etc., basically researched and even imitated the design of the Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor of the mass-produced version of the GM2. Although it is modeled on the Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, it does not even have a 40% effect. For this reason, when Cordelia only designed the MOA MS, a pair of nuclear fission power devices were installed, which caused the MOA MS is huge. However, this also yielded unexpected results. The effect surpassed the mass-produced version of the Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, and the output and thrust of the MOA surpassed that of the GM2, no less than that of the J-Gun MS. When Cordelia designed it, she wanted the MOA MS to be able to replace the backpack equipment like the 105 Dagger, but it took time to design the OS, more budget, and most importantly, time was tight. Cordelia had no choice but to use the concept of dueling daggers, so that MOA MS could add some armor and add external propellers and external weapons. It's just that she needs to solve the current problem at present, that is, how to deal with the skeleton will not break after several repeated deformations, and the deformed structure will not have metal fatigue and shorten the deformation time. Cordelia closed her eyes and thought about how to solve it. She was thinking about it by herself, but suddenly Long Fei came to her mind. At the beginning, Cordelia became the youngest academician in the history of Wanluo Federation at the age of 18 3 years ago. For such achievements, she has always been complacent and proud, and she is also the daughter of heaven in the country. For the pursuit of those noble sons in the country, she has her eyes above the top. But later, after learning that there is a character named Long Fei, I saw the Gundam he developed and the many weapons Ms. battleships and other technologies. Compared with him, I am a stupid sow. However, every time Cordelia heard about Long Fei or saw Long Fei on TV, she would blush and her heart beat. Cordelia knew that she fell in love with the character Long Fei, and that Long Fei also met her conditions for choosing a mate. Cordelia closed her eyes. If it was Long Fei, how would he solve the MOA problem? Colonel Marisat received information from a subordinate who infiltrated Colony 19. Colonel Marisat looked at the test video of the MOAMS and could see the problem of this MOAMS. You can't have both. The defense, power, and speed of this mobile suit must all reach the ideal level. It's just a dream. Even Gundam has to lower the requirements in certain fields. Colonel Marisat said, "On opinion." Then he asked the deputy behind him, "How about the other infiltration teams?" "Sir, they have already begun to carry out their tasks. If there is no exception, they will act in 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, a series of explosions occurred throughout Colony 19. Sirens were sounded one after another, and even explosions occurred in the hangars of some military bases, and many MS were blown up. Enemy attack. Some MIS drivers immediately ran to the hangar, ready to drive MS to attack. It's just that when the driver came to the hangar, he saw countless logistics personnel in the hangar lying in a pool of blood. Then countless laser lines pierced through the bodies of these drivers in all directions, and all the drivers fell to the ground, bleeding all over the ground. At the scene, 8 crusaders wearing Spartan uniforms appeared. The leader made a gesture, and everyone entered the cockpit of the Eagle MS to attack. Not far from Colonial Satellite 19, 2 meteorite military bases were also attacked by explosions. After the team in charge of infiltrating installed the bombs, they had already moved on to the next mission. The Crusader fleet disarms the Mirage system, and Corsair Gundam, Flint mass-produced Gundam, and F-90, B, D, L sortie. The 2 meteorite military bases were bombarded by 8 F-90Bs, and the meteorite military bases were suddenly paralyzed. Many mobile suits rushed out of the meteorite military base to meet the battle. The mobile suit troops on the front line were taken care of by the fellows behind them during the battle. These pilots did not understand why the fellows attacked them until their death. The fierce Eagle MS who attacked his colleagues sent an identification signal to F-90B. Then, these fierce Eagle MS and F-90B attack other targets together to cover other colleagues. Rebecca drove the Corsair Gundam X-3 and 3 other queens into Colonial Satellite 19, followed by 8 Flint mass-produced Gundams and 8 F-90DS. F-90L used a long-range sniper rifle to shoot down every target one after another, and the covering pirate Gundam team entered the Colonial Satellite. Corsair Gundam X-1 and X-2 used the destruction gun at the front to shoot down the front enemy MS. Rush into the port of the Colonial Satellite and start killing, shooting down MS and the bow of the key attacking warship. Under the arrangement of the military, Cordelia and a group of scientists escaped from the base through a safe passage and sent them to a safe place. After arranging to take a special protective vehicle, he rushed out of the base at an extremely fast speed and rushed to the secret port at an extremely fast speed through the secret passage. Otherwise, the secret passage exploded, breaking a big hole, and an F-90D was blown into the secret passage during the attack, and the secret convoy was discovered. The F-90D immediately blew up the next secret passage to prevent them from continuing to escape, and even contacted the infiltration team to capture the convoy. It is estimated that there are important people in this convoy. Seeing the road being blown up, the convoy in front had no choice but to turn back to the original road, but the other party didn't give him a chance, and the F-90D blew up their original driving road again, trapping their entire convoy. The drivers, special forces, of the convoy and the soldiers responsible for protecting the scientists all got out of the car and let the scientists get out of the car with them and cross the waste rocks that were piled up by the bombing. The F-90D driver didn't give them a chance, but fell directly in front of them, used the Vulcan cannon on his head to deter and blow up several armored vehicles, and ordered them to stay in place. The infiltration team came to the scene and all the soldiers and drivers, and found that the objects escorted by these soldiers were all the outstanding and top scientists of the Wanluo Federation. Report this to the superior Marisat School. Mary Sate arranged for an airship to take the scientists away. Pirate Gundam X-3 is holding the Muramasa Crazy Sword in his right hand, and opened the I-field generator in the palm of his left hand, shaking off the I-force field, and spraying a beam of light from a 35-meter-high body that looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The cannon spread out. The diffused light beams exploded to buildings and other facilities in all directions. Corsair Gundam X-3 unfolded the I-Force exhibition with one hand, and the propeller behind it was activated. Rushing to the Tyrannosaurus Rex-like body in front of it, the I-Force field was directly pushed in front of the muzzle, and the muzzle was directly scratched and exploded. It seems that the Tyrannosaurus King's body exploded directly from the inside and turned into scrap iron. Then the fuse of the Muramasa Crazy Sword was turned on, and 14 lightsabers emerged along the two edges of the sword. Pirate X-3 rushed to the Fierce Eagle and Ingfei MS in front of him, and cut them open one after another. Even if these MS use the beam sword to block Muramasa's crazy knife, they will directly cut the machine in half with the sword. Corsair X-3 rushed to several airframes that had not been recorded in the data and cut them all in half. The beam machine gun on the chest even shoots all the tanks on the ground. The Dark Hound in the form of a wire machine flew over the head of the Corsair Gundam X-3. Then, the shape-shifting human-shaped Dark Hound Gundam descended from the sky with a DODS spear, pierced through an unknown body in an instant, and then used a handheld weapon to vibrate the anchor, trapped and captured a Fierce Eagle MS, and released a high-voltage electricity perform an electric shock to paralyze it, and then rushed to the target DODS spear to penetrate its body. The Dark Hound then used the DODS guns on both sides of the spear to shoot at the nearby ominous eagles. Corsairs X-1 and X-2 also destroy all found MS. 8 Flint mass-produced Gundams and 8 F-90DS are used against the enemy. Compared with destroying other airframes, their mission is to destroy local military bases and factories of military enterprises. In addition to planting bombs at the beginning, the infiltrating team has another task to go to the bases of these military factories or companies to steal confidential information and kidnap their scientists, designers, etc. By the way, many airships entered Colonial Satellite 19 one by one, took away all these scientists and designers, destroyed the materials that could not be taken away, and killed those who could not be taken away. The person in charge of the colony satellite found that all the signals sent for help were intercepted by the other party, and the number 19 colony satellite was not responding every day, and the ground was not working. The residents in the colonial satellite are also in a mess at the moment. They really don't understand why the reinforcements have not come for a long time, even though there are other colonial satellites or military bases around the colonial satellite. To make matters worse, some airships landed in some houses, and the whole family in the houses was driven into the airships at gunpoint. Joya looked at the area around the screen that had been almost destroyed by them, and those unknown organisms were all a group of organisms for verification or testing. At the scene, there was also an infiltration team driving a Fierce Eagle to wreak havoc on the scene. Commander Marisat sent instructions that after the airships had all withdrawn from the colonial satellite, all the airframes returned to the mothership. After all the airframes return to the mothership, the ominous Eagle MS will take away those that can be taken away and throw the ones that cannot be taken away in space. Then, the Crusader Vanguard fleet activated the Mirage system and left the area. The 19th colony satellite can only send out a signal, and other colonial satellites or meteorite military bases rush to the 19th colony satellite. Looking at the colonial satellite 19, many facilities, factories, and military bases were completely destroyed, and the 2 meteorite military bases were also destroyed and paralyzed. The troops who came to the rescue heard the information from the surviving soldiers. The information of those companies was either stolen or destroyed. Scientists or developers were taken away by the Crusaders. Those who were unwilling to leave the scientists were all shot in the head. The news spread to the presidential palace very quickly. After hearing the news, Purvi wrote on the online book, "Damn Long Fei." This news also spread throughout the Wanluo Federation, and it spread to the entire world in a short while. The Wanluo Federation dispatched many troops to carry out a carpet search. However, the Crusader Vanguard fleet, which still had its Mirage system turned on, left the territory of the Wanluo Federation safely. Cordelia looked at the handcuffs on her hands, and then at the scientists around her who were locked in the detention room with her. Colonial Satellite 19, which is the most important thing to be protected, can be attacked by the opponent without warning, and the local communication is paralyzed, so that Colonial Satellite 19 cannot send a distress signal. Cordelia understood that the other party was able to do this because of their technology far surpassing that of the Wanluo Federation. And the things on them, the scientists, were confiscated, all their clothes were forced to be replaced with prison clothes, and the tracking chips implanted by the government in their bodies were easily eliminated and taken out by the other party. Academician Cordelia, what do you think they will do to us? A middle-aged man with gray hair asked Cordelia. Cordelia shook her head and said, I don't know, but based on our value, they won't be against us for the time being. I know this. We are still being taken away by the other party like no one without end under such a top priority of protection. Academician Kuluan, Tianyi Group possesses technology that surpasses our country's existing technology. You and I have also studied some of their MIS bodies, the internal structure, device power furnace, camera, software, main control computer, etc. Not only technology, the technology is far superior to ours, and even gave us a lot of inspiration and ideas. They can run in endlessly. It can only be said that their technology is far superior to ours, and we are far inferior to the other party who was hit by their dimensionality reduction. Yes, among other things, just talk about the Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor as the power furnace of MIS. If that technology is not given to us for research, it is to gather all the scientists in our country to conduct exploration and research. I am afraid that it will be 30 years old. It can't be developed in a year. Cordelia didn't speak, but she agreed with what Column said in her heart. At this time, the door of the detention room opened, and a man who appeared to be an officer walked in. Colin, Mike Harvey and Cordelia, please come with me when the name is called. The three of them walked out of the detention room and saw two middle-aged men and their fellow academician scientists coming out of the detention room in the next room. 4 men and 1 woman from the Wanluo Federation followed the officer to the bow room. Principal Marisat watched the 5 academicians of the Wanluo Federation come to the scene, shook hands with the 5 academicians, and introduced themselves. Kuluan asked calmly, What do you want to do with us? I don't want to do anything. I just want a few academicians to give up the nationality of the Wanluo Federation and serve our Tianyi group. Mike Harvey immediately said, This is impossible. If we dare to do this, how our relatives will be treated in the Wanluo Federation is an unimaginable consequence. Major Marisat snapped his fingers directly, and many 3-dimensional screens popped up behind him. On the screen are the family members of their academicians. Marisat said with a smile, We have brought all your family members, so there is nothing to worry about. Cordelia frowned and asked, The information of our academicians' family members has always been classified as high-level confidential information. How did you hack into our country's computer and find out our information? Well, the reason is actually very simple. That is, our technology is more advanced than yours, and your firewall defense system is really too backward for us. We can basically hack into it with little effort. The confidential documents you have in your country, or what kind of information, we have figured it out clearly. The academicians did not think of the firewall in their own country, but the firewall built by the most advanced and powerful team in the country. As a result, in the eyes of Tianyi Group, it was a very backward technology. They hacked in and completely avoided the sky, eye, and defense systems in the network, etc., and unknowingly fumbled through all the confidential documents of the country. How is it? Do you accept our invitation? Cordelia invited them to instigate rebellion. Then let's think about it. No problem, Adjutant. The arranged rooms are for these 5 academicians. Don't neglect them. The spokesperson of the Wanluo Federation's presidential palace opened a press conference, condemning the Tianyi mercenary group for kidnapping their scientists and academicians shamelessly, and ordered the Tianyi mercenary group to release them quickly. The official website of Tianyi Group responded, When we robbed our things, we said that we only took away future things. Then when we robbed your people, we just took away our future company employees. We only took away our future employees. The way also heals the body of the person. A few days later, Tianyi Group's official website released a video. The content of the video is that Cordelia and other 5 former academicians of the Wanluo Federation announced that they would renounce their original nationality and join the Tianyi mercenary group. This video directly caused 1,000 waves with one stone. All the domestic media of the Wanluo Federation directly condemned these academicians as traitors who betrayed the country, claiming that they are a group of ungrateful people who have forgotten the cultivation of the country. Immediately afterwards, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, in addition to announcing that they would sell the stolen Eagle MS, the confidential technology snatched from Colonial Satellite Number 19 and various military enterprises before, is going to be auctioned online, ready to bid higher wins. This directly angered all the military enterprises in the Wanluo Federation. It is illegal to sell other people's patented products. Corps sued the International Court of Justice. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Group replied directly, "If you want to sue, you can sue. Anyway, we don't accept any judgments. This is what you learned. If the judgment is beneficial to you, the other party must abide by it. If the judgment is unfavorable to you, you just throw it in the toilet like toilet paper." Then, another video was released on the official website of the Tianyi Group. At that time, those other scientists, developers, etc. were arrested, and they also announced that they would give up their citizenship of the Wanluo Federation and join the Tianyi Group. This time, the wave of chaos was even higher. The media news anchors of the Wanluo Federation strongly condemned the shamelessness of the Tianyi Group. Corps. The Tianyi Mercenary Group announced on the official website, "If you want to fight, hurry up and wait for you. Just talk and don't practice fake moves. Don't let us despise you." As for whether the Wanluo Federation will really fight, Long Fei is actually sure that the Wanluo Federation will not dare to fight, even if they have extremely high public opinion to fight this battle. The capitalists behind them are not willing to fight this battle, because if there is a war in other areas, then they can control the food in that area to raise prices to make money, and those military enterprises can also sell weapons. A country in a state of war. But if this war is launched, it is not a war in other regions, but it is almost a local war, and military enterprises may be able to earn money from the government and the military. But as for food, there may be problems with imports. Maybe some countries will stop importing food into the Wanluo Federation or reduce the amount of imports to the Wanluo Federation. The price of food in the Wanluo Federation will rise gradually. Those capitalists who engage in food may be able to make endless profits, but it is the local people who suffer. Once the price of food is too high and the people cannot afford food, it will definitely happen. The riots, and the first to bear the brunt, are the governments and politicians of the Wanluo Federation. Imported energy and resources will also be hindered. In the colony of District 7, energy, resources, food, etc. have all begun to be hindered by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. For those merchant ships who want to enter the Wanluo Federation's District 8 colony from the 7th District colony, Long Fei has sent representatives of the Tianyi Group to negotiate with the relevant companies. Those merchant ships entering the 8th District must pay tolls and carry out a round inspection. Tolls can be passed on to your buyers. These merchants are not the ones who will suffer losses. On the surface, they gave the Tianyi Mercenary Group a toll, and when passing it on to their buyers, they deliberately raised the price higher. On the surface, they paid the toll, but in fact they earn more. Although, the Wanluo Federation requires these merchants to enter the 8th District from the 7th District colony and enter the 9th District from the 9th District. But the merchants all refused, on the grounds that it was too time-consuming and cost-effective. If the merchants of the Wanluo Federation have to leave the 7th area for export, they must also pay tolls, and even have to be inspected repeatedly by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. In addition, they even have to pay higher tolls. Once the exit is found to be different from the information, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will immediately confiscate it. Most of the merchant ships of the Wanluo Federation are unwilling to change to start from the 9th area. The same reason is time-consuming and costly. The Wanluo Federation army did not dare to merchant ships out of the colony in District 7. Once they left the border of the Wanluo Federation, they would be warmly received by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. And once the fight starts, not only the Tianyi Mercenary Group in the 7th District colony will be completely blocked, but also the 9th District colony. Because, since the United States signed the treaty, the 3 colonial satellites in the 9th District colony have become the private property of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Because of the distance and the relationship between the Wanluo Federation, it is difficult to manage. In fact, the suggestion given by the strategic version of the Type 0 system is to donate these 3 colonial satellites to the 2 empires. But Long Fei himself was a businessman. And if he directly donated the colonial satellites to those two empires, it is estimated that the soldiers of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps would also be dissatisfied. So Long Fei held an auction, and he was sure that the two empires would definitely buy them at a high price regardless of any cost. The 9th District Colony had always been the back garden of the Wanluo Federation. After Long Fei sold it to these two empires, it was equivalent to putting a few fires in the back garden of the Wanluo Federation. District 9 can basically be infiltrated by the two empires. Once the Wanluo Federation and the Tianyi Mercenary Group really start fighting, maybe his entire exit line will be blocked by the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the two empires. The two great empires are eyeing each other at this moment, waiting for the two sides to fight. Although capitalists and businessmen are all profit-seeking, and they all look at immediate interests, but as some big families of business families and enterprises can last for more than 100 years, and they are also talents with long-term vision. They understand that once they really fight, they must be the ones who suffer the most. Therefore, these business families have made several preparations. One is to make as much profit as possible, and the other is to flee from the Wanluo Federation immediately once the fight really starts. This one has also been discussed with the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Feng Kai fought. They hoped to let them go. They were willing to pay a considerable amount of money and property to the Tianyi Mercenary Group. 7. On the other hand, there are a lot of politicians in the Wanluo Federation. No matter how short-sighted they are, they still have their own think tanks to give them advice. Seeing all kinds of unfavorable factors, these politicians dare not fight, whether they are in the opposition or in the government. It's the same. So there are so many problems. It is useless for the people of Wanluo Federation to shout loudly, because the people in power of Wanluo Federation neither want nor dare to fight. After Long Fei also saw these factors, he discussed with Li Jiaming. The Tianyi Mercenary Group has repeatedly attacked our Wanluo Federation. A meteorite military base was attacked by the Crusaders. More than a dozen F-90Bs launched countless missiles, which directly damaged and paralyzed the target meteorite military base. The mobile suits rushed out of the meteorite military base were hit hard by other pirate Gundams and F-90 Gundams. It has been a month since the 5 academicians and many scientists of Wanluo Federation joined Tianyi Group without giving up their original nationality. Somewhere in the Wanluo Federation was attacked from time to time, and every time it was attacked suddenly, it was completely unaware of how the Crusaders ran in. Although the media of the Wanluo Federation has always covered up the incident of the attack, it still cannot stop the public's right to know. Many people have checked foreign websites and found out that many meteorite military bases in the Wanluo Federation of their country have been attacked from time to time. Originally, after discussing with Li Jiaming, Long Fei planned to let the Tianyi Mercenary Group continue to keep troops at the junction of the 7th District Colony and the Wanluo Federation border, and just let the merchant ships in and out pay tolls as usual. It was only later that the media spread the news that Long Fei's 3 sisters were almost kidnapped by spies or agents sent by the Wanluo Federation. Although the Wanluo Federation immediately denied it, and Long Fei's intelligence team, including the investigation organization, knew that this was just a fake news spread by the media. But the media portrayed it vividly, so Long Fei decided to push the boat along, using Tianyi Group's official website to announce, the Wanluo Federation will pay the price. In fact, Long Fei and Li Jiaming wanted to test the new mobile suits, to see how effective these new mobile suits were in actual combat. That's why the military bases of the Wanluo Federation are attacked from time to time. Moreover, the Crusaders often use the Mirage system to deliberately destroy the radar station of the Wanluo Federation, etc., and then allow other troops to come in and do damage. Colonial Satellite Number 29 was ransacked by a brigade-class fleet of Tianyi Mercenary Corps at this time, although the Wanluo Federation dispatched troops to support. A pair of cannons mounted on the shoulders of a 3 Malawian Quaches shot down 2 Eagle mobile suits in an instant, and then used a dedicated beam rifle to hit several mobile suits one after another. Another Delta Plus flew quickly in the form of a fighter plane and fired a beam gun during the flight, hitting a mobile suit with one shot. Then, the Delta Plus fighter transformed into a mobile suit and then fired grenades from the 2-barrel grenade launcher inside the shield, instantly blasting the 2 mobile suits. Then shoot with the beam gun in your hand. one shot is accurate, and two shots are a pair. Since the elite troops and General Special Forces mass-produced Gundams at the Mother Base were replaced with Delta Plus and Mk3, they have basically not been put into the battlefield. Because no pirate gang or criminal organization dares to provoke the Tianyi mercenary group. Even if some pirate groups are found to test the new mass-produced Gundam, it is impossible to test the new type of Gundam with the pirate pilots and the modified engineering mass-produced Gundam. So now some elite troops or General Special Forces at the Mother Base will arrange to enter the territory of the Romanian Federation for actual combat tests. Several Mk3s covered each other and shot from position, not only shot down countless Wanluo Federation MS, but also destroyed many warships of Wanluo Federation. In many battlefields, the Wanluo Federation did not take advantage, but the Tianyi mercenary group retreated unscathed. Pu Erwei, the psychopath selected by Long Fei jokingly called a bunch of idiots, has been mentally haggard recently. At this moment, every day when he hears that a certain place in the country is attacked, he will be reviled by a bunch of ordinary people. The people call him a president who is strong but capable, relying on his arrogant tone to embolden him. In fact, he wanted to fight a long time ago, but the capitalists behind him, including those members of Congress, are completely restricting him. Even if he issued an emergency war decree, the members of Congress can refute the decision with more than 3/4 of the votes. Because of the back garden of the Wanluo Federation, the colonies in District 9 found that their imports had problems at this moment. After verification, it was the two empires who hindered their country's imports of resources, energy, etc., which led to a shortage of domestic resources and energy. Prices rose uncontrollably. At this time, the head of the news department came to report to Purvi that the editor of the news media who had spread rumors to smear Long Fei and sent someone to kidnap Long Fei's sister had caught him. Purvi immediately asked the Minister of Information to open a press conference to clarify the matter. The Wanluo Federation Presidential Office held a press conference and arrested the editor of the news media who had smeared them at the beginning and asked him to clarify that they were the ones who spread rumors to smear the Wanluo Federation and sent secret agents to kidnap Long Fei's sisters. At the Mother Base, Long Fei watched the actual combat reports of Mk3 and many other MS and weapons, and just received the clarification from the press conference held by the Presidential Palace of the Wanluo Federation. Long Fei just happened to have already completed the actual combat test of the things he wanted to test, so he decided to go along with the flow. Tianyi Group's official website announced, "We have indeed received relevant information and conducted investigations. It just so happened that we also discovered that it was indeed the media that discredited the Wanluo Federation, which led to our side launching a wrong battle and causing I apologize for the loss of the Wanluo Federation." The Presidential Office of the Wanluo Federation issued a statement at this moment, requesting the Tianyi mercenary group to compensate for the damage caused to the Wanluo Federation. As a result, the official website of Tianyi Group responded, "I am deeply sorry for the fact that we received wrong information and hurt the Wanluo Federation. We have already apologized here. Let this matter go like this. Just like you before, you received wrong information and destroyed it unintentionally. In other countries, the matter can be solved by saying sorry. So we are the same as your Wanluo Federation. We can solve the matter by apologizing." The international statement regarding the Tianyi mercenary group can only say that the Wanluo Federation has nothing to say about the road that the Wanluo Federation has traveled. No matter how much the Wanluo Federation protests at this moment, the Tianyi group just ignores it. As the big brother country of the democratic camp, the Federation of all things at this moment has already existed in name only, and the 7th and 9th democracies in the front and back, the Wanluo Federation, have begun to fail. At the junction with the Wanluo Federation border, the Tianyi mercenary group has withdrawn part of the fleet to their respective bases. The remaining fleet continues to be responsible for monitoring every move of the Wanluo Federation and collecting tolls for merchant ships entering and leaving. At this moment, Long Fei began to turn his attention to the United Nations of the Angrissa Democratic Peoples, the second largest superpower in the democratic camp, but in fact it was far superior to the Wanluo Federation in terms of strength. The 4th District Colony is an alliance of all the democratic countries, and then the strongest Anglo-Democratic country is the core to form the current Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic. It has been a long time since the 5th District Colony has been fully infiltrated by the forces of the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic. The 5th District Colony is also invested by the Tianyi Group, and the 11th and 12th branch bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Group are located in the 5th District Colony. The strategy Long Fei adopts at this moment is to monitor temporarily, and then continue to increase his strength. In one of the modified meteorite research institutes connected to the mother base, Cordelia is researching things. Ever since Cordelia, who came to the mother base, saw the yearning Long Fei, she was extremely excited. It's just that Cordelia is currently unable to meet and communicate with Long Fei face-to-face. Cordelia has been staying at the mother base for a while, and the functions of the equipment here far exceed those of the Wanluo Federation. And most of the things here are designed and developed by Long Fei. At this time, a staff member took out a recording card slot, inserted the slot, and popped up several three-dimensional image files, and instructed all the researchers to reprint the image files from their own if they wanted to study any file technology. Seat tablet for research. This has been studied by researchers on site, including Cordelia, who is now working on a new armor material for flat files. Look at the document explanation of the new metal alloy. Cordelia felt a little emotional. If she could master the technology of this new metal alloy, the deformation structure of the MOA would not have cracks, and the problem of metal fatigue would not even appear all of a sudden. At this time, the work of the staff for the researchers is to make the technology on the document more refined, or to make the details better. Cordelia raised her hand and asked the staff, "Excuse me, are these things designed by Boss Long Fei?" "Yes, it's all designed by Boss Long Fei." "Then why do you need to make it more refined, or make the details better? It stands to reason that you don't need to do these things anymore." "Well, the main purpose is to make the details better, mainly so that there will not be too much damage when it is put into the battlefield in the future, and it can also save costs in manufacturing. And the boss also hopes that you are doing these details and adjustments. On the one hand, don't lengthen the manufacturing time. What the boss wants is to shorten the time, and listening to the staff's instructions, all the researchers also began to choose the technology they are good at. Cordelia looked at the documents in front of her. If there are some adjustments and details, it is no problem to shorten the manufacturing time. The problem is that the cost will be improved, and the defense effect will be improved, and the weight and toughness will be reduced. This also affects manufacturing time and cost. Cordelia needs a little time to research this. On the other side, Long Fei personally tested Neo Gundam and tested Neo Gundam's psychosensory device. Under the control of Long Fei's mental and spatial sensing, the floating cannon can fly at different angles and attack the target from any tricky angle. And according to the original book, the floating cannon originally didn't have the function of charging, but with Long Fei's improvement, the floating cannon can return to the fuselage for charging. Then test the protective cover opened by the floating cannon. Many energy weapons can't penetrate it, and only the main gun of the battleship level can barely penetrate it. After Long Fei tested the protective cover of the floating cannon. As for the protective cover, eye field generator and beam shield, which kind of defensive armor is better depends not only on the actual combat, but also on the person using it. Then test the acceleration and maneuverability of Neo Gundam. The special propeller is really good. It really brings the speed and maneuverability of Neo Gundam to a higher level. After Neo Gundam tested other aspects, Neo Gundam returned to the hangar. Long Fei walked out of the cockpit, watching that Neo Gundam's additional armor parts were being manufactured, and this armor-increasing parts would be tested after assembly. Long Fei then looked at the S Gundam being manufactured, which was assembled with the same core components as the Z Gundam. Similarly, except for the core components being manned, Long Fei modified the other parts A and B to be unmanned. A special feature of the S Gundam is that the control system is equipped with a special artificial intelligence Alice. Like the original book, the artificial intelligence Alice can display accurate judgments during battles. It can not only give suggestions to the passengers during battles, but even engage in automatic battles. More importantly, the artificial intelligence Alice has a female personality, can grow up by falling in love with the driver, gain feelings, and can learn by itself. Moreover, Long Fei also made an evil joke a female elf with long black hair and blue eyes like the deep sea, with a model-like figure and a pair of long legs will appear on the all-around display screen in the cockpit. Her name is Alice. The pilot of the S Gundam, Long Fei, appointed student Li Xiuqing to drive. Li Xiuqing has recently known about his problem to Long Fei. Ever since Sister Zhouyu awakened and found out that they have the qualifications of a new human being, Li Xiuqing has been hit and frustrated. Originally, the two sisters were not as good as him in fighting alone. Since the ability to awaken new humans was tested, after a series of related training, even the driving skills have improved. Now the two sisters can't lose to him in single fights. Once the two sisters use some mental devices used by new humans in the simulated battle, they can basically suppress Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing looked at his former colleagues, who were gradually surpassing him, and although he himself had undergone some surgical operations to strengthen his strength, but the span of improvement was not as much as Zhou Yu's sisters, which made him sometimes very decadent in doing things. And Tao Xiang told Long Fei these things by his pillow. Tao Xiang told Long Fei by his pillow that when Li Xiuqing dated some women recently, he broke up or cheated in a few months or a few days. Originally, Long Fei didn't want to take care of Li Xiuqing's private life, but he knew where Li Xiuqing's problem was, and he relied on the recent decadence to vent his emotions. Once, Li Xiuqing asked Long Fei for a surgical transformation of the Alea consciousness system, but Long Fei refused. Long Fei once persuaded him that he should not rely on such external power as the Alea consciousness system. Only with self-confidence can progress be made. But Li Xiuqing didn't want to obey at all, and felt that Long Fei didn't help his friend at all, and even had a dispute with Long Fei directly. At work, he has gradually alienated Long Fei. Long Fei listened to Tao Xiang's pillow talk to him again, and Long Fei decided to develop the S Gundam, telling Li Xiuqing that he would develop a special Gundam for him, which might improve his abilities. For this reason, the relationship between Li Xiuqing and Long Fei eased up. Li Xiuqing looked at the core fighter of the S Gundam, and now he really wanted to test the S Gundam right now. Okay, Xiuqing, don't look at it. You can test the S Gundam in a few days. Li Xiuqing glanced at Long Fei, then looked at the core fighter, and said, Old Fei, I can't wait to test it now. Long Fei made a nasty joke. If Lin Yuehua knew that you were more active in manipulating Gundam than in emotion, I wonder if she would directly pull your ears. 3 black lines appeared on Li Xiuqing's head, and he waved his hands and said, don't mention her to me. No matter what, I just regard her as my younger sister, and I don't recognize the marriage of the family. At that time, you still lost your temper with me and argued with me. I was wondering whether to call her over. Li Xiuqing immediately clasped his hands together and said to Long Fei, Old Fei, I was just talking to you at that time, losing my temper with you. Don't take it seriously, don't call her over. Okay, just kidding, you can test the S Gundam in a few days. Li Xiuqing was inspecting at the core of S Gundam, and the female elf Alice appeared on the display screen all over the sky. Hello, are you the master Li Xiuqing? Li Xiuqing was taken aback. Looking at the female elf with peerless beauty that appeared on the screen, Li Xiuqing was dumbfounded. Alice looked at Li Xiuqing with a cute look and asked Li Xiuqing in a pleasant voice, Master, what's wrong with you? Li Xiuqing, who came back to his senses, shook his head. Oh, it's okay. Then he muttered to himself, Damn Lao Fei, you are playing with me. Hey, Master, what were you talking about just now? What are you going to play? Ah, no. On the other side, Long Fei was sitting on the office chair, looking at the 3-dimensional image that popped up from the desk, which was the miniature camera that he had installed in the core fighter of the S Gundam earlier. Looking at the screen, Li Xiuqing's very funny side. Not only Long Fei lying on the table laughing, Tao Xiang beside him directly lay on Long Fei's back and patted Long Fei's shoulders. His shoulders were shaking nonstop. Tao Xiang finally stopped laughing, pointed at Long Fei, and said, Why are you so bad? You actually mistreat your friend like this. Who told him to play with my temper at that time? And you also told me that he often cheated, so I decided to deal with him. Then Tao Xiang held back her smile and asked, Speaking of which, can this artificial intelligence system really improve his skills? I don't know about this. I just hold the mentality of trying. Li Xiuqing, S Gundam Core Fighter Sortie Test. The core fighter is ejected followed by the A part and B part under the automatic operating system. Then, under Li Xiuqing's operation and instructions, the core fighter, Part A and Part B were combined to form the S Gundam. Li Xiuqing began to test, and Alice performed a simulation after observing the master's technique when maneuvering and dodging. Alice gave some better suggestions to the owner, told the owner that there is a better way to dodge, and even gave the owner a suggestion to fly and dodge by sticking to the beam. How is this possible? I'm not a new human, nor an adjustment person. How can I do it? Alice encouraged. Master, please have confidence in yourself. Alice believes that Master can do it. Okay, then I would like to thank you for your encouragement. Li Xiuqing dodged in the usual way. Master, why don't you leave it to Alice? Or you just need to put your hands on the lever and your feet on the pedals. Can you operate the S Gundam? Yes. As long as the Master encounters a crisis and his life is threatened, Alice will immediately control the S Gundam to help the Master through the crisis. Li Xiuqing was a little dubious when he heard this, but he thought that this Gundam and artificial intelligence were also made by an old friend. No one can believe it, but this old friend can definitely believe it. Okay, let's try it. Captain Li's actions suddenly look like two different people. The staff in the command room watched the screen and the data change. The South Gundam flew close to the beam and rushed towards the target, and the data suddenly increased a lot. Li Jiaming looked at the automatic rotation and sinking of the grip and pedals. He could sense such driving skills, which was very powerful. Alice, can I do simulation exercises? Yes. Alice has designed a set of driving skills training for the Master, which can improve the Master's original driving skills. Li Xiuqing said, Old Fei, I really have you. It's really cool to have such a great technique. The staff in the command room suddenly discovered that every time Li Xiuqing changed to another test training, his operation skills would suddenly improve a lot after a period of time, which surprised all the staff. The staff thought that Li Xiuqing had suddenly awakened into a new human being. Then, after the test was over, someone asked Li Xiuqing to conduct the new human test, and the result was that there was no physical ability for the new human. At this moment, Li Xiuqing doesn't care if he is a new human being, because he already has the artificial intelligence that Alice can make him improve. Li Xiuqing began to accept a series of simulation training conducted by Alice in the cockpit. During the simulation training, Alice will also give him some advice. After several days of simulated training, Li Xiuqing also found that his technique had really improved. Li Xiuqing twisted his neck, stretched his waist, and yawned. Master, you must take care of your health. If you collapse from exhaustion, Alice will be very sad. Hearing Alice's pleasant and aggrieved voice, Li Xiuqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed, couldn't help scratching the back of his head, and said, Okay, I will pay attention. Let's practice until today. Well, Master, good night. Good night, Alice. Li Xiuqing turned off the power and walked out of the cockpit, just in time for Long Fei to lean against the railing. How? What do you think of the artificial intelligence I designed? Old Fei, all I can say is this is awesome. How did you create such an awesome artificial intelligence? Do you like it? Fell in love with Alice so quickly? Long Fei asked in feigned surprise. FCK, it's not the kind of love between men and women. I just said that I like this kind of system. TCH, I thought you really fell in love with Alice. I immediately pulled out this artificial intelligence system and then put it into the body of an intelligent person so that you can fall in love with her. I'll go, is that okay? What's wrong? If you really want to, I'll help you create an intelligent person right away. Whatever appearance, figure, and height can satisfy you. No, I never thought about falling in love with artificial intelligence. Li Xiuqing waved his hand. Okay, just kidding. The Crusaders will be back tomorrow. You can compete with Sister Zhouya and the others to see if you have made any progress. That's what I meant. But then again, there is no conflict with the Wanluo Federation now, and the target of the Crusaders' robbery is actually the fellow pirates. Isn't it good? Pirates are robbing pirates, and they are not within our sphere of influence. The places we are going to now are the colonies in districts 2, 3, 9, and 10. Many pirate groups have fled there from our sphere of influence. It's not bad to send the Crusaders to rob and ask them to pay for life insurance, by the way. You can figure out this kind of thing. Anyway, it's good to make money. If you earn so much, remember to treat FCK your sister to make money and ask me to treat you. But when you lose money, you don't necessarily have to treat me to dinner. Li Xiuqing directly gave Long Fei a middle finger. FCK, have you ever lost money in business? It's true that the richer you are, the more expensive you are. Long Fei gave him a supercilious look. Long Fei returned to his office and looked at the F-91 that was on the development and manufacturing schedule. Long Fei had to study its biochemical computer. If the F-91 was also good in actual combat, he would consider producing a mass-produced model. Then Long Fei looked at the newly uploaded report file. The key content was a new type of armor material, which had already been improved, which could shorten the development cost and time. Moreover, Long Fei also found a document report that the reformer wanted to meet Long Fei. Long Fei agreed. Cordelia was very excited when she learned that Long Fei was willing to meet her. Cordelia's dress is extremely youthful and beautiful today. She wants to present the most beautiful side to Long Fei. She hopes to make Long Fei leave a good impression. Led by the staff, Cordelia came to the door of Long Fei's office, and there was another secretary's desk beside the door. Tao Xiang was processing the documents. When she saw Cordelia for the first time, Tao Xiang felt a sense of crisis and disgust flashed in her heart for some reason. I obviously don't know the woman in front of me, but I have such emotions and feelings in my heart. If we talk about appearance, this woman's appearance is not inferior to hers. It can even be seen that she is a combination of beauty and wisdom. Beauty. When Cordelia saw Tao Xiang, a flash of unhappiness flashed in her heart. After the staff informed Tao Xiang, she left the scene. You wait a moment, the boss is dealing with other work. Cordelia nodded, sitting gracefully on a sofa, waiting to meet Long Fei. About half an hour later, Tao Xiang told Cordelia that Long Fei wanted to meet her and led her into Long Fei's office. Cordelia saw Long Fei, whom she had always wanted to meet and was still thinking about, and Long Fei was looking down at the document at the moment. Tao Xiang walked up to Long Fei, spoke in Long Fei's ear affectionately, and then reached out to help Long Fei straighten his collar. Tao Xiang is swearing sovereignty in front of Cordelia. Cordelia frowned, and after Tao Xiang walked out of the office, Cordelia stood motionless, waiting for Long Fei to speak. Looking at the document, Long Fei asked, "Tell me, how did you lower the manufacturing time and cost of the new type of armor?" When Cordelia explained, she took some existing technologies of Tianyi Group and made partial modifications. Cordelia wanted to take 2 steps forward while explaining, and when she wanted to sit in front of Long Fei looked at the document and raised his hand to stop. You moved the chair and sat where you were standing just now. The smell of perfume on your body is too pungent. Cordelia didn't expect that she dressed up carefully, but Long Fei didn't like the expensive perfume smell on her body, and it even made him feel pungent, which made her feel like she had left a bad impression on Long Fei. Cordelia fell silent for a while, and Long Fei didn't look up at her at all. Long Fei knocked on the table. "Keep talking, don't stop." Cordelia came back to her senses and continued to explain. After Cordelia finished explaining, Long Fei glanced at Cordelia from the document and said, "It seems that your talents are very good, and it is a bit difficult for you to be an ordinary, D-level researcher. You are so talented. You will be promoted to a 3rd-class researcher, C-level, and you can choose 4 people from the general researcher as your team." After finishing speaking, Long Fei went on to read the document. Cordelia didn't expect that after she explained so many technical theories to Long Fei only promoted her to 1 level. Cordelia was a little taken aback. Long Fei then looked up at Cordelia and asked, "Is there any question?" "No matter how I say it, I am also a former academician of the Wanluo Federation. Why am I only a C-level researcher?" The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up, and he sneered. "Humph, you can become an academician of a superpower at your level, which only proves that the level of the Wanluo Federation is no more than that. I took away a bunch of your so-called most powerful people from my army. From the perspective of advanced technology, I took a quick look at all the technologies that are garbage. I checked your information a little, and the MOA MS that is currently under development was designed and developed by you, right?" "Yes," Long Fei said coldly. "Trash." Cordelia was hit so hard by someone she admired, but Cordelia still had her own pride and couldn't help but refute. "If my things are rubbish, then why do you still sell my things? It's to me, but to other countries, it's a treasure. Even the I don't like is considered a treasure by others, so why don't I sell it? Cordelia was completely devastated by the blow, and then Long Fei said something that made her crit hit 10,000 points. Moa is not even as good as the Jiegong I am currently serving. Jiegong is just something I drew and designed when I was a teenager. You are far worse than what I designed when I was a teenager. Are you ashamed to tell me that you want a higher-level researcher status? Cordelia lowered her head in shame. She was a proud girl admired by people in the Wanluo Federation, but she was only a small role in front of Long Fei, and she might even be regarded as trash. Do you think I see you as trash? Cordelia did not answer. I have never regarded any researcher as rubbish, except for those of you who are academicians from a certain country who are self-righteous, pretending to be reserved and proud, pretending to be big-tailed wolves. People like you are in my eyes. If you don't want me to look at you as trash, at least develop or research something that makes me look up a little bit, so that I can appreciate you and see you as talents. Otherwise, you are trash. After Cordelia was left speechless, she suddenly thought of a question and said to Long Fei, Boss Long Fei, I just want to ask you a question. Ask. You have developed so many things, so why do you need us to help you deal with some details or places? If I have to deal with this kind of thing, then what researcher do I need? What do you guys need to do? Isn't this slowing down my research and development, design and development of new technologies? Cordelia had nothing to say at this time. She was indeed inferior to Long Fei by one dimension, and Long Fei did have the qualifications to treat these national academicians as rubbish. If it's okay, step back and go form your team. Yes. Cordelia bowed to Long Fei. She didn't expect that the first meeting with Long Fei would be like this. She thought she could sit down with Long Fei and talk about their research and exchanges in each other's fields. It's a level behind him, and I don't have the qualifications to communicate with him at all. After Cordelia left Long Fei's office, Tao Xiang entered the office with a new document and handed it to Long Fei. Another national academician was hit by you. Humph. Don't hit them. They thought they were in their former country, where the stars are above the moon. Let them know not to put on a self-righteous appearance in front of me. Otherwise, I will let them know what is. If someone said that about them, maybe they would turn away immediately. Huh. It depends on who is talking to them. I have the qualifications. Don't call them garbage. I just point their noses at them. I have the qualifications. But having said that, not only do they not show you off, some of them even respect you, and even sincerely ask you for advice. Even if they still know what it means to learn without age, and to be a teacher if you have mastered it. Zhouya came out of the simulated battle cockpit with a look of surprise. She didn't expect Li Xiuqing's driving skills to improve a lot, and defeated her in a few minutes, just like the previous situation. Zhona didn't expect her sister to lose. Then the two sisters dealt with Li Xiuqing as they did before. The result was a tie. On the screen, a pair of cannon beam cannons on the back of S Gundam penetrated the cockpits of X1 and X2 of Pirate Gundam, and the destruction guns on the hands of Pirate Gundam X1 and X2 also shot through the cockpit of S Gundam. Sister Zhou Yaoyang couldn't help asking Li Xiuqing, could Li Xiuqing also be a new human being who has awakened the ability of a new human being? No, I'm not a new human being. Lao Fei designed a very good system for me to improve my driving skills. It happened that Long Fei was also on the scene, and Sister Zhouya and other ace pilots also asked Long Fei to use the system Li Xiuqing used. We have to wait for a while now. Li Xiuqing is the subject of research. If there is really no problem, you can use it in the future. Today, Long Fei and Li Jiaming had a meeting with the commanders of many sub-bases. Recently, Long Fei came up with a plan, that is, every base should have as many military simulation battles as possible every month. It is divided into red and blue groups, and the equipment of the two armies will be randomly determined. Simply put, the equipment of the two armies may be more advanced than the other. Long Fei would think of such a plan, and remembered that in his previous life, there were indeed countries that adopted simulated battles between the red and blue armies. Another point was that the weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group were very advanced, and they had always been the superior equipment to attack the party with weaker weapons. The actual combat experience of the Tianyi mercenary group is to fight in a superior position, and they don't know how to fight in a disadvantaged situation. Long Fei once thought that if the Tianyi mercenary group was in a disadvantageous situation one day, probably no general would be able to come up with a good way to reverse the disadvantage. Moreover, Long Fei also informed the commanders of all the bases of his thinking. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming agreed with the boss's concerns and agreed with Long Fei's plan very much. Most of the commanders of other sub-bases were in favor or did not express, and no one opposed it. Starting from the next month, military simulation battles between the Red and Blue armies have already begun from the mother base to other sub-bases. Many national media paid attention to the simulated military battle between the Red and Blue armies of the Tianyi mercenaries. The simulated battle object is either to fight against yourself or to simulate and create a stronger enemy by yourself and simulate a battle with yourself. Although many media or hired experts half-jokingly said that the Tianyi mercenary group seems to be invincible in the entire world, they have no opponents, and no country is worthy of them as their imaginary enemies or simulate a powerful alien civilization by yourself to challenge. The military generals of the authorities of various countries attach great importance to the military simulation battle between the Red and Blue armies of the Tianyi mercenary group and can even follow suit, which can improve the actual combat capabilities of the Legion and even simulate how to reverse the defeat in an unfavorable situation. Countries have also followed the example of the Red and Blue armies in military simulation battles. The simulated opponents of various countries are the Tianyi mercenary group, because the military strength of the Tianyi mercenary group really shocked them. Therefore, the Tianyi mercenary group has become their strongest imaginary enemy, and all countries are also studying how to defeat Gundam. On the other hand, Long Fei tested the F-91 Gundam test today. Under Long Fei's test, the biocomputer is indeed the product of the previous generation of Pirate Gundam's biocomputer. Then, it was tested that the MCA armor was applied to the technology of constructing the mental frame, and electronic equipment, including computer chips, were successfully cast into the structural material, and the function of the mental induction frame could also be replaced by the cooperation of the MCA armor and the biological computer. Then there is the biological sensor. The seat has a built-in biological sensor, which can be connected to the biological computer in the head, which can capture Long Fei's thoughts and emotions and effectively improve the tracking and reaction speed of the body. The Minovsky suspension system is also a tested technology, which can be completely suspended in midair. This technology made everyone in the command room dumbfounded. If this technology can be mass-produced, then fighting under the gravity of the atmosphere will not make everyone feel disadvantaged. The Minovsky suspension system can allow those pilots who are used to fighting space warfare and are not good at fighting gravity warfare to fight as if they are in a space environment. Then, F-91 Gundam went to test other technologies and weapons, etc. Long Fei was very satisfied with this. After the test, Long Fei decided to develop the mass-produced F-91 Gundam and set up a new direct unit. In addition to the F-91 Gundam mass-produced model to be developed, Long Fei also developed the Death Knight. The Hades system was replaced by the Exam system, and the MS was also equipped with the Shadow Mad Dog team. The Death Knight is driven by the best pilot of the Shadow Mad Dogs. These two mass-produced MS Long Feis that Long Fei is developing have to go through a series of improvements. On the other side, a colonial satellite of the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy, a luxurious castle-like villa owned by the Armistead family. The head of the Armistead family, Billy Armistead, is sitting on the chair of the owner at the moment. In addition to listening to family members reporting the statements of various companies in the family business, Billy Armistead also listened to reports from the presidents of companies in other industries. Although Billy Armistead's expression was calm, the anger in his heart was already brewing. Because companies in many industries have already incurred losses, and most of the reasons for the losses are that they lost in the competition with Tianyi Group's companies. In the electrical industry, industrial industry, transportation industry, etc., in the competition, they not only lose to each other in terms of price, but even in terms of technology. Authorities in many countries choose the one with the better price and the cheaper price. The colonial democracy in District 7 and the colonial part of District 5 procured arms from the Sky Wing Arms Manufacturing Company. The market of the Armistead military industry group of the Armistead family was gradually eroded by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Even if the Armistead military industry group adopts a price war and some discounts, those customers are still unwilling to buy and would rather buy the arms of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, which has a higher price but does not have any discounts. The current price of the GM2 has been bid to 200 million yuan. This is just the airframe, not counting its spare parts and those external equipment. Even if the price of Mofeng is 100 million yuan, no one cares about it. There are all kinds of equipment and spare parts for 150 million yuan, and there are still no countries or mercenary groups to purchase. If it weren't for the fact that the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic has some strength to restrain other democratic countries, there might not be many countries willing to purchase Mofeng MS except for its own country. Billy Armistead has already made another preparation at this moment, which is to lobby the national government to start planning coups in some democratic countries that are no longer under control, and to support those regimes that are pro-Anglo-Saxon. Enterprises can enter the market of these countries and then cannibalize the economic lifeline of these countries. If Long Fei saw such a thing, he would have to say that the capitalists from democratic countries would dare to do anything for profit, as long as it was for money. It didn't matter if they trampled on the people of other countries. The 5th District Colony, the 11th and 12th branch bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, often received reports of the fleet being attacked, and the locations were often in different district colonies. The content of the report of the attack was either robbery or destruction of the escorting merchant fleet. Convoys and merchant fleets were attacked regardless of size. Even if some pirate groups or sabotage organizations were caught, most of them were pirate groups or criminal organizations from other places, and it was possible that some mercenary groups were pretending to be. When the employers who commissioned their investigations were investigated, it was found that those employers were either missing or died in accidents. The clues of the investigation were suddenly interrupted. At first, it was suspected that it was the Wanluo Federation, and the evidence found later pointed to the Wanluo Federation authorities or certain companies in the country. However, after investigation and in-depth analysis, it was found that something was wrong, because the Wanluo Federation did not want to cause trouble at this moment. If they were really playing tricks, wouldn't it be a strategy that they originally wanted to temporarily cultivate themselves and fight their own face? Moreover, the Wanluo Federation is currently trying to figure out how to improve its relationship with the democratic countries in the colony of District 7, and has no extra energy to provoke the Tianyi mercenary group. In addition, even if there are organizations in the country that are fueled by them and encouraged by high prices, even if there is evidence to prove that these companies came from their hands, but they are not the only ones competing with each other. Enterprise groups in other countries also compete with each other in all walks of life. These evidences and in-depth analysis made Long Fei and others suspect that this was a frame-up. The first person to suspect was the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic, the main reason being that the location of the initial attack was in the colony in District 5. However, with more and more regional colonies, the fleet escorted by the Tianyi mercenary group was attacked. The Tianyi mercenary group can only continue to investigate at present. On the other hand, after researching and improving the F-91 mass-produced Gundam and Death Knight, Long Fei began to study Moon Gundam, from Mobile Suit Gundam Moon, 8 mental plates, its mental unit device, and other weapons. Apart from studying Moon Gundam, Long Fei has many other things waiting for him to study. On the other hand, the 19th subbase that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is about to open is temporarily on hold. The reason for the shelving is that the scale from the 1st subbase to the 18th subbase is not yet saturated. Even if it is the mother base, as long as it is expanded, the original saturated state will become an unsaturated state. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming believes that at least half of the subbases must be saturated before building the 19th subbase. At present, the scale of the Tianyi mercenary group at this moment already belongs to the military scale of a superpower, even the intelligence staff and other departments. The mother base and the modified meteorites around it have formed the appearance of a country. Long Fei stood in an observation room, looking at the surroundings of the mother base, and Tao Xiang stood behind Long Fei. Tao Xiang half-jokingly said to Long Fei, "If you want to divide this country into a country, there is no problem. There are light, medium, and heavy industries here. There is everything in animal husbandry. There is also an army of their own. Many countries do not have you. With such a complete industry, if you want to establish yourself as emperor here, no one will object. If I were the emperor, then you would be my queen. Tao Xiang blushed a little when she heard this. Stop talking. You and I haven't received a certificate yet, and I haven't officially passed the door yet. Then let's go get the certificate now and let you officially pass through the door. What do you think? Tao Xiang shyly stretched out her hand to pinch Long Fei's waist and said coquettishly, Stop talking. You're still busy with your career. How can you have time? Let's talk about it after you finish dealing with your current affairs. Long Fei stretched out his hand and hugged Tao Xiang in his arms. After I finish my career, I will marry you. At this time, the mobile phone in Long Fei's pocket rang, and Long Fei took it out to have a look. It turned out that the investigation into the attack of the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group had some clues. They caught some employers who bribed pirate groups, criminal organizations, or mercenary groups in other colonies, and they discovered that the asset companies of these employers had larger investors behind the companies. The assets of these investors are controlled by even larger forces behind the scenes. After investigation and follow-up, it was found that the assets came from the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. After investigation, they did not come from a certain department of the government, but from a certain company, or a certain group or a certain family has to continue the investigation. Tao Xiang placed beside Long Fei, looking at the content on the phone. What are you going to do next? Continue to investigate and continue to develop. At this moment, Long Fei speculated that a certain faction of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic was plotting against him, and half of the family guessed that the Tianyi mercenary group would not be able to carry out a large-scale war for the time being. The main reason is that at the moment, 1/3 of the mercenary group's strength is placed at the border junction between the colony and District 7 and the Wanluo Federation. If the Tianyi mercenary group dared to fight against the United Nations of the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic at this moment, the Wanluo Federation would find the right time to take action. The Wanluo Federation and the United States of Anglo-Sa Democracy will take the opportunity to join forces to deal with the Tianyi mercenary group. No matter how strong the Tianyi mercenary group is, it cannot withstand the flank attack of two superpowers. The Tianyi mercenary group must continue to develop at this moment and try to make the other sub-bases as saturated as possible. If possible, Long Fei hopes that the sub-base can also be expanded as much as the main base. However, big fights are not allowed, but small fights are still okay. Long Fei decided to come and treat him in his own way. On the other side, the colonies of District 5, there have been coups and democracies. Some democratically elected governments were overthrown by a coup d'état after some people and opposition parties were instigated by the secret agents of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. In addition to a series of political moves toward pro-Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Union and all series of investments to drive away the Tianyi group, some of the national leaders who were supported deliberately interrupted the originally negotiated contract investment and gave the grounds where that substantial fraud was involved. Some countries even went too far and directly confiscated the Tianyi group's local investment. This matter directly angered the Tianyi group and directly dispatched the Tianyi mercenary group to directly attack the country. Although the United States of Anglo-Safari people had dispatched troops to stop it, the Tianyi mercenary corps didn't care at all. They issued a warning to the country and set a limit of 48 hours to return all the confiscated assets. The National Army should not meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will all fight together in 48 hours. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic itself also had some concerns. They didn't want to cause a military conflict with the Tianyi mercenary group, so they demanded that the country immediately confiscate the Tianyi group's assets and return them in full. The controlled puppet leaders could only obediently obey and return the confiscated Tianyi group's investment assets in full. The Tianyi mercenary group then withdrew. On the other side, some democracies hired the Tianyi mercenary group before being overthrown by a coup. The strategy adopted by the Tianyi mercenary group is to close the door and beat the dogs, and then build a firewall to prevent any external forces from infiltrating, and then hand over the information they have to the country for processing. Nearly half of the series of actions carried out by the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic failed. The Armistead family discovered that the puppets they manipulated with strings suddenly disappeared or were assassinated, or that the enterprises or group factories, companies, and buildings they secretly controlled were all bombed. The merchant fleet was also completely destroyed by an unknown attack, and the escorting mercenary group was also wiped out. What surprised the Armistead family even more was that they were not only not fooled by the merchant ship they trapped, but also wiped out all the troops at their ambush location. At first, the Armistead family suspected that it was the Tianyi mercenary group, but there was no evidence, and no trace of evidence was found in the places that were destroyed. Even the black boxes or cameras left by the destroyed merchant fleets were not photographed where they were attacked. Some merchant fleets even had explosions in the ships, were invaded to plant bombs, and then remotely controlled to detonate the bombs. What annoys the Armistead family the most is how the other party knows their every move. Then the Tianyi mercenaries have to deal with the string puppets they control and the group companies they secretly control, etc. When processing, they also researched their contact codes, etc., and after dismantling them, they hacked into Yami's, the network, communication, etc. of the German family. It can be said that the Tianyi mercenary group has seen clearly every move of the Armistead family. Moreover, they have gradually mastered more and more puppets they control, and those enterprise groups, etc., the details of the Armistead family. As time goes by, the Tianyi mercenary group becomes more and more clear day by day, master more and more. The Armistead family had no idea that most of their members were being seen clearly by others at this moment. At present, the Tianyi mercenary group cannot grasp the intelligence of some important groups and enterprises of the Armistead family, as well as the confidential technology and documents. On the other side, in the colony of District 5, there were some small-scale conflicts between the Sky Wing mercenary group and the Anglo-Samoan United Nations Army. Gundam's leg steps launch a pair of beam cannons, directly piercing through a pair of magic wind MS. The Income wired control gun was handed over to Alice to attack the target from different angles. After shooting down several MS one after another, the wired control gun returned to the fuselage to recharge. The beam cannons on the back and legs are targeted by Li Xiuqing. Then, Gundam held the Elf beam cannon and directly tore several battleships in half with one shot. Gundam's beam spirit cannon is more powerful than ZZ Gundam's head cannon. Li Xiuqing commented on Gundam's beam spirit cannon. With Li Xiuqing's advanced technology, the South Gundam flew close to the enemy Mississippi from the beam and cut it in half with a single sword. Then used the beam cannon on the back to fire one after another, continuously shooting down the enemy MS. Master, there are 5 MSs behind. Here you are. The Income wired control cannon popped up, and within a moment, the 5 MSs directly turned into a ball of fireworks. Then, Li Xiuqing drove the Gundam into the colonial satellite. In the colonial satellite, it has become a mess at this moment. On the ground, there are countless wreckages of Phantom Wind and Magic Wind mobile suits burning, and many ground troops of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples have already disarmed and surrendered. The remaining MSS and ground troops of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Democratic Army are still fighting stubbornly. But defeat is only a matter of time. Gundam is using the Income wired artillery to destroy the MS around the presidential palace, and then using the 60mm Vulcan cannon to deter the troops on the ground. With the help of the Gundam, the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenary group quickly wiped out the enemy's ground troops, and then approached the target presidential palace. Soon, the president in the presidential palace was handcuffed out by Tianyi mercenaries. Shortly thereafter, a figure surrounded by Tianyi mercenaries entered the presidential palace and announced that his party had returned to power. Under the instruction of Tianyi mercenaries, the defeated Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's United Nations Army entered the prisoner camp. Then, demonstrations took place in several colonial satellites of the country, protesting that the president who overthrew the current government by the Tianyi mercenary group was an illegal president, and demanded that the illegal president immediately dissolve the Congress and re-elect a referendum. But immediately another group of people also came out to demonstrate. The president who supports the recapture of power is the legal president of the country. The president who is now overthrown was overthrown by a coup before and is not the real legal president. Soon, supporters on both sides of the country clashed. The Tianyi mercenary group accepted the employment instruction of the president of the country and immediately adopted a blockade strategy to detain the president's demonstrators who opposed the recapture of power. Then the president of the country came to close the door and beat the dogs, arresting all the spies and secret agents of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon people who were lurking in the country, as well as those who were bewitched or took money from the United Nations to incite the masses. The president who took back the power immediately used the media to publicize everything about the coup d'état in the country, and informed the people of the whole country that it was the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of the People's Republic of China that was responsible for everything. Then immediately adopted thunderous measures to confiscate all the corporate network communications of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, etc., as state-owned. This action aroused great dissatisfaction with the authorities of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples and demanded that the country return all the confiscated properties. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a declaration of war against the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples. The president of the country didn't take it seriously and refuted that the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic had already declared war on the country when it was planning a coup in the country. Moreover, the president of the country wanted the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic to explain clearly why it secretly supported the opposition party to launch a coup and overthrow him, the legitimate president elected by the people, which violated the rules of the democratic camp. The authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic did not dare to answer, and immediately changed the topic, condemning the Tianyi mercenary group for violently overthrowing the regime of other countries, which is violent interference in the internal affairs of other countries. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps responded, "We are simply hired by the president of the country to carry out our mission." The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic condemned the Tianyi Mercenary Corps as an evil organization that supports tyranny. The president they hired to overthrow, who came to power through a coup, was a hero who fought for the people, and he was to overthrow the tyranny. The official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was unwilling to say anything else about the distorted black and white of the Anglo-Saxon Democracy Republic and directly expressed an attitude. Whether you admit it or not is your problem. We just admit it. If you don't accept it, you can continue to send resource deployment troops to support the heroes you think come to power. But before that, you have to think about it clearly. Our Tianyi Mercenary Corps takes money to do things, so we have our responsibilities. The Tianyi Mercenary Group has already stated that you don't admit it, and I admit it. After reading the official statement of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the countries in the other camps also recognized that the democratically elected president who regained power was the legitimate president. In the democratic camp, the colonial democracies in the 7th District overwhelmingly support the president who regained power as the legitimate president, and only a part of the colonies in the 5th District support it. Countries with a democratic system support the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic and support politicians who rely on coups and are praised as heroes as legitimate presidents. There are many democratic countries invested by Tianyi Group in the colony of the 5th District. The presidents were legally elected by the people, but they were overthrown by the opposition party coup supported by the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. Then, as long as the overthrown elected president can escape or contact the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will accept the employment of the legal president and overthrow the illegal regime. There have already been conflicts in several areas of the colony in District 5. The Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are fighting, but the troops sent by both sides are not very large. It seems that the two sides are also relatively restrained. Fighting. Anton was driving a Gundam Simone Charger and with a javelin, shot through a Moffing with one shot, and then held a 150mm live ammunition rifle in the other hand, shooting down several Moffing one after another. Not far from the other side, a long trajectory then passed straight down towards a place, and countless fireworks burst out from where it passed. The MS unit of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Army at the scene was very shocked. One Gundam just took a flying kick with its right leg and kicked through more than 10 Morphing MSs one after another. Under the operation of Dongfang Invincible, Flash Gundam shot down more than 30 Morphing MS in just a few minutes. Seeing such a result, Anton couldn't help whistling. Wow, that's amazing. The somatosensory operation cockpit is very convenient to operate. It is definitely not possible for me to operate it. I don't have the terrifying physical ability of Dongfang Wudi. Flashing Gundam rushed towards a bunch of enemy MS with a beam saber in hand, like a lion rushing into a flock of sheep. The movement of the Shining Gundam is like a swordsman in a martial arts movie, beheading the enemy in a chic manner. All the mobile suits it passes are smashed to pieces, and then turned into a fireworks. It seems that the Shining Hands are not even needed. Several beams of light struck behind Flash Gundam. The Flash was as high as a backflip, and then a sprint, rushed to the MS who had just sneaked up on him, and cut everything in half. Dididi. All the drivers of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, MES, heard a message from the cockpit. The content was that there was a mobile fortress that had no recorded data. It has a total length of 30 meters, a width of 18 meters, and a total height of 10 meters. The middle mouth of the front end and the eyes on the left and right sides are beam cannons, and then there are a pair of metal 5 claws. The shape looks a bit like a fish. This is the Space Turtle May mobile fortress developed by the United Nations of the Anglo-Safari People's Republic. There are 8 units in total, with extremely fast speed and powerful firepower, especially the beam muzzle in the middle of the mouth, which is comparable to the main gun of a battleship in destructive power. The metal 5 claws can emit thermal energy, cutting apart the armor of the target it is grasping. The Red Aegis Gundam engages in a chasing battle with the Space Turtle in MA form. The Space Turtle chased the Red Aegis Gundam, fired its beam cannon, and wanted to shoot the Red Aegis Gundam down. The pilot of the Space Turtle watched himself chasing the target and attacking, and his heart flashed with incomparable pride. Gundam, your era is over, and the mobile fortress will rule from now on. The true Red Aegis Gundam in MA form suddenly made a maneuver like a cobra, and then instantly transformed into MS form, holding a lightspeed gun above the Space Turtle to shoot a beam of light, and several guns penetrated the Space Turtle body one after another. The part where the Space Turtle penetrates is still a mobile device, which paralyzes the Space Turtle for a while, and the true Red Aegis Gundam immediately transforms into cruise mode. The beam sabers are turned on at the front of the limbs of the nose, directly cutting the Space Turtle body into 2. Then turn the thrusters to the maximum. Rush to another Space Turtle that is fighting with 100 type, and use the beam saber on the front end of its spare limbs to penetrate into 2 halves. Another Delta Plus in the form of a fighter that was chased by the Space Turtle ran to a wreckage and instantly transformed into a MS form. Using the thrusters on the back, it turned over, not only avoiding the pursuit of the Space Turtle, but also it made the Space Turtle jump directly into a pile of wreckage. The Space Turtle was stuck for a while, unable to move. The Delta Plus in fighter plane form instantly transformed into a MS form, landed directly on top of the Space Turtle, pierced the front of the Space Turtle with a beam saber, and then cut it in half from front to back. The Gundam Zeminli Charger directly rushed to a Space Turtle under the driving of Anton. The 150mm live ammunition rifle fired several bullets and bounced off the armor of the Space Turtle. But pay attention, a distinct concavity can be seen. The armor is pretty tough. Within a distance of less than 15 meters between the two, a pair of metal claws of the Taigong Turtle was about to grab the Gundam Zeminli Charger. The Gundam Zeminli Charger used a super high-tech maneuver to dodge a pair of metal claws, and then directly threw the javelin into the cannon at the moment when the middle mouth of the Space Turtle just opened its mouth. The muzzle exploded instantly, causing a chain reaction. The devices in the entire fuselage exploded, and the Space Turtle turned into wreckage from the internal explosion. Gundam Zeminli Charger retrieved its javelin and rushed to another Space Turtle. After the Flash Gundam also solved the space armor, it was found that another Space Turtle in front opened its muzzle, and the powerful energy of the 3 muzzles of the mouth and eyes formed an energy disk which would explode at any time. A huge beam of energy was erupted. Dongfang Wudi raised his right hand and clenched his fist and shouted, This hand of mine is flashing and roaring. He shouted for me to defeat you. Kill you, flashing hand. Shining Gundam's right palm emitted a brilliant blue flash. The space turtle has brewed its energy to the highest level and fired a beam cannon with huge energy towards the Flash Gundam. Flash Gundam raised the flashing hand in front of the body and rushed towards the powerful beam cannon. The moment the huge energies collided, the beam cannon spread out like a water column, hitting a wall the moment it touched the flashing hand. Flash Gundam rushed in front of the space turtle. What? The pilot of the space turtle exclaimed in disbelief. In front of the shining hand, the space turtle made of steel was smashed and scattered like a piece of tofu. The space turtles scattered throughout the fuselage exploded into countless fireworks. The Flash Gundam is suspended in place, and then looks at other enemy MS, rushing towards the enemy MS and continuing to kill all directions. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded by this scene. The war reporters who were in charge of manipulating the drone to shoot the battlefield captured this scene clearly. The audience watching the live broadcast exclaimed, wondering whether the Shining Gundam would be the strongest Gundam of the Tianyi mercenary group. The countless MS pilots here in the Tianyi mercenary corps were a little bit emotional. Why didn't they learn martial arts back then? Anton smiled wryly. It seems that only teacher Dongfang can drive the Flash Gundam to have such an effect, and ordinary people can't exert such an effect. The United Nations Army of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China watched its Space Turtle MA Mobile Fortress team fail miserably, and the commander asked the command post to send out stronger ones. Soon, a huge machine body was vacated at a colony satellite port. Wow, it's even bigger than before. This was the unified conclusion of the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene. The largest shape is like a devil ray, with a length of more than 50 meters, a width of 24 meters, and a height of 15 meters. It has a single red eye on its head. In addition to a pair of telescopic claws, there is a pair of folding hands at the back. There are countless tentacle-like whips on the top and rear of the body, and there is a weapon in the shape of a long knife under the body. The huge Ma is also another mobile fortress developed by the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples, named Isagda. The front end of the machine also opened a huge mouth. Inside the mouth there are many muzzles, aiming at the MS troop of the Tianyi mercenary group in front. Quickly dodge the whole machine. Anton felt very bad, and ordered all MSs to dodge quickly. Sooner or later, dozens of beam cannons staggered out simultaneously. In an instant, dozens of Jie Gang and Murasame were shot down. Anton ordered other MS to stay away from Isagda, and also ordered the mass-produced Gundam not to join the battle to deal with other enemy MS. Isagda was dealt with by him, True Red Aegis Gundam, and Flash Gundam. The war correspondents from the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic began to broadcast enthusiastically after seeing such a huge mobile fortress dispatched by their own country, especially after he showed its powerful destructive power. The armor of this mobile fortress has the ability to resist beams. The driver of the True Red Aegis Gundam said. Anton used live ammunition to attack, and found that Isagda's armor could only resist light beams, and it could still cause some damage to live ammunition. The Red Aegis Gundam disarms the 580mm double-phase energy cannon on the chest in the form of shelling, and then uses the magnetic field generating device to distort the beam, attacking the target at an unpredictable angle. The countless tentacle-like whips on the top and rear of Isagda's body swayed at an extremely fast speed, and then a semi-transparent circular protective cover was formed around the body. The powerful destructive power of the 580mm multiple-phase energy cannon relies on the supply of the Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor of the True Red Aegis Gundam. Isagda's circular protective cover showed cracks after a few seconds. Isagda's driver knew that if he continued to be attacked by this powerful beam weapon, the protective cover would definitely exceed the threshold and collapse at that time. The armor's anti-beam coating is irresistible. Isagda immediately turned on the powerful thruster and charged towards the Red Aegis Gundam. True Red God Gundam can only interrupt the attack and quickly transform into cruise mode to escape. The Gundam Zeminli Charger shoots at the target with a 150mm live ammunition rifle. The protective cover that was originally cracked has recovered after the Red Aegis Gundam interrupted the attack. Dozens of live ammunition hit the protective cover, and the moment it hit the protective cover, the bullets seemed to burn into flames and turn into ashes. However, the protective cover is cracked at the position where the live ammunition was hit. Isagda chased the Red Aegis Gundam in cruising mode, opened its huge mouth to lock on the Red Aegis Gundam, and countless muzzles staggered out simultaneously. Fortunately, the ace pilot who was driving the true Red Magic Gundam was lucky enough to avoid these staggered beam cannons. Anton noticed that the countless tentacle-like whips on the top and rear of Isagda's body were all red at the moment. These whip-like things are, Anton said with some uncertainty. Gundam Samonly Charge first replaces the cartridge for the 150mm live ammunition rifle, and then shoots towards the target. The moment the protective cover was hit by a few bullets, it was scattered all over the ground like shattered glass, and then dozens of bullets hit Isagda. Dongfang Invincible seized the opportunity and used Flash Gundam's Nirvana Flash Hand. Rushing down from above to lock the target position is his one eye. The cannon gate was opened above the Isagda body, and several cannons fired towards the shining Gundam. In front of the flashing hand, these beam cannons spread out like water. Seeing that the flashing hand was about to hit Isagda's eyes, the tentacle-like whips on the top and rear of Isagda's body attacked the flashing Gundam countless times. Dongfang Invincible can only give up, and Flash Gundam can only dodge these tentacle-like whips. Anton yelled it was a pity to see it, and then the Gundam Zeminli Charger continued to shoot Isagda. Isagda didn't have a protective cover at the moment, and dozens of live ammunition hit its armor, and countless parts of the armor were dented. The driver of Isagda was a little flustered at the moment. Looking at the monitor in the cockpit, he had to wait for the cooling device to cool for 20 seconds before starting the protective cover before it could be activated. Isagda's pair of telescopic claws locked on the Flash Gundam not far away and rushed towards the Flash Gundam. Shining Gundam is a flashy backflip dodge retractable claw. The Gundam Zeminli Charger armed with a javelin and the Red Aegis Gundam in parade form rushed towards Isagda. Isagda made a high-speed 360-degree rotation, and a pair of retractable claws were like whips, sweeping towards the Gundam Simone Charger and the Red Aegis Gundam. The Gundam Zeminli charging type dodged perfectly, but the Red Aegis Gundam's reaction was a little slow, and the body was hit by the retractable claws. The uncontrolled 360-degree rotation of the Red Aegis Gundam in cruise mode was even photographed flying far away, and the driver in the cockpit was really dizzy from the powerful vibration and almost passed out. Isagda seized the opportunity to open the telescopic claw on the right with 5 claws, and the center of the claw palm opened the box mouth, aiming at the true Red Aegis Gundam that was still rotating 360 degrees, and the electromagnetic bomb was ready to launch. Flash Gundam made a flying kick and hit the retractable claws, causing the trajectory of the electromagnetic bomb that was about to be fired to deviate, and the bullet missed the true Red Aegis Gundam. "Hey, are you okay? Get out of the way." Dongfang Invincible called the Red Aegis Gundam pilot. "Sorry, I was a little dizzy just now, and I can't react." The true Red Aegis Gundam immediately transformed into MS form. Isagda's other telescopic claw attacked the Flash Gundam. The Flash turned upside down, and then made another split, hitting the retractable claws that were attacking it. The Gundam Zeminli Charger immediately stabbed Isagda under the body with a javelin. Isagda opened the beam cannon under the fuselage to counterattack, and the Gundam Zeminli Charger immediately dodged. The Gundam Zeminli Charger can only shoot down those missiles with the 150mm live ammunition rifle in hand at the right time. The war reporters from the United States of Angrus Democracy took pictures of the Battle of Isagda and reported excitedly that the mobile fortress developed by their country suppressed the Gundam, and the 3 Gundams combined could not beat Isagda. Arma has deformed. The war reporter's tone was very excited, and the Isagda was photographed being deformed. Isagda's originally folded propellers at the rear began to combine to form a pair of long legs. A pair of telescopic claws removed the long pole knife under the body, and then the flat body turned 90 degrees to transform into the head of the mobile fortress. A pair of telescopic claws holds a long knife. The long pole knife is a single-edged light beam like a ship chopping knife. It has become the head of the mobile fortress, and the missile magazine openings are opened above and below, and countless missiles ejected out, attacking the 3 Gundams. The 3 Gundams could only dodge and shoot sideways, shooting down the missiles that were about to hit them. Isagda used the huge, ship-chopping knife to slash at the true Red Aegis Gundam, who was still dodging the missiles and didn't notice Isagda. Seeing that he was about to hit the true Red Aegis Gundam, the pilot was extremely excited at the moment because he was waiting for his medal to be affixed to his military uniform, and he would get the supreme honor of being the first pilot to defeat Gundam. Unfortunately, his hopes were cut short. The Flash Gundam made another flying kick, and the kick hit the blade so that the direction of the cut was deviated, allowing the true Red Aegis Gundam to escape the fatal blow. The pilot of the true Red Aegis Gundam had lingering fears. If it wasn't for the flying kick of the Flash Gundam, he would definitely be cut in half. Gundam Zeminli's assault rifle ran out of bullets, so he could only pull out a nano pocket knife and rush to the target's one-eyed, originally intending to stab the target's one-eyed. But the driver is not weak either. He reacted quickly to dodge the control lever, but the nano-folding knife was still inserted into the body, cutting a hole. The tentacle-like whip attacked the Gundam Simone Charger. The Gundam Zeminli Charge can only dodge. The Red Aegis Gundam immediately transforms into the shelling mode, and the 580mm multiple-phase energy cannons are fired towards the target. Isagda opened the protective cover again. After the protective cover was opened, Isagda was unable to take any attacks. Anton saw the weakness of this mobile fortress and immediately joined forces with Dongfang Invincible to attack the protective cover with melee weapons, hoping to make the protective cover exceed the threshold in a short time. The flashing hand made Isagda's many tentacles turn red, and the protective cover exceeded the threshold in a short time. The protective cover was the same as before, shattered like glass. In order to prevent the 2 Gundams in front of him from being bullied, Isagda immediately used the tentacle whip to force the 2 Gundams away. Dongfang Wudi was a little annoyed and said, "It will be endless to fight like this. Is there no other way to defeat it?" Some information appeared on the screen. It's a super mode. Dingjing Zishui mode, anger mode, and hot blood mode. Dingjing Zishui, I can't reach such a high level. Anger mode. I'm not angry enough to lose control yet. How hot is blood in hot blood mode? Dongfang Wudi looks at the hot blood mode information and can open one more file. After opening it to see, it is a song called Fighting Boy. Try listening to this song to see if you will feel hot blood. Dongfang Wudi can only contact Anton. Mr. Anton, can you and another companion first please contain that mobile fortress first? I will try to see if I can activate the super mode. Okay, alright. Flash Gundam left the battlefield first and flew to a farther place. The war reporters on the battlefield didn't know what was going on, and the reporters from the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic were very excited to report. Look, they have a Gundam who left. We won, and then the 2 TIE Gundam forces us to retreat, and we will reverse the defeat. Dongfang Wudi turned on Battle Boy, listened to the singer's lyrics, and couldn't help saying in surprise, "This is my native language. If this day collapses, don't let it fall down. Withstand 1,000 tons of weight. Take responsibility calmly. Lightning flashes. Shining bright justice. Who wants to block my way? Man shall repel him. #fight for victory. A man is as brave as a tiger. Must win. Ability to rush without retreat. A good man's heart is full of hope. Fighting against the road is not afraid of soldiers. You must win. Resolute as a rock, sweeping evil, and striving for victory. The style of the new Oriental undefeated king. The brand new move is shocking. Blood stains the East red. It really makes people's blood boil." Dongfang Wudi was completely infected by this song. His entire driving suit was glowing with fire, and his hair stood up automatically without any wind. The Flash Gundam turned on the hot-blooded mode, and the golden red airflow from the body spread to the left and right. At this moment, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to the Shining Gundam. Shining Gundam's whole body is covered in golden red light. The driver of Isagda always felt that the Flash Gundam seemed dangerous, so he immediately opened the output of the Zangiando to the maximum. These hands of mine are flashing and roaring. He is shouting for me to beat you. Super Nirvana, flashing sword. The flash reached as high as two hands holding a sword gesture, and a huge 40-meter beam saber appeared. The Flash Gundam thrusters turned on and sprinted towards Isagda. The huge beam saber of Shining Gundam and Isagda's ship-chopping knife. The big sword and the big sword clashed with each other, and the two huge beams of energy clashed, setting off a dazzling cyan light. Dongfang Wudi let out a passionate cry. The super mode of Flash Gundam seemed to respond to Dongfang Wudi's passionate emotions. The power of the 40-meter beam saber gradually increased in super mode. Isagda's ship-slashing knife has been suppressed, and sparks from the grid are emitted from the blade and handle. Finally, after the output of Isagda's Zhangjian knife exceeded the limit, the entire Zhangjian knife exploded and collapsed, and the driver immediately opened the protective cover. But the powerful flashing sword, breaking through the protective cover, is like cutting a tofu board. With a single stroke of the sword, Isagda's entire body is directly split into two, and it instantly turns into a huge firework group. The war correspondents from the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy were originally excitedly reporting on Isagda, but after Isagda was directly split in two by the Flash Gundam, he couldn't speak for a while, and his brain froze. The war reporters from other countries on the scene and the audience watching the live broadcast were all shocked by the sudden powerful power of the Flash Gundam. After watching Flash Gundam turn off the super mode, Anton contacted Dongfang Wudi. Eastern Invincible is a little tired at the moment. Teacher Dongfang, are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Dongfang Wudi smiled and said, finally eliminated the target. He gave Anton a thumbs up. Anton also gave a thumbs up in response. Seeing that they had lost even the last card, the Anglo-Safari United Nations Army could only call back the MIS troops who were still fighting to the mothership and then issued a withdrawal signal. The retreat of the Anglo-Sabrian Democratic Union Army made the country that was originally supported can only declare surrender at this moment. Then, the country was returned to power by the former president, and the contract signed with Tianyi Group continued to be implemented. The main villa of the Armistead family, Billy looked at the documents, and he had long been mentally prepared for the outcome of Space Turtle and Isagda losing to Gundam. It's just that what he didn't expect was that the former was defeated miserably, while the latter was defeated by a new Gundam launching a special mode. Billy was very distressed. Could it be that the scientists in the military enterprises under the family are all idiots? Or Gundam, as others have said, surpasses the performance of several generations in this world, and is an existence that cannot be defeated at all. At this time, the butler came to Billy and told Amaterasu to come to discuss something. Billy frowned. As for the Amaterasu organization, Billy actually didn't like this organization, and it wasn't that this organization came from a relationship called Donyang Empire. Billy doesn't have any ideology, he's just a guy with strong racist thoughts. In his mind, blacks and yellows are not worthy of being equal to their whites. Blacks are the race he discriminates the most. In his heart, blacks are only worthy of low-end jobs. To him, people of yellow race are just a bit more advanced than black people, and they are considered a slightly civilized group. He can allow people of yellow race to be researchers, lawyers, doctors, etc., but only if they serve the white race. The Amaterasu organization itself is an organization of Donyang Empire people. Although this organization has some Caucasian people working for this organization according to his information, in his heart, these Caucasian people working for the Amaterasu organization are traitors. He believes that only white people can be the bosses of these organizations, and yellow people are only worthy of working for them. If you want to say which person of the yellow race makes Billy hate the most, it must be Long Fei. In his heart, no matter how talented and capable Long Fei is, he is only worthy of working for the Caucasians, and the things he invents can only be dedicated to the Caucasians and cannot be exclusive to him. It is the greatest offense to him that his Tianyi group dares to steal any business from his family business. Steward, tell that group of people, I don't want to see them, and there is no need to cooperate with them. Master, this organization knows that you are refusing, but they asked me to send a message to Master One. We all have a common opponent to defeat, so it is better to cooperate first. Billy understood what the other party meant, and said with a sneer, Humph, what qualifications do they have to talk to me about cooperating to defeat Long Fei? Master, why don't you meet with them and talk with them first? Maybe there is really a need for cooperation? Okay, let's see what they want to talk to me about. The butler stepped back and brought the VIP into the living room to meet Billy. The visitor was a slightly fat middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man was a tall black-haired man with a ghost mask who was male in terms of body shape. Hi, Your Excellency, Villainist Patriarch. Let me introduce myself first. I am the representative of the Amaterasu organization and the second person in the Amaterasu organization. My name is Hidero Sayama. Hidero Sayama stretched out his right hand. Billy sat on the chair, stretched out his right hand, and shook hands with Hideo Sayama. Your Excellency, Billy, I don't want to go around with you when I come here. I'll just get straight to the point. Our Amaterasu organization wants to cooperate with your military enterprise to develop new types of MS and MA. What technology do you have that can cooperate with my military enterprise to jointly develop new types of MS and MA? Billy asked in a cold tone. Hidero Sayama smiled without explaining, but clapped his hands, and the masked man behind him took out a tablet from his arms, and a three-dimensional projection screen popped up from the tablet. The screen is the scene of Oni Yasha and Evil Demon fighting Gundam. Billy looked at the battle scene and frowned. He didn't expect the performance of the MS organized by Amaterasu to be better than he imagined, and he could fight back and forth with Gundam. Although the Gundam on the screen is the early Yuanzu series and the Gundam that appeared more than a year ago. But it is undeniable that even if the earliest Yuanzu series Gundam is placed now, its performance still surpasses the performance of the MS in service of the existing superpowers. Billy continued to look down and found that the MS organized by Amaterasu also had a pattern of sudden enhancement similar to that of Gundam. Billy remembered that when one of the colony satellites of Stunk Kingdom was attacked at that time, they entrusted the Tianni mercenary group to take the refugees to another colonial satellite, and they were attacked on the way. The MS on the screen happened to be with Tianni. The Gundam battle of the mercenary group was photographed by those war reporters. Billy continued to look at the entire screen until it was over, and sneered at Hideo Sayama. Mr. Sayama, when you come to discuss cooperation with others, you must not only bring sincerity, but more importantly, honesty. I have seen you the two MS organized by the organization did fight back and forth with Gundam, but the result was still a disastrous defeat. Your screens only showed me the short scene of you fighting with Gundam, but you dare not show your defeated. The video was shown to me. Do you think I'm being fooled? Or do you think I didn't collect information and don't know your MS? Hidero Sayama looked a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Mr. Billy, it's true that we didn't do well. Please don't take offense, but I have to ask Mr. Billy, the MS developed by your military enterprise can be compared with the mobile suit on the screen. Can Gundam compete in performance? Billy narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Hideo Sayama. Hidero Sayama smiled and said, Mr. Billy, for cooperation, we have to be honest with each other, but I have to say, Mr. Billy, we have to admit that we are very sorry for the MA mobile fortress you developed. If it has been developed for more than a year, the early Gundam might not be the opponent of your mobile fortress. Okay, don't put a high hat on us. We still lost in the end. That's it, Mr. Billy. Your military enterprise wants to defeat Gundam, and so does my organization. We all have the same goal to defeat Gundam. Why don't we work together? I have to explain one thing. In fact, I didn't think about defeating Gundam, but wanted to capture the technology of Gundam. We are the same on this point. But Mr. Billy, let's get straight to the point. I also believe that your company must have sent people to join the Tianni group, especially the Tianni mercenary group and the Tianni arms manufacturing company. They all failed, and the other party found out where the spies we sent came from. Okay, it seems that we all have common goals and common setbacks, so I have to know, what technology can your Amaterasu organization come up with to cooperate with my military enterprise? In addition to our efficiency mode, the skeleton, joint structure, sensors, etc. in the body may not be as good as Gundam's technology, but we are confident that it is more advanced than any superpower military enterprise. What does this have to do with Mobile Fortress? Of course it does. We have seen two mobile fortresses developed by your military enterprise. Their weakness lies in the lack of coordination of some sensors, reactors, and skeletons, which makes their movements inflexible or slow. You mean that if the technology of your organization is adopted, The performance of the mobile fortress originally developed by my military enterprise will be improved to a new level. I don't know if it can be improved to a higher level, but it will definitely be better than the original performance. It's okay to cooperate, but you have to transfer the technologies you just mentioned to us. Billy set out his conditions. Hideo Sayama had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect Billy the Lion to open his mouth. If these technologies were transferred to Billy's military enterprise, it was hard to guarantee that Billy would turn his back on them and kick them away. Hideo Sayama said, "Mr. Billy, your terms are a bit harsh. Unless Mr. Billy can also transfer part of the technology to us, it will be difficult for us to cooperate. It was you who came to ask me to cooperate. I didn't ask you to cooperate. If you think my conditions are too harsh, you can go to someone else." After Billy finished speaking, he asked the housekeeper to invite Hideo Sayama out. "Mr. Billy, you have to give me some time for this. I have to discuss it with my organization, can you?" "Yes. Then you should go back and talk to your leader earlier to see if you accept my offer." The butler took Sayama Hideo and the two out of the villa. The masked man was driving the car and said to Hideo Sayama behind him, "Son-kun, this Billy doesn't want to cooperate with us at all. From the look in his eyes, we can see that he disdains us." Hideo Sayama, who was sitting in the back seat, said with a respectful attitude, "Master Kuroda, Billy has strong racial discrimination just like the information he has. Are you suitable to cooperate with us?" The masked man replied, "The four major families that control the lifeline of the Anglo-Sa Democratic Republic, the Armist family, the Schulder family, the Haas family, and the Morgan family, except for the Armist family who own military enterprises. Only the Morgan family. But the MS developed by the Morgan family's military enterprise lost to the Magic Wind MS of the Armistead family in terms of high-end. The Morgan family and the Armistead family were evenly divided in terms of mid-range MS. And the low-end MS Morgan the family is in the leading position. According to the information we have, the Morgan family and the Armistead family are competing for orders for new high-end mobile suits." Then Kuroda-sama, "Do you think we should go to the house of the head of the Morgan family to meet and discuss?" "You can try it." "I understand, Kuroda-sama." Alonso and his sister Cecilia are playing in the colony of District 5, Rosso Democracy. This is the first time for the two siblings to travel far after they came to the mother base for a long time. The identity cards that the two siblings are currently holding are Mycone Kingdom ID cards. Alonso saw a game square. Alonso pointed to the game square. Cecilia frowned. The game square was opened by the game company of Tiani Group. Several of the modified meteorites around the mother base have been transformed into amusement parks or playgrounds, and my younger brother often likes to go there to play. "You can usually play at the mother base, so why go there again?" Cecilia objected. Alonso took out a game card and said, "I want to play with the people here." Cecilia knew that the game card her younger brother took out was an arcade game, Ms. Battle, developed by Tiani Game Company, which used real MS as the MS selected by the player to fight. This game can be said to be popular all over the world, and many experts also said that this game is close to the actual operation. Cecilia remembered that her younger brother was transforming the meteorite playground at the mother base. Except for the Ms. drivers of the Tiani mercenaries, basically no one could defeat her younger brother. Cecilia took her younger brother into the game plaza. In the latest update of the Ms. Battle game, you can choose the latest two Gundams MK, 2G and Hayakushi, and there are requirements to choose these two Gundams. Use points or use money to buy. You can choose one for 1 million points, 10,000 Earth Circle coins, or 15,000 Colonial Circle coins to buy one. Alonso exchanged 2 million points for those two Gundams. When purchasing the first game card in the Ms. Battle game, you can choose the first MS with a low evaluation as the first MS to fight. You can not only exchange the points you get for better MS, but also choose powerful weapons. In addition to points, it can also be purchased with money. Ms. Fighting Game. The game control platform is modeled on the real Ms. Cockpit. In the game plaza, many people watched the huge three-dimensional projection screen of the Ms. Battle game, and many people watched the Ms. Battle on the screen. 1 MK, 2G defeated 7 MS of different styles. The doors of the 7 gaming platforms opened, and 7 players walked out dejectedly. Alonso sits on one of the gaming platforms. Alonso chose the 100 type. The weapon is the beam rifle used by the 100 type. There is also a beam shotgun, and there are 2 beam sabers. The 8 players each choose a map. There are more than 300 map environments in the game, and each design environment is quite different. If the maps selected by the players are different, the main control computer of the game will randomly choose from the maps selected by the players. Choose a combat environment. The chosen environment is space warfare, and there are many wrecks of various warships and mobile suits in the space warfare environment. The battle begins. Among them, 2 MS, Jim 2 and 105 Dagger joined forces to deal with Alonso's 100 styles. Baisher easily avoided the sneak attack beam, and then borrowed the cover of the wreckage, in addition to avoiding the joint attack of the 2 MS. Using the wreckage, Baisher kicked the wreckage away in front of him, attracting the attention of the 2 MSs. Taking advantage of the moment when the target was attracted, Baisher fired 2 shots and killed the target. Then the siren sounded, and another storm sword appeared, shooting towards Baisher in the distance. Baisher rushed towards the storm dagger at the moment of dodging. No matter how much the storm dagger shoots, it will not be able to force Baisher back and let Baisher directly bully him. Then it was directly chopped off by Baisher. Wow, instant kill. Besides, what kind of technique is it to rush to kill the opponent with a sword while dodging? The people watching all exclaimed. It seems that the young master has met his opponent. TCH, that young master didn't rely on money to make money, and his skills are actually not very good. But it's also part of strength. Alonso killed the 4th MS, and when looking for his opponent, he found that MK2G had killed a MS. Alonso looked at the radar, and it was just him and the MK2G. MK2G fired the beam cannon directly at Baisher, and Baisher instantly dodged and rushed to MK2G, trying to use a sword to kill it. The driver of the MK2G reacted fairly quickly. He immediately backed up, raised the beam cannon to fight back, and fired missiles from the backpack behind the propeller. Baisher dodges the beam cannon and replaces the beam saber with a beam gun to shoot down the incoming missiles. MK2G holds the beam cannon in his right hand and the beam gun in his left hand, firing towards Baisher one after another. Baisher dodged left and right, without any counterattack, and then hid in a huge wreckage. MK2G immediately fired the beam cannon at the huge wreckage, and when the huge wreckage was blown up by the beam cannon, Baisher was not found. Those who watched felt strange. Where did Baisher go? Look, behind MK2G. A 100-style sword runs through the cockpit of the MK2G. The battle is over. Players driving MK2G were unconvinced and continued to invest money in the battle. Several consecutive games are Alonso wins. Except for the MK2G players, the other players were replaced one by one. After winning 10 consecutive victories, Alonso can choose to continue playing or exit. Alonso chooses to exit, and he can get a reward for exiting, which is 10 times the reward of the money invested, or he can choose to get 1,000 points. Alonso chooses the former. Alonso would choose to leave because he promised his sister that he could only play for 1 hour, and the 10 games exceeded the agreed time. When Cecilia left the game plaza with her younger brother, something happened suddenly. The president, vice president, and many ministers of the Rizzo state were attacked by a terrorist attack while participating in an important event. The president, vice president, and ministers participating in the event all died in the terrorist attack. All of a sudden, the Luosawa country fell into a state where the government had no leader, and the operation of the entire national government was close to paralysis, which also caused troubles by lawbreakers or people with good intentions. The Luosawa country suddenly fell into turmoil. Cecilia was holding her younger brother's hand. She was shopping in the mall, buying some clothes and toys for her younger brother. Suddenly, there was a riot in the mall, and a group of gunmen hijacked the entire mall. The purpose of the gangsters is not to kidnap people in the mall as hostages, but to take the opportunity to smash and loot in the mall, especially the jewelry store is their main target of robbery. Cecilia took her younger brother and fled the mall, but she didn't expect to see shops all over the street being smashed and looted by many thugs after escaping from the mall. There are even thugs attacking innocent people in the street and robbing innocent people of their money. Cecilia threw all the big and small bags she just bought on the ground and hurriedly led her brother to find a safe place. Sister, do you want to go to the game plaza just now? The Tiani group once said that if such a riot occurs or the country is in turmoil, Any employee of the Tianyi Group can go to a company under the Tianyi Group to seek protection. It was only then that Cecilia remembered that there was such a thing. Cecilia hurriedly ran back to the game square with her younger brother. Originally only 15 minutes away, in order to avoid those thugs, it took more than an hour to arrive. It's just that the gate of the game square at this moment has been pulled down by the iron gate. Cecilia could only pat the closed door, hoping that someone inside could respond. Alonso looked at the closed-circuit camera above the gate, stretched out his hand to pull his sister's clothes, and asked her to point the employee's ID to the closed-circuit camera. Cecilia took out her employee ID from her purse and pointed it at the closed-circuit camera. Soon, there was a knocking sound from the iron gate, and a voice came from inside, instructing Cecilia to take her brother to the back of the game plaza and enter the back door. When Cecilia could only take her younger brother to the back door, in order to prevent the thugs from discovering, they could only walk with their bodies low. A security guard was at the back door, watching the closed-circuit television, and found Cecilia and brother near the back door. He immediately opened the back door and waved to the two siblings to come in quickly. After Cecilia entered the game plaza, she saw some families and children hiding in the play plaza. Cecilia found some people tied up, some with gunshot wounds bandaged. The people who were some thugs who were shot down and subdued by the security guards of the game square when they rushed into the game square to smash and loot earlier. The person in charge of the game square immediately closed the entire game field and pulled down all the gates. Cecilia took out her mobile suit to check, and only then did she know what happened in the Rosso country. Cecilia talked to the person in charge. The person in charge has already reported to the superior. Cecilia, as an employee of the Mother Base, will send her and her family to the Mother Base safely. Just wait patiently. A fleet of Tianyi mercenary corps happens to be escorting a fleet of merchant ships in this colonial satellite. They will send troops to take you and your brother away. Cecilia saw that the security guard who opened the back door to let their siblings in was now wearing a combat armor and holding a beam rifle. When Tianyi Group invests with many countries, there is a treaty that any company's security force can be equipped with stronger individual equipment in case of local turmoil. The 6 security guards in the game plaza are all equipped with armed combat armor and equipment with strong firepower. Alonso is drinking soda in the lounge. Cecilia sat next to her younger brother and was a little worried. Now the president of this country and a number of high-ranking officials died in a terrorist attack, which paralyzed the operation of the entire country and caused social turmoil in the entire country. Many criminal organizations are waiting for opportunities. Suddenly, the sirens in the entire game plaza sounded. The person in charge immediately asked all the evacuated people to enter the lounge as soon as possible, and then ordered 2 security guards to guard the back door, another 3 security guards to guard the front door, and the last one ran to the rooftop to monitor the surroundings. The person in charge in the lounge called Cecilia and other Tianyi Group employees to ask if they would use guns. Nobody knows how to use a gun except Cecilia. Cecilia can use a gun. In the past, her colleagues forced her to the training ground to receive some related training. Cecilia did not expect that it would come in handy today, and Cecilia took a pistol from the person in charge. Outside the game plaza, countless thugs gathered, and among the thugs were members of the security force of Tianyi Group. Because they know that the security forces of any subsidiary of Tianyi Group have some powerful individual weapons and equipment. The purpose of coming here is to those individual weapons and equipment. In addition to sticks and knives, the rioters had homemade petrol bombs. A mob leader shouted into the game square with a radio, "Listen, people inside, you are surrounded by us. Surrender quickly, hand over all your weapons, and ensure your safety. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel." The person in charge looked at the CCTV and frowned, because he recognized the mob leader as a member of the previous security here. The person in charge immediately responded with a loudspeaker, refusing the mob leader's request, and even warned the mob that if they dared to attack, they would fight back immediately. "If you are so stubborn, then don't blame us for killing us, brothers." As a result, the leader of the thug just waved his hand when a gunshot sounded. A mist spewed from the forehead of the leader of the thug, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground. His final consciousness made him not expect that the other party would be so decisive and shoot without hesitation, and finally died without regret. Many thugs fled the scene in fright at the sound of the gunshot. They didn't expect the other party to come directly. The security personnel on the rooftop held sniper rifles and just killed the leader of the mob, and then asked the person in charge for instructions. The instruction given to him by the person in charge is that any mob who dares to attack can be sniped. Then some more courageous thugs threw petrol bombs on the game square. Although the security personnel on the rooftop continued to shoot and kill the rioters. But among the thugs, there were also former employees of the game plaza here, and they knew that there were only 6 security personnel in the game plaza. Encourage other thugs not to be afraid, and let other thugs throw gasoline bombs on the rooftop. The security personnel on the rooftop were attacked by petrol bombs. Although the military armored suits can be fireproof, they also have a threshold tolerance. In addition, many places on the rooftop have caught fire. Security personnel can only return to the game plaza. Other thugs also threw petrol bombs at the windows in different places, and the smashed windows caused a fire in the game plaza. The person in charge immediately turned on the fire prevention system in the game plaza and sprayed water to put out the fire. The person in charge saw that there were still some rifles, shotguns, and pistols in the weapons, and called all the other employees in the game plaza over. Instruct all employees to be ready to shoot. I know that you can't do it if you want to kill people, so my request is that when you shoot, just shoot at their legs or hands and make them incapacitated. The person in charge began to simply teach how to open the fuse, pull the trigger, and change the clip, and how to aim at the target part. The person in charge had just finished teaching when news came that he was smashed open by mobs. However, several thugs who rushed in were shot and killed by one of the security personnel with a rifle, and the other thugs who were about to rush and were frightened away. When the person in charge heard the news, he felt a little emotional. If it wasn't for the members of his security force who were veteran mercenaries who had retired from the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, they would immediately shoot and kill these thugs to deter them. Relying on those few ordinary security members would not have such an effect at all. The person in charge, I found that some of these thugs seem to have received military training. They understand how to fight a war of attrition with us, and they know where to break through our weakest defense. Security previously withdrawn from Heaven personnel, leaning on the window on the second floor to observe the movement of the mob and report to the person in charge. The person in charge frowned after hearing this, and felt that there was something strange about the terrorist attack between the president of Rashuo country and a group of senior officials. But he really couldn't think of such a thing, and how it had anything to do with their Tianyi group. The person in charge still reported to his superiors, asking for help to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, thugs outside the game plaza began to use chainsaws to saw the iron gate. At the back door of the game square, although a few thugs were shot and killed just now, after the others were shocked, the thugs outside the back door began to throw petrol bombs into the back door. There are 2 security members, one of whom is responsible for putting out the fire with a fire extinguisher, and the other continues to stare at the door. Once a mob is found in sight, he will shoot and kill him immediately. The stairs that the thugs who surrounded the plaza found nowhere immediately set up the windows on the second floor of the game plaza and used these windows as a breakthrough. The person in charge had no choice but to ask the employees to guard the windows and shoot outside the windows to scare the thugs. But some thugs were deceived or encouraged by others, telling ordinary employees that they would not dare to shoot and kill people. Sure enough, when some thugs, desperados who took people's money, rushed in, the employees did not dare to shoot. The person in charge had to use the radio to tell the employees to shoot with the of their guns. Of course, some courageous employees shot directly at the hands and feet of the thugs, incapacitating the thugs who crawled in. The iron gate of the main entrance has been sawed open at this moment, and when many thugs were entering, 2 security personnel, former Tianyi mercenaries, directly shot and killed them without hesitation. In an instant, the thugs at the front fell to the ground with blood flowing all over the ground. This made the thugs at the rear scramble and crawl out of the game square in fright. Some thugs had broken through the window on the second floor. Some of the main guards were female employees who were not as strong as men. In addition, they did not dare to shoot. Mobs began to file in at several windows. The security personnel on the second floor turned on the stealth function of the armored battlesuit and used the stealth function to kill the thugs who took away their guns. Then, let those female employees quickly flee to the lounge. The employees on the second floor really couldn't keep the thugs coming in, Some employees dared to shoot, but the bullets were limited, and they could only shoot with the gun when they ran out of bullets. The security personnel on the second floor could only ask those employees to retreat to the lounge and lock the door to prevent the thugs from rushing in. Then when some thugs climbed into the second floor, they even had firearms in their hands and shot at the security personnel. Fortunately, the armed combat uniforms had bulletproof functions, so that one shot would not be brought down. After the person in charge knew that the thugs had guns, the announcement from the person in charge came from the broadcaster in the lounge, asking Cecilia to pay attention that once the thugs rushed in, they had to shoot and kill them immediately because they were found to have guns. Cecilia hesitated at first, but the person in charge said, "Think about the other people here, as well as your family. These thugs will not show mercy to your family." Cecilia took a deep breath and aimed the gun at the closed lounge door. At the gate, mobs outside had opened fire on the security personnel inside with rifles or pistols. The security personnel hid behind the bunker and saw the firearms in the hands of these thugs and found that they were the equipment of the local police. It seems that the local police station may have fallen, and the guns were robbed by those thugs. The security personnel on the second floor fought with all their strength to prevent the mob from filing in, but he couldn't handle it alone, and he was restrained by several thugs with guns. Although he used the stealth function, he killed these gunmen. Mob. However, several thugs had already rushed to the gate of the lounge. Although the security personnel wanted to shoot them with their guns, he was already surrounded by several thugs. The thugs in front of the gate of the rest hall started to kick the gate and couldn't open it. Several thugs picked up the game machines and smashed the door. In the lounge, the people inside were terrified. Cecilia took a deep breath and watched the door being smashed open bit by bit. The moment the gate was broken open, Cecilia immediately raised her gun and shot and killed the front mob, and then pointed the gun at the other thugs and shot to death. Cecilia, who had killed for the first time, was very nervous, and when she saw the body of the thug she shot, she suddenly felt very tight and nauseated in her chest. The whole person couldn't help vomiting. "Elder sister." Cecilia looked up, and another thug rushed in. Just as he pointed his gun at the thug directly shot the pistol in her hand away. "Throw her directly on the ground and punch her in the face a few times." Alonso jumped directly on the thug and bit the thug's hand with his mouth open. The thug felt the sting, so he swung Alonso hard, and Alonso flew out, hitting his head on the wall. Alonso. Cecilia was angry, resisted vigorously, and even attacked the mob's face. But Cecilia, a girl, is not as strong as a man, and her fists can't hurt the mob, but angered the mob. The thug reached out and grabbed Cecilia's throat. Cecilia blushed immediately, feeling that she couldn't breathe, and when her whole brain was about to lose consciousness, she remembered what the instructor taught when she was in the training place. If you are pressed to the ground by a person who is stronger than you, and when you are choking your throat, don't think about how to grab his hand and force him to let go, because it is futile. The easiest way is to hit him directly, his throat, or his eyes, if conditions permit. By the way, use your feet to give him a lifeline. Cecilia immediately stuck her finger into the thug's eyes, and the thug's sting caused the strength of her hands to weaken. Cecilia's right leg was under the opponent's crotch, and she directly gave the opponent's life force a heavy blow. The thug directly covered his lifeblood with both hands. Cecilia quickly pushed the thug away and immediately rushed to the place where the pistol was shot just now. The thug, whose life was still in pain, grabbed Cecilia's right leg with his right hand, causing Cecilia to fall directly to the ground. Cecilia kicked the thug away with her left foot and crawled to get the gun, but the thug still grabbed her by the right leg and dragged her over. Cecilia wanted to stick her finger into the thug's eyes, but the thug also learned to behave, grabbed Cecilia's hand and held it down, and pressed Cecilia's throat with her knee. Cecilia could only struggle. She was about to suffocate, and no one in the lounge dared to come to help. Suddenly, there was a gunshot, and the mob was shot in the head. Blood and brains splashed on Cecilia's face, and she pushed away the thug who was pressing on her. She coughed a few times and looked up, and it turned out that her younger brother Alonso was holding a pistol in both hands and looking at the thug's body. It was her younger brother who shot and saved her just now. Cecilia immediately snatched the gun from her younger brother and held her younger brother's face with both hands. Seeing that her younger brother's eyes were a bit hollow, Cecilia was very worried whether her younger brother had just killed someone, and her whole heart was traumatized. Alonso, are you okay? Talk to me quickly, don't scare my sister. Be careful behind. Someone yelled at Cecilia. When Cecilia turned around, a thug hit her head directly with a stick, and Cecilia lost consciousness. When Cecilia was about to pass out, she heard her brother's cold snort, gunshots, and subsequent wild laughter. Cecilia woke up with a drowsy head and found herself lying on the hospital bed, and when she got up, she felt a tingling pain in her head. It hurts. Cecilia covered her head with her hands and touched the gauze that was bandaging her head. The female doctor in the infirmary saw Cecilia wake up, checked her quickly, and then let Cecilia lie down. Cecilia saw that the doctor was wearing a white coat and the pink uniform of Tianyi mercenaries inside. Excuse me, am I in the Tianyi mercenary fleet? Yes. The female doctor replied while checking. How long have I been unconscious? Almost 36 hours. Where's my brother? He is currently being checked. Cecilia's very nervous question. Is he hurt? He's not injured, but his mental state is currently being checked. What's wrong with him? Was he frightened? Cecilia recalled that her younger brother shot and killed someone at that time, and the empty eyes made her very worried and felt a bad premonition. We don't know if he was frightened. He behaved abnormally earlier. Cecilia got out of bed immediately, but the fainting of her head made her almost unsteady, and her whole body was on the verge of falling. The female doctor hurriedly called a nurse and helped Cecilia back to bed. Cecilia, who was worried about her younger brother, couldn't calm down and wanted to get off the bed and wanted to go and see her younger brother. The female doctor immediately comforted him. Calm down first. Your brother was not hurt. He wasn't hurt. So what happened to his spirit? Calm down first. I will tell you everything. Seeing his sister being knocked down, Alonso didn't panic at all. Instead, he let out a cold snort, snatched his sister's pistol in an instant, and fired several shots at the mob just before he could react. The thug fell to the ground and looked at the child who shot him with wide eyes. He couldn't believe that he would be shot by a child, and he would die with regret. Alonso didn't have a trace of fear after the murder, but let out a wild laugh of excitement. Then several thugs rushed into the lounge. Alonso laughed wildly while shooting, and another thug rushed into the lounge after finishing all the bullets. Alonso rushed directly to the thug, threw the pistol with no bullets in his hand on the thug's face, picked up a short knife of the thug who had just been shot, and stabbed the thug's lifeline with one knife. When Alonso pulled out the dagger, the mob was kneeling on the ground covering his wound. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Alonso stabbed the thug's carotid artery with a dagger and laughed wildly. The other adults in the lounge looked horrified, and the children cried in fright. Alonso continued to stab the carotid artery of the corpse with the short knife, still making this manic laughter. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed Alonso's right hand holding the knife. Alonso immediately counterattacked with his left hand, but the big hand threw Alonso directly to the wall. The Tianyi mercenary in the Spartan uniform looked at the whole situation in the lounge, at the corpses of those thugs, and at the child who had just been thrown against the wall. Alonso immediately looked around at the corpse of a thug holding an iron rod, grabbed it directly, and hit the Tianyi mercenary. The Tianyi mercenary stretched out his hand to hold the iron rod. Alonso immediately let go of the iron rod and rushed in front of the Tianyi mercenary, trying to the pistol from his waist. The Tianyi mercenary reached out and pushed Alonso to the ground. Alonso struggled to get up, looked at the Tianyi mercenary, and then jumped at the Tianyi mercenary with hands and feet like a beast. Tianyi soldiers dodged, grabbed Alonso's collar with his left hand, and threw it directly at the wall. Alonso's beast-like eyes stared at the Tianyi mercenary, and the Tianyi mercenary just stood and looked at Alonso. When Alonso got up, he saw a pistol with no bullets, and immediately rushed to pick up the pistol without bullets. The Tianyi mercenary stood and watched his actions quietly. Aaron Long shot at the Tianyi mercenaries. Ka. The pistol was out of bullets and could not fire bullets at all. Alonso looked at the pistol without bullets and threw the pistol at the Tianyi mercenary. The Tianyi mercenaries avoided it. Then, the Tianyi mercenary pulled out the pistol at his waist and shook it a few times in front of Alonso's eyes. Alonso looked at the pistol with beast-like eyes. Then, the Tianyi mercenary threw the pistol at Alonso. Alonso immediately rushed forward and reached out to take the pistol and fired at the Tianyi mercenary. When he pulled the trigger, no bullets were fired. It turned out that before the Tianyi mercenary threw out the pistol, he had already taken out the magazine, rushed to Alonso, and stunned Alonso with an electric prod. After that, the Tianyi mercenary picked up Alonso, checked the identity comparison of everyone in the lounge, found Cecilia in a coma, and called his companions to take Cecilia away. When the Tianyi mercenary troops arrived at the game plaza, they suppressed the mobs in a very short time. After hearing the whole story, Cecilia grabbed the female doctor's clothes nervously and worriedly and asked, "Where is my brother now? How is he? Tell me quickly. Don't be nervous. He is also in this battleship now and is currently being treated by a psychiatrist. Take me there. I'm going now. I want to see my brother." Okay. I will arrange it for you now. You are very weak now. I will prepare a wheelchair for you first. Cecilia is in a wheelchair being pushed by a nurse. Entering the psychiatric medical room, Alonso was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, and a male doctor was typing a report on the computer. "Doctor, how is my brother?" Cecilia asked worriedly. The male doctor put down his work, looked up at Cecilia and asked, "Are you a relative of this child?" "I'm his sister. It's been almost 36 hours since this kid was sent to me. In the first 4 hours, he came to his senses. He was very brutal and violent. After several hours of observation and testing, as long as someone held something that looked like a weapon, he will be very aggressive and will actively attack the person involved crazily." "Then why is this happening?" "Doctor, please save my brother. Calm down first. I haven't finished yet." And then we subdued him, sedated him, let him fall into a deep sleep. For the safety of the experience, we also put a handcuff on him. And he woke up 8 hours later afterwards. The whole person was a different person, without the previous rage at all. At the beginning, he looked at the handcuffs on his hands and felt very wronged, thinking that he had done something wrong. Later, in order to test, we lifted him and found that it was not the same as the previous rage. Completely different character. Then I conducted a series of observations and inquiries. "Your younger brother told me that when you were pinned down on the ground by thugs, you were in danger. He bit a thug's hand to save you and was thrown against the wall by the thugs. He hit his head on the wall when he was going up, and he told me that his head was completely dark at that time, and when he woke up, he saw his hands were clasped." When Cecilia thought of her younger brother shooting someone, the empty eyes in her eyes were suffocating and frightening. "I would like to ask, has your younger brother been frightened or traumatized before?" "He and I witnessed the death of my father and mother in the war. At that time, he fell into autism for a while." The male doctor fell into deep thought after hearing this. "Then I would like to ask if anything unusual happened to him during that time." Cecilia fell into the memory and thought for a while, then shook her head. "No. Really? You should think about it again. Really not." Later, he returned to the same cheerful personality as before. The male doctor said, "I can only tell you now. Maybe your brother has a double personality. I can't make a conclusion with you at the moment. I don't know if he has a third or fourth personality. A long period of observation is required." The riots in the Rosso country were quickly quelled, and the president and ministers of the Rosso country were assassinated. The terrorists were also captured by the Tianyi mercenary group. The so-called terrorists actually come from the Secret Service Organization of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, which trains local civilians in the country. The elected president of the Rosso country, because he does not want to fall to the United States of Anglo-Sodomocracy, and even recruits the Tianyi group to invest in the country, and chooses to upgrade some of the equipment in the country. Equipment developed by Tianyi group. Especially in terms of communication and network, the latest communication and network code developed by Tianyi group is used, which is unacceptable except for the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon people who have been secretly monitoring all networks and communications in the country. It is even more unacceptable for related companies including the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, because in this case, their market interests will be eroded by Tianyi group. After repeated secret warnings to the Rosso country to no avail, the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic did not dare to use the old methods to carry out a revolution or a coup, which would give the Tianyi mercenary group a chance to intervene. So I decided to use another method, which is to use terrorist attacks to kill the president and other members of the leadership of the country. First, let the country fall into a period of turmoil, and then wait for the national election. as long as they are secretly on the internet before that with the wind direction and the like. Just let the their party come to power. But what I didn't expect was that the trained terrorists were caught by the Tianyi mercenary group unexpectedly. In fact, these terrorists can't be blamed for this. Long before the president of the Rosso country was attacked by terror, he had already informed the Tianyi mercenary group of the unfavorable actions of the United Nations of the Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic against him. Not long after, the president of the Rosso country who had died in a terrorist attack appeared in front of the screen with all the senior officials and told the whole story. After being informed by the information given by the Tianyi mercenary group, they made plans. Prepare everything before the terrorists act, and then make public what the United States of America has done. Then, it was announced that Rosso had broken off diplomatic relations with the United Anglo-Samoan People's Republic. Soon, the presidents of the countries that had been overthrown by the coup d'état secretly planned by the United Nations of the Anglo-Democratic People's Republic took back the power under the help of the Tianyi mercenary group and successively announced the severance of diplomatic relations with the United Nations. The leaders of the two democratic camps, the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Angris Democratic Peoples, have already suffered a sharp drop in international prestige at this moment, and even many democratic countries are unwilling to listen to the words of these two countries. On the other hand, in order to test whether Alonso can stimulate the second personality, after several failed attempts, Alonso decided to try driving his dream MS. Originally, Cecilia, who objected to Alonso driving MS at this age, had no choice but to agree in order to find out the reason. In order for Alonso, who is not a member of the Tianyi mercenary group, to drive MS, he even asked the mother base. The mother base responded by asking Alonso to return to the mother base first, and then let some relevant experts observe and test. Back at the mother base, Long Fei also arranged for Alonso to drive the F-91, and after Long Fei learned of Alonso's situation, Long Fei thought in his heart, 00 Gundam's master Angel Gundam's pilot super soldier Alalia has a dual personality, and the new humans don't remember if there is a character with a dual personality. Forget it. Let's look at Alonso's situation first. Alonso put on the specially made spiritual Spartan suit and looked at the F-91 Gundam not far away. He turned to look at his sister. Cecilia nodded. Go. Alonso thought that his sister had changed sex, so he could drive MS, and happily sat in the F-91 Gundam. During the trial, Alonso used the ability of a new human being, and the ace-like pilot skills were praised by the staff in the command room. Long Fei frowned, because the purpose of this trip was not to test Alonso's driving skills, but to see if he could stimulate his other personality. I have read the report. In order to inspire another personality of Alonso, let the Tianyi mercenaries pretend to be thugs and repeat the plot at that time. The result was a failure, and it just made Alonso cry. In the end, let him try to drive Gundam, but the final result was also a failure. Long Fei learned from the report that Alonso's other personality was very violent and crazy, and Long Fei was very worried about this. If Alonso's other personality is crazy and uncontrollable, even attacking people around him, Long Fei can't let Alonso drive any MS. Because I was really worried. If another personality of Alonso suddenly woke up, took control of his body, and then attacked his companions madly, it would be too dangerous. Long Fei really couldn't let such a dangerous person be a member of the team, because Long Fei couldn't accept a potential crisis and hurt other people. Tao Xiang, who was at the side, learned of Alonso's problem, and told Long Fei that he could not let Alonso join the mercenary group. In addition to worrying about hurting other companions, especially her sister, she was most worried about being hurt. Finally, after the test was over, the F-91 Gundam returned to the hangar. Alonso jumped out of the cockpit excitedly and ran to his sister. Sister, look at me, am I powerful? Well, it's great. The male psychiatrist next to Cecilia kept observing and found that Alonso was no different from usual. Long Fei and Tao Xiang came to the scene. Alonso approached Long Fei and asked, Boss Long, do you think I'm good at driving? My sister has already agreed for me to drive. Ms. Can I join the Tianyi mercenary group? Cecilia frowned. She actually didn't want her brother to join the Tianyi mercenary group at such an age. At this moment, Long Fei thought of a tactful way. It's not impossible for you to join, but I heard that your studies are not very good. Angelica, Yu Yangchun and Li Xiang are all very good in their studies. If you don't do as well in the next exam, I will not allow you to join my Tianyi mercenary group, let alone drive Miss. Cecilia gave Long Fei a thankful look, because she knew that her brother's studies were not good. Alonso's expression collapsed, and he asked Long Fei again, "If my grades are really as good as theirs, can I join your Tianyi mercenary group and drive a Gundam?" Long Fei thought in his heart, "I seem to feel like I fell into a hole I dug." Long Fei bit the bullet and replied, "Yes." Then we tick. Good. Long Fei and Alonso ticked off. Then, Alonso happily wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat hamburgers. Cecilia asked Long Fei at this time, "If my brother can really get good grades in the exam, will you really let my brother join your Tianyi mercenary group?" There is a way to make your brother do not get good grades in the exam, and you just try to make him lose his mind as much as possible. Ah. Cecilia was stupefied when she heard that. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei in astonishment, thinking how could her man come up with such a bad idea. Ah. Alonso screamed. Long Fei and the others immediately ran to the source of Alonso's screams, and other staff members watched. It turned out that Alonso's feet slipped for a while, and he fell directly to the ground, and his head hit the ground directly. When Long Fei and the others rushed to the scene, Alonso put his hands on his forehead and said to himself, "You idiot! The main character. Why don't you look at the road when you walk? It hurts when you hit your head on the ground." Just as Cecilia was about to go over to see her brother's injuries, Long Fei held Cecilia, looked at Alonso and asked, "Are you another personality?" "I'm indeed another personality." Alonso rubbed the swollen bump on his forehead with his right hand. Long Fei asked, "Which layer of personality are you?" "The second personality. It should be strictly speaking, except for the main personality you know, the Berserker, and I belong to the subpersonality. Once the main personality and my subpersonality faint, the Berserker will wake up and control the body." The male psychiatrist immediately observed and recorded the report. Cecilia couldn't believe that her brother had multiple personalities. Long Fei then asked, "Then does your main personality know of your existence?" "Of course he knows about my existence, but he doesn't know about that Berserker." "How do you know that Berserker's personality?" "Well, the main reason is that he was born at the same time as I was born. When the main character saw his parents die in the war with his own eyes, in the midst of autism, he had crazy and calm emotions in his heart. The main character, I didn't get out of the shadow of losing my parents, mainly because of the birth of our two subpersonalities. The Berserker personality inherited the madness and extremes of the main personality, while I inherited the calmness and composure of the main personality. Both of us inherited the main personality, the episodic memory of the personality losing its parents. Because of this reason, the main personality actually does not remember the scene of the death of the parents, and it can even be said that the impression of the parents is blurred. Cecilia listened to what the calm personality said, and she realized that her brother had never mentioned his parents, thinking that his brother was unwilling to think about the episode of losing his parents. Long Fei then asked, "Then why would that crazy personality attack my Tianyi mercenaries?" "The main reason is that he thought that the Tianyi mercenary was also the thug who hurt my sister, so he took the initiative to attack. Of course, I didn't know about this at the beginning. When I woke up, the Berserker was restrained in the infirmary. After the soldier told me the whole thing, I told him that those were not enemies at all, and they were not the bad guys who took my sister away. He calmed down at that time, just as the sedative was injected into his body, and he and I fell asleep at the same time. If that Berserker personality is controlling the body again, will he still attack other people? As long as it is not someone who hurts my sister, he will not take the initiative to attack. If you wake up when he is controlling the body, can you gain control of the body?" "No, but I can tell him and advise him, and only the main character can fully control the body. Generally speaking, the order of body control is from the main character to me and finally the Berserker. If both the main character and I if you faint at the same time, then the Berserker will wake up and control the body. If it is my calm personality that wakes up, I have no ability to regain control of the body. Only the main personality can, because as long as the main personality wakes up, the Berserker personality will fall into a deep sleep." "Don't you usually talk to the main character?" "Basically, I keep silent. Unless the main personality encounters problems or things that cannot be solved, I will take the initiative to talk to him and tell him how to solve the problem. So that's the case, then I guess your master personality should be sent to the psychiatric department for observation. The calm personality shrugged and said, I don't care. The onlookers watched the conversation between the boss and a child and were very surprised. A child had multiple personalities, and the other personality in front of him spoke calmly to the boss. Long Fei patted Cecilia and said, Let's take your younger brother to dinner first. He said to the surrounding employees, Okay, don't watch, go to work quickly. The onlookers dispersed. Cecilia took this brother to dinner, looked at the brother, and couldn't help asking, Do you remember the scene where your parents died? Remember. Then do you have hatred for that country? No, I don't know why there is no hatred for that country, but the berserkers have an incomparably great sense of hatred, and even a great sense of killing. If the body is controlled by the berserker system, and the people in front of them are people from that country, maybe he will crazily kill people from that country to avenge his parents. In his heart, all people from that country deserve to die. Cecilia looked at this calm and composed younger brother. His calmness made people feel terrible. On the other side, Tao Xiang asked Long Fei, What are you going to do with this kid Alonso? If his academic performance really meets the requirements you said, do you really want him to join the Tianyi Mercenary Corps? We can only take one step at a time. If it is true that the berserker personality is just attacking madly because my sister is hurt, as that calm personality said, then this is not a big problem, at least it can be controlled. The important thing it's up to that sister how to deal with it. One of the elders of the Morgan family of the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic met with representatives of the Amaterasu organization. Sudcott Morgan, the owner's younger brother, and Hideo Sayama met for dinner in a private room of a luxury restaurant owned by the Morgan family to discuss cooperation. Mr. Sayama, your organization's technology is very good, and it happens that some of the technology is what we need. It's also an honor for our organization to be seen by the Morgan family. Mr. Sayama, we smart people don't talk dark words. You are willing to provide us with technology. It is estimated that some of our technology is also something you have taken a fancy to. Mr. Sudcott, it is undeniable that we are indeed interested in some of your company's technologies, so I think we can not only cooperate, but also exchange and learn from each other's relatively excellent technologies. Mr. Sayama, you have come to our Morgan family to seek cooperation and jointly develop new mobile suits and Ma with us. I really want to know why you want to cooperate with us, and what is your purpose? Our goal is to defeat Gundam. Is this the reason? Sudcott didn't believe what the other party said at all. The latest MS developed by our organization is not an opponent of Gundam at all, and our scientific researchers cannot develop new technologies in a short period of time, so we can only seek others to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, Gundam is not the enemy of our Morgan family. But the Armistead family is the opponent of your Morgan family, especially the #1 opponent in the military industry. You and the Armistead family are competing for the purchase of a new main MIS even if the Morgan family does not rely on me according to the organization's technology. If you have won this time's competition for the procurement of the main MS, then your biggest opponent will no longer be the Armistead family, but the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, because even if your country does not develop MS that surpass Gundam, at least it must exceed the standard equipment of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Although Sudcott did not respond, he also understood that the #1 opponent of the Morgan family's military enterprise was indeed the Armistead family's military enterprise. It will become the Tianyi Mercenary Group, because during this period of time, there were some small-scale conflicts between the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic of China and the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The country's currently active military weapons cannot beat the active weapons of the Tianyi Mercenary Group at all. Moreover, many technologies of the Morgan family's military enterprises were stuck in bottlenecks and could not be broken through. Amaterasu came to seek cooperation, and it happened that they had some technologies that could help some of the technologies of their military enterprises to break through the bottlenecks. Part of the technology of the Amaterasu organization also needs the technology of the Morgan family's military enterprise, so the cooperation between the two parties is basically a hit. Representatives of the two parties came out for dinner today. Apart from testing each other, they were actually finding out each other's details, but both sides kept their words to their lips. They are cooperating on the surface, but in fact they also get what they need. Since Deng Legion was defeated by the Tianyi mercenary group, it was forced to sign a bunch of treaties. The electromagnetic rail elevator station of Deng Legion country is also owned by Tianyi Group, and the maintenance of the electromagnetic rail elevator station is paid by Deng Legion. But all the profits earned by the electromagnetic rail elevator station from business transactions belong to Tianyi Group. The United States Self-Defense Force does not have a space force, only ground forces, and the Offshore Self-Defense Force, Air Force and Space Force do not. At this moment, all the equipment is purchased from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, and the price of each item of weapons and equipment is more than 10 times the market price. The equipment of all departments in the United States uses the equipment developed by Tianyi Group, and the price is also more than 20 times that of other countries. The city land, etc., which was ceded and compensated to Tianyi Group, originally required the cost of post-war reconstruction. After the evaluation, Tianyi Group increased the required quotation by 10 times. Moreover, the taxes of those cities are also attributed to the Tianyi Group, and the improvement of the city's infrastructure and so on are still paid by the United States. After the United States loses the sovereignty, it still has to bear the related expenses. It can be said that Deng Legion country is being exploited by Tianyi Group every day. At this moment, not only the GDP of Deng Legion country, the currently reserved territory, has plummeted, but also the average annual income of ordinary people has also plummeted. Tianyi Group's profits from the city's tax revenue and the trade at the elevator entrance of the electromagnetic track are based on these two alone. The Tianyi Group collected nearly 10 trillion Earth Circle coins in net every quarter, and this did not include other income. With these astronomical net profits every month, Longfei will invest half of the money in military development. Recently, Longfei is setting up several projects. The first project is to study more advanced and stable human body augmentation surgery. The second plan is to develop a new type of military aviation communication network, and so on. The third plan is to develop a more advanced series of individual weapons. The fourth plan is to develop more advanced devices for new humans, mainly mass-produced machines. The fifth plan, new human beings, enhanced human beings, human body enhancement, and other related training projects. Project 6, the development of mobile fortresses. The seventh plan, the establishment of departments and special forces of different nature. The eighth project, TR Series Gundam Development Research Project. Project 9. Dozens of plans require money to be invested, not to mention ordinary middle powers. Even wealthy superpowers can't afford it. On the contrary, the money invested by the Tianyi mercenary group is no problem for them, because it is impossible for a superpower to invest all the money of a year's GDP in these plans, because the superpower also needs to invest part of the GDP in medical care, building, updating equipment, etc. On the contrary, the Tianyi mercenary corps, relying on their own income, is enough to pay for renewal and maintenance, as well as the salary of employees, etc., and then half of the net income obtained from the monthly exploitation of the United States is classified as of the Tianyi mercenary group. 20% belong to the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, and the remaining 30% belong to other companies of the Tianyi Group. The money from the net income can be said to make the Tianyi mercenary group rich and self-willed. In addition to its net income, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company also has the money it earned from buying the company's weapons at high prices from the United States. Most of this money is invested in the research and development of new technologies. In the R&D team, these teams can get at least a few billion Earth Circle coins in research and development funding every month. In addition to the Tianyi mercenary group already having its own research and development team, once the Tianyi Munitions Manufacturing Company develops any new technology, according to Longfei's instructions, the Tianyi mercenary group has the priority to use it. Then the newly developed technology must not be sold until there is a new technology that can replace it. The new technology developed by the former is used as a technical reserve when it is not used, and the technology developed by the latter is despised by the former and can be sold to make money. Other companies in Tianyi Group also took the money, either to expand the company's scale or to set up countless R&D teams to research and develop new technologies. Companies from all over the world are envious of Tianyi Group's huge capital. At this moment, mutating Legion country is already a blood-sucking fat sheep of Tianyi Group. When Long Fei heard this sentence, he sneered. For Long Fei, he only regarded this country as a cash machine, and Long Fei regarded this country as eating meat, drinking blood, gnawing bones, and sucking marrow. Long Fei also only gave him a little room for survival and breathing. Long Fei would never give this country a chance to recover. Once this country dared to take any action, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps with Special Operations Forces will handle it. The commander of the United States Self-Defense Forces saluted the President of the United States, but when he met the general of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, he knelt down to greet him. The Secret Service Department of Maidadang Legion country and so on are also under the control of Tianyi Mercenary Group. The mother base, Long Fei's office. Long Fei is looking at the report, the combat evaluation of the Tianyi Mercenary MS pilot. Most of the overall evaluations of space warfare and land are very high. In terms of air and sea combat, many Tianyi Mercenary MS pilots have very low evaluations. Of course, this is mainly because many Tianyi mercenaries who are used to fighting in a zero-gravity state have this problem. The Tianyi Mercenary MS pilots of the subbases in the Earth Circle have higher combat evaluations in terms of gravity environment than the Tianyi Mercenary MS pilots of the cosmic subbases. The Minovsky suspension system is also one of the dozens of plans of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, which invested a lot of money in research and development and mass production. At this moment, it is possible to carry out small-scale mass production and allow other MS to be loaded with Minovsky suspension systems. At present, most of the MS equipped with the Minovsky suspension system belong to the MIS troops of the former subbase on Earth, and they will conduct relevant actual combat tests first. Then, it was handed over to the subbase MIS troops in the universe for use. In the current test report, the MIS driver in the Earth Circle turned on the Minovsky suspension system and instantly felt as if he had come to space to fight. At this time, a signal sounded from Long Fei's desk, and Tao Xiang informed Cordelia that she had something to report. Let her in. Cordelia walked into the office with the tablet and reported some work to Long Fei. Cordelia and her team were transferred to the development and research project of the TR series Gundam. Cordelia made some detailed modifications to some of the technologies of the TR series Gundam. Looking at some design drawings on the tablet, Long Fei was very satisfied with Cordelia's modification of some details. At present, Li Jiaming and many other generals felt that the research and development project of the TR series Gundam was a waste of time and money at the beginning, but when Long Fei came up with the design drawings such as Yinlei, Li Jiaming and other generals all changed their minds and felt that there was indeed a need for research, especially Yinlei, which was more powerful than a large refrigerator. Long Fei complained inwardly how people in the previous life and this life all called GP-03D a big refrigerator. GP Series 01 and 04 have entered the storage room. GP-02 would have to be sealed if it didn't have the ability to project nuclear bombs. In order to continue to put GP-02 on the battlefield, Long Fei also made some design improvements for GP-02 and replaced some newly designed parts for it. GP-03D is because of its powerful firepower. When it is put into the battlefield, it can cause great losses to the enemy. GP-03D is also still in service. Li Jiaming and other generals once discussed a plan to mass-produce GP-03D. Because the two MAs that the United States of Angrist Sodomocracy appeared on the stage gave them some shock. In addition to Gundam, Jiegang and Murasame paid a lot of money to deal with Space Turtle and Isogda. The former shot down a Space Turtle with 8 to 10 losses. The latter exchanged the loss of 10 to 15 units for shooting down an Isogda, and this was still the case when there were Gundams participating in the battle. Later, in the following battles, after discovering the weaknesses of these mobile fortresses, they reduced a lot of losses, but the powerful firepower and defense were enough to give them a headache. GP-03D used 1 for 3 in a battle, shot down 3 Isogdas, and defeated the GP-03D of the 3rd Isogda. With most of the weapons exhausted, GP-03D escaped the large refrigerator, used a beam saber to stab into the cockpit of Isogda in close combat. GP-03D achieved such results without the assistance of colleagues. which led many generals to think whether to mass-produce GP-03D. Some generals also wondered whether to develop mobile fortresses. Many generals started a debate. The production cost of the GP-03D Dendrobium orchid and its large refrigerator totaled nearly 20 billion yuan. As for the estimate of mass production, it was estimated that it would cost at least nearly 8 billion yuan. It's just the manufacturing cost price, not including all the costs of maintenance and supplies. Another point is that the GP-03D Dendrobium is considered a relatively backward technology among the existing Gundams. If you really want to mass-produce GP-03D, you need to redesign, and the time and money spent may be a lot of money. Instead of this, it is better to directly manufacture the existing GP-03D. In addition, the boss also has the blueprint of the mobile fortress. The performance and firepower of Livagello's Ma is not inferior to that of GP-03D, but after evaluation, the price is similar to that of GP-03D, which can only be passed. Big Zam is good, but the problem is that the speed is a bit slow. Pass. Bigelow is not bad. It is similar to the Space Turtle. Compared with the data, it is slightly stronger than the speed and attack power of the Space Turtle. Valvalo is the successor of Bigelow. The original Kelly Resner lost a hand in the war. Valvalo became a one-handed pilot, and Long Fei made some designs and changes to its driving. Comprehensive performance even better than the previous generation. Big Lang is a Ma that can be used as support in combat. The body below the head is used as an automated maintenance workshop, which can supply and repair. The huge body with a total length of 203 meters can carry a large amount of materials quickly on the battlefield, a place where backup support is needed. Bigelow originally became the mobile fortress chosen by many generals, but the successor Valvalo directly let Bigelow pass. Most of the generals felt that these two mobile fortresses, Valvalo and Big Lang, could be mass-produced. Long Fei had to make some modifications to these two mobile fortresses, such as installing I-field generators to improve defense capabilities, as well as improving firepower and speed. After evaluation, the cost of the former reached 8 billion and the latter exceeded 20 billion after the improvement of Long Fei. Although the cost is slightly more expensive than GP-03D, it can also be used for support and combat now. From the whole tactical point of view, it is even more ideal than GP-03D. Two models, Valvalo and Big Lang, have been determined to be developed and tested. In addition to the above two mobile fortresses, there are also mobile fortresses for new humans that are undergoing reviews, data comparisons, and simulated combat tests. Mental Gundam, Zeon, and Kuei Manhwa originally belonged to the MS system, but due to the huge size and nearly twice the height of MS, many generals of the Tianyi mercenary group all classified it as Ma. Many generals of the Zeon saw the excellent data and performance, and it could have been developed as a mobile fortress for new human drivers. However, it was discovered that the information on the Mental Gundam was designed and developed based on the Zeon, plus the Mental Gundam and other follow-up machines. And more importantly, the gene is not suitable for fighting gravity environment warfare in the atmosphere. On the contrary, Mental Gundam can fight in the universe in gravity space, and there are other better extension machines and follow-up machines. For example, full-pack blasting type Spirit Gundam 2 Malawian Kwaches, Spirit Gundam 3 Malawian Kwaches, and mass-produced Spirit Gundam. Moreover, when the gene has heels but no feet, the price is not much different, and the manufacturing cost of the gene without feet is almost 12 billion yuan. It can be said that the price of the Mental Gundam, which is the follow-up machine of the gene, is almost the same price. The manufacturing price of the full-pack blasting Mental Power Gundam is roughly 15 billion yuan. Mental Force Gundam MK2 knows that the price is roughly around 20 billion. The price of Mental Power as high as 3 Malawian Kwaches exceeds 30 billion. The price of the mass-produced Mental Gundam is 6 billion, which is basically higher than that of the Yuanzhou Gundam made in those years. With technology and so on, basically speaking, the Tianyi mercenary group has no problem manufacturing, so there is such a price. After data analysis and simulation, Kuei Manhwa's combat capability is better than that of Mental Power Gundam MK2. Of course, the price will also increase to 22 billion yuan. After various evaluations and simulated battles, the Spirit Gundam Mk3 was passed due to the price. The Gene and Mental Gundam were also passed. The full-pack blasting-type Spirit Gundam Mk2, Kue Munsa, and mass-produced Spirit Gundam have decided to become mobile fortresses for development and manufacturing. The production volume of the first three will not be very large, and the first three will also be put into different battlefields and environments, as well as the required operational requirements. The mass-produced Mental Gundam will be mass-produced and handed over to new humans with low comprehensive evaluations to drive. For the mobile fortress Valvalo and Big Lang driven by ordinary humans, the former will be produced in relatively large quantities, while the latter will be produced in relatively small quantities. Many generals expressed emotion that the price of the mobile fortress was no less than the manufacturing price, and some were even much higher. Because MK2G has mastered a large number of new technologies and the relationship between the decomposition and reduction of metal furnaces, the price has dropped sharply, but it needs at least 3 billion yuan. Long Fei really hoped that these mobile fortresses could perform well on the battlefield. He didn't want all the money to go to waste, because the price of mobile fortresses was too expensive for him, and the body is so large that it will become a target on the battlefield. On the contrary, the size of the Gundam is similar to that of other MS bodies, and so far, except for the mass-produced Gundam, no Gundam has been shot down. Originally, Long Fei was a little worried about the high price of the mobile fortress, but after learning that the price of the Isegoda of the United States of Anglo-Saman peoples was 40 billion yuan, Long Fei was relieved. Cordelia was in the command room of a modified meteorite, watching the test of the TR series Gundam on the screen with many scientific research teams. Long Fei sat in the main chair in the command room, making some improvements and enhancements to all of the TR series Long Fei. Advanced TR, 1 Gundam Hazel, TR, 1 Gundam Hazel 2, TR Gundam Hazel, TR, 2 Bigway, and TR, 3 Kihar. The first three are used as the combat function of Gundam, and the Bigway of TR, 2 is used as the long-range sniper peripheral equipment of the test body. TR, 3 Kihar is testing the flight mode and autopilot status. The advanced TR, 1 Gundam Hazel test not only the speed of the propeller, but also the newly made sensor to test whether it has the long-distance shooting capability, so that the machine can not only perform raids and intercept missions, also capable of rear support tasks. TR, 1 Gundam Hazel 2 tests the ability to send and receive signals, and also tests the triple thruster assembly of the large thruster installed on the back. The triple thruster assembly is used to pass a powerful propulsion. Drivers tested the G-forces caused by the powerful speed of TR, 1 up to Hazel 2. The staff in the command room checked the driver's current physical condition. The powerful G-force was enough to make ordinary drivers faint, but the driver was a soldier who had undergone enhanced physique transformation. Anti-stress function, strong G-force did not cause adverse effects on the driver. However, the length of the long storm thruster and fuel tank of TR, 1 Gundam Hazel 2 changes the torque, making the driver complain that he cannot perform flexible turning movements. TR Gundam Heisler was tested with the Independent Support Flight Unit FF. X-29 AG Unit, FADOT. This Gundam Dragonfly has been improved so that he can change clothes during the battle. After conducting tests on weapons, performance, and assembled weapons, test and assemble 2 FODODs to form TR, 1 Gundam Heisler 2. TR, 1 Gundam Heisler 2 not only has powerful thrusters, but also can be assembled with heavy weapons. After viewing all the test data from the staff in the command room, they passed it on to Long Fei. Long Fei nodded after reading the test report. Not bad, the plan continues. In addition to testing these Gundams, the research and development of the TR series also tests some weapons, such as TR2's Bigway. This weapon is like a plug-in weapon of Liberty Gundam and Justice Gundam. The difference is that TR2's Bigway test is a weapon for future mass production machines. After Long Fei made some modifications and improvements, he handed it over to the staff. Then Long Fei had some discussions with the person in charge and the main team of the project. Cordelia was very proactive in giving advice. Long Fei used Cordelia's suggestion if it could be used, and rejected it if it couldn't be used. Cordelia watched Long Fei publish his theories and instructions, and Cordelia was deeply fascinated by Long Fei, fascinated by the charm of Long Fei's knowledge. Cordelia is full of jealousy and loathing towards Tao Xiang at the moment. In her mind, Long Fei is a man who exists like a god, and a woman like Tao Xiang is not worthy of him at all. She really didn't understand why Long Fei fell in love with this woman, Tao Xiang. In terms of beauty, she would not lose to her, and her body charm would not lose to that woman. But in terms of studies and career, Tao Xiang couldn't compare to her at all. Is it because Tao Xiang belongs to the new human beings like Long Fei? Is it because of this that Long Fei fell in love with her? Cordelia always felt that if someone like Tao Xiang was worthy of Long Fei, then she herself was more qualified to be Long Fei's woman. In order to get close to Long Fei, Cordelia also worked hard to learn popular science, and in her spare time, she also worked hard to learn other knowledge to improve her talents. Fly around. After Long Fei gave all the instructions, he boarded the Torres II and returned to the mother base. Over the course of 2 months, the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic gradually lost the control of more and more democracies in the colony of District 5. What's even worse is that the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic was harassed by the Crusaders from time to time on the outer colonial satellites. An Isogda was cut in half by the pirate Gundam X-3 with the Muramasa knife. Several space turtles were teamed up by pirate Gundam X-1 and X-2 to form a cluster of fireworks. F-90, B, D, L, S is in a one-sided massacre against many magic winds and warships of the United States of Anglo-Democracy. The F-90S also uses the pair of long-range mega beam cannons on the back to cooperate with the F-90L for long distance and attack. The former bombards the latter for sniping. Several mass-produced Flint Gundams teamed up to kill Isogda. Although Isogda has a powerful protective cover, after several battles, I found that Isogda's protective cover may not be as effective in defending against live ammunition as it is against light beams. Electromagnetic Spiral Gun. Age System has developed a weapon that restrains the protective cover based on data from the Isogda battle. A powerful electromagnetic current coupled with a high-speed spiral bullet. It only takes 3 shots to hit the protective cover on Isogda, and the protective cover will shatter like glass in just a few seconds. The anti-beam coating of Isogda's armor can't resist the bullets fired by the electromagnetic spiral gun at all, and can penetrate directly. The phase transfer armor can resist live ammunition weapons, and the bullets emitted by the electromagnetic spiral gun will directly consume 30% of the power when it hits the phase transfer armor. If the phase transfer armor is powered by nuclear energy, as long as a few bullets from the battery screw gun hit the body within a few seconds at the same time, the body can be destroyed immediately. Although the electromagnetic spiral gun is a live ammunition weapon, in order to emit the powerful electromagnetic force, it needs to supply a strong energy, which may be greater than a megacannon. The electromagnetic spiral gun can be regarded as completely restraining Isogda. The Space Turtle and Isogda had just made some achievements, and at the beginning it really excited the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic of China military, thinking that they could gain some advantages on the battlefield. However, as his weaknesses were gradually exposed in the later battles, and after being mastered by the Tianyi mercenary group, he was gradually beaten back to his original disadvantages. What's even worse is the electromagnetic spiral gun that was developed, which directly caused them to lose more money. Isogda became a money-sucking black hole. Originally, the Armistead family was very excited about the huge order of space turtles and Isogda purchased by the Anglo-Safari United Nations military. However, after Space Turtle and Isogda suffered another series of disastrous defeats and were unable to gain an advantage, the United Nations military of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic immediately asked the Armist family's military enterprise to improve Space Turtle and Isogda. Otherwise, the procurement will be terminated on the grounds that the results as presented cannot be achieved. The United States of Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic has been completely unable to gain an advantage on the Space Turtle and Isogda battlefields. To make matters worse, the Tianyi mercenary group also sent out their mobile fortresses, Valvalo and Big Lang. Not only did the Space Turtle and Isogda be defeated, MS and battleships were also massacred by the overwhelming firepower of these mobile fortresses. In order not to let the damage expand further, the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China. In the 5th District Colony, the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic no longer dares to intervene in the affairs of any country. Basically, it can be said that it is abandoning the 5th District Colony. In the United States of America, for the sake of MS and mobile fortresses to upgrade to a new generation, the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democrats is basically vigorously developing the economy and encouraging private enterprises to develop new technologies. The Armist family and the Morgan family, the military enterprises of the two major families, happen to be competing for the procurement of the new generation of MS and mobile fortresses. The two military enterprises can be said to be working research and development. Then for a while, the entire world experienced a brief period of calm. It can be said that there was no war for more than half a year. In June 118, the first year of the universe, Long Fei was in the city on the lunar surface of the moon, Wall Street under the moon. When Long Fei went out, it was basically a huge army, military-level fleet, protecting his safety. Wall Street under the moon. The city is divided into the surface layer and the bottom layer. The cities here are mainly used as transfer points for goods from the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle. Of course, the moon also has good minerals. Ever since Wall Street City under the moon became the property of Tianyi Group, the facilities in the city have become more advanced and prosperous than before. Many tourists come to Wall Street to travel at night, because the bustling beauty of the city here makes people feel like they are in the future. In addition to the Wall Street City under the moon, there were two moon cities in the United Kingdom back then, Shenyang and Inkaya. These three moon cities were all owned by Tianyi Group. These three cities are also connected by underground high-speed rail. Santiago focuses on the development and innovation of planting and animal husbandry. Inkaya focuses on industry, technology, medical progress and innovation, and Wall Street under the moon focuses on economic tourism. The 18th sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was built in the city of Wall Street under the moon. Long Fei will come to the city of Wall Street. Besides meeting his three sisters and aunt, there are 3 days left until June 20th, which is Long Fei's birthday. These days, Long Fei is traveling for leisure. Li Xiuqing tried his best to hide in the luxury hotel under the Tianyi Group. He didn't expect to come here with his old friends. He took a break from his busy schedule to travel and met Lin Yuehua on the first day. Lin Yuehua still stalks him until now, thinking that he is still her fiancé. On the other hand, Long Fei and Tao Xiang traveled in this city as much as possible. There were some troops around on the bright side, and there were also teams that were stealthy to protect Long Fei and Tao Xiang's safety. In the city of Wall Street under the moon, there have been more tourists than usual recently. Among the tourists, some are reporters from various media, but some tourists are spies of certain countries. Although the residents of the local city still hold the identity cards of the United States of America, but they pay taxes to the Tianyi Group, and the local police to maintain law and order are under the control of the Tianjin Mercenary Group. Wei Kangping, the Prime Minister of the Hanxia Empire, and Xu Tailong, Minister of National Defense, met Long Fei on behalf of the Emperor, and Wei Kangping brought two people with him. Su Jingyun and a boy who looks 5 points like her. He is Su Jingyun's half-brother Su Chaoyang. Wei Kangping and his party all lived in the luxury hotel under the Tianyi Group. Wei Kangping and his party happened to have something to discuss with Long Fei. In the banquet hall, as the eldest son of the emperor, Su Chaoyang also represented his father. Discussing with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense with Long Fei was also an experience of being the eldest son of the emperor. Su Jingyun is shopping and traveling with Tao Xiang. Xu Tailong said to Long Fei, "Boss Long, we want to buy the Manhwa suspension system and healing gel from you. Is Boss Long willing to sell them? We can offer you the price and terms you want, as long as our empire can do it. Try to meet Boss Long's request. The Manhwa suspension system will not be sold for the time being. Mainly we are only conducting small-scale mass production and conducting actual combat tests. We can sell the treatment gel, but our sales volume is not high. The main production materials it is too complicated. It will take some time to manufacture. About 200,000 doses can be sold in a month, and the price of one dose is 100,000 Earth Circle coins. And I hope the Empire can give us some land with permanent use rights." Wei Kangping asked, One dose of the treatment gel costs 100,000 Earth Circle coins, which we can accept, but we just want to know some permanent land use rights that Boss Long wants, and we want to know what Boss Long is going to do. It is mainly responsible for planting some plants and some medicinal materials. Are these plants and medicinal materials the raw materials needed for the treatment gel? Partly. I want to know the plants and medicinal materials that Boss Long needs to grow. Is that okay? Su Chaoyang asked. No problem, His Royal Highness. The plants and materials to be planted are as follows. Long Fei said some of the plants and materials to be planted, which made these people look a little ugly, because among them were the plants needed by drugs. Boss Long, among other things, poppy is a drug material. The planting of this plant will attract international condemnation. Prime Minister, opium poppy is an indispensable material for the treatment of the gel solution. If it cannot be grown locally, then if it is grown in other countries, the cost of manufacturing, transportation, etc. will cost more than 200,000 per dose. The three of them were speechless for a while. Well, the place where the land is planted can declare that it is to grow opium poppy and other drug raw materials. Plants are the main materials that are indispensable for the treatment gel. It is declared that these things are only used as materials for the treatment gel, and no other things are allowed. Wei Kongping said, Boss Long, we have to go back to the court to discuss this matter, and this matter also needs to be endorsed by your group, Boss Long. No problem. Afterwards, for other discussions, Long Fei tried his best to arrange these discussions for the presidents of other subsidiaries to conduct three-dimensional communication for negotiations. After the discussion, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense withdrew from the guest room, and Su Chaoyang and Long Fei had some discussions. Su Chaoyang hopes to get Long Fei's support, hopes to share the stage with him as much as possible in some public occasions, and even hopes that he can cooperate with him. If he can become the next generation of emperor, he can carry out the things discussed and cooperated. Long Fei basically didn't believe or be interested in this kind of verbal promise. Long Fei directly expressed his attitude. That is, he refused any request from Su Chaoyang and told Su Chaoyang that if he became the next emperor, he would only discuss it. Their subsequent cooperation. Long Fei also made a promise to Su Chaoyang that he would not stand with any prince. Because he was not interested in politics, he would not participate in the fight for the next emperor of the empire. He just wanted to do his own business well. Although Su Chaoran felt a little unhappy about Long Fei's unwillingness to stand by his side, Li Chaoyang was more relieved when he heard Long Fei say that he would not stand by any prince. As long as those younger brothers didn't get Long Fei's support, they would lose some strength. Anyway, Long Fei didn't support anyone and didn't stand in line. That was the best result for him. On the other hand, Long Fei's three older sisters and aunt also came to the city of Wall Street under the moon. Apart from meeting Long Fei, another reason was that June 20th was Long Fei's birthday, and they also planned to celebrate Long Fei. On June 20th, Long Fei's birthday, in addition to Tao Xiang, his three older sisters, and his aunt celebrating his birthday, Li Xiuqing and other top executives of Tianyi Group also celebrated his boss' birthday. Wei Kongping and I attended Long Fei's birthday banquet, and I also sent congratulations to Long Fei on behalf of the emperor. In the 18th subbase, besides Long Fei and Tao Xiang taking their sisters and aunts on tour, Long Fei followed behind Li Xiuqing and Dongfang Wudi. There was also the person in charge of the branch base, Major General Zhuo Desheng, who followed Long Fei. Lin Yuehua followed Long Huiyuan. Besides them, Wei Kongping and his group visited the 18th branch beside Long Fei. Wei Kongping whispered next to Shu Tailong. The scale of this base is not as large as the 14th subbase, and I always feel that the quality of the mercenaries here is not as strong as that of the 14th subbase. The life of the mercenaries here is relatively comfortable, and there is nothing around them that can threaten their existence. Unlike the two subbases of the Tianyi mercenary group in our country, they must stay awake at all times. Apart from competing with all their peers, what is more important, the most important thing, is that they are also wary of our country, which leads to their state of being ready for war at any time, and they will immediately enter the state of combat once they start fighting. Wei Kongping nodded, but he still understood in his heart that the quality of the Tianyi mercenaries here is not as good as their local ones, at least higher than that of his country's soldiers. From the intensity of their training and practice, they are still higher than their own army. But for Long Fei, he was very dissatisfied with the quality of the mercenaries in this branch base. Even if the quality of the mercenaries in the sub-base is not as strong as the mercenaries in the mother base, the overall quality of the mercenaries in this sub-base is not as good as those in other sub-bases. It's just that now that there are outsiders by his side, it's hard for Long Fei to say anything. When Wei Kongping and his group looked at Val Valo, they were very envious. Among the military enterprises in the Hanxia Empire, except for Tianyi Armament Company, many other military-industrial enterprises are in a blank in designing or manufacturing mobile fortresses, and they cannot develop mobile fortresses at all. The mobile fortress sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is a mobile fortress called Bigelow, although many countries, including the Uya Cross country and the South American allies, have purchased a lot. The Hanxia Empire also purchased some Bigelow mobile fortresses, but what they hoped more was to have their own mobile fortresses. Wei Kongping and his group had a request in their discussion with Long Fei that Long Fei could design a special mobile fortress for them. Long Fei directly took out 2 design drawings, Big Zam and Livijilu. Although the data provided by these 2 mobile fortresses can make them very satisfied, the price of the latter really makes them speechless. Livijilu directly asked for 40 billion Earth Circle coins. Big Zam is priced at 15 billion Earth Circle coins. Long Fei directly stated that Livijilu's combat power is comparable to that of GP-03D. GP-03D Wei Kongping and his team can see his incomparably powerful combat power from the battle video. One machine can break into the enemy's troops, and even cause huge enemy troops to suffer great losses. GP-03D can shoot down more than 100 MS and dozens of warships with one machine in every appearance, and the machine basically did not suffer much loss. It wasn't until a battle last year that the arsenal was destroyed by the joint attack of 3 Isogdas, but the 3 mobile fortresses also paid for being destroyed. If Wei Kongping and the others use the combat power of GP-03D as an assessment, even if the cost reaches 40 billion Earth Circle coins, even if the price of the Isogda of the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy is not as good as the former, the price will still be at least 20 billion Earth Circle coins. If you look at the loss of money, it is still more cost-effective to exchange 40 billion for 60 billion. Su Zhaoyang suddenly thought of a puzzled thing and asked, "May I ask Boss Long, why don't you make more Gundams of this type if the GP-03D has achieved such a huge victory?" His Royal Highness is a good question. Then I will also ask His Royal Highness a question. Such a powerful Gundam. Do you think an ordinary pilot can handle it? Su Chaoyang didn't speak, and looked at each other with the Prime Minister and ministers, and they immediately thought of a blind spot. Those 2 huge mobile fortresses are expensive, but think how many good pilots can handle them. The Gundam pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are all aces, and they can only drive the Gundams if they meet their standards and become aces. Then these 2 mobile fortresses must also be handed over to the best drivers in their country. So in terms of procurement, it is enough to purchase only a small amount, but the price is still too scary. Several people asked Long Fei to lower the price, but Long Fei was very stubborn, and he was unwilling to drop even a dime. Finally, Wei Kongping asked Long Fei to offer the conditions he wanted. After setting out some conditions, Long Fei was willing to give them a 20% discount. Wei Kongping could only ask Long Fei to wait for a while. After they went back, they would discuss with the court before giving him an answer. On a platform, everyone watched Val Valo attack, conduct training tests on the surface of the moon, conduct strafing, destruction, dodging, and so on. Wei Kongping and the others looked at this huge mobile fortress. The speed could be so fast if it wasn't for the appearance of this MS. Maybe Mobile Fortress will replace Mobile Suit. Then, Major General Zhuo Desheng went to introduce the training items of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps he was in charge of, and so on. Finally, after Wei Kongping and his group left, Long Fei then criticized Major General Zhuo Desheng. "Major General, I have observed the quality of mercenaries in many sub-bases. The quality of mercenaries in your sub-base is similar to that of the 17th sub-base. It can even be said that you are the tail of the crane. You'd better watch it when you have free time. Look at the training and training items of other sub-bases, and make a good reference to improve the quality of the mercenaries here." Major General Zhuodeshing was scolded by the boss. His expression was a bit ugly. Understood, boss. Okay, you go to work. I won't bother you. I will make a good inspection by myself. Yes. Major General Zhuodeshing saluted Long Fei and left the scene. The three Solanum Nigrum sisters, especially Long Xian, understood the quality of the younger brother's mercenaries, and the mercenaries here really lacked some chilling aura. Lin Yuehua kept staring at Li Xiuqing, and Li Xiuqing felt very embarrassed all the time. Long Fei asked Tao Xiang to leave the scene with her sister and aunt first, and Dongfang Wudi also left the scene. Only Long Fei, Li Xiuqing, and Lin Yuehua were left at the scene. Long Fei said to Lin Yuehua, "Yuehua, since childhood, Xiuqing has always treated you as a younger sister. He has never had any unreasonable thoughts about you, and he has never had any sexual affairs with you. You shouldn't be like this. It's difficult. I don't believe it. Brother Xiuqing loves me the most. Brother Xiuqing, do you have other women out there that's why you don't love me?" Standing behind Long Fei, Li Xiuqing said, "Yes, I have a woman, but it's different from what you said. I have treated you as a younger sister since I was a child." Long Fei watched Li Xiuqing speak and left with interest, but before he had gone far, he heard a loud applause. Long Fei turned around and saw Lin Yuehua covering his face and leaving the scene crying. Long Fei walked up to Li Xiuqing and asked, "I heard you say something not far away. Don't you think these words are a bit too heavy? If you don't say that, how can you make a clean break? Speaking of which, when did you have a girlfriend? Why don't I know?" "It's Alice." "What?" Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing in shock. Although in the original S Gundam, Alice did have that kind of love function with the pilot, but he didn't expect his old friend to fall into it. "I said, Xiuqing, that's just an AI. How could you fall in love with an AI? Then it's your fault. Who told you to invent such a great AI that makes me feel like I'm in love?" Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing with an expression that you really know how to blame, and said, "I always feel that I turned you into a housekeeper. It's true that I became a nerd, and this is due to you." Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing with an expression that could throw the pot on my head. Li Xiuqing patted Long Fei on the shoulder and then asked with a smile, "Speaking of which, can you make an AI smart robot like a sci-fi movie and put Alice directly into that AI smart robot? Give me some time for this. I'll try it when I have time." Long Huiwan was in a study, reporting to Long Fei the current business status of the Long family. "Thank you, Aunt. Go down and rest first." "Good." After Long Huiwan exited the study, she let out a sigh of relief. She no longer understands her nephew. He is no longer the nephew who only loved to study and draw military and martial arts before. Now he is like the emperor who controls the life and death of others. "Emperor." Solanum Nigrum came to my aunt. "Auntie, are you okay?" Long Huiwan smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. What did Xiao Fei do to embarrass my aunt?" "No, I just think that in just a few years, your brother has been elusive to me. Actually, I am the same. Xiao Fei is still the Xiao Fei we know, but he is no longer the Xiao Fei we are familiar with. We don't know his thoughts at all. The main base and 18 sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, the main base has been expanded again, and some of the sub-bases are already in a saturated state. However, some saturated sub-bases can also be expanded. The 19th branch base is planned to be built in the 3rd area colony. All the bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have MD Taurus and Burgo as defense units. With the progress of time, more and more media reporters gradually found out some inside information about the Tianyi Mercenary Group through countless sources of news. Let's talk about logistics repair. In many countries, if a MS is damaged, dozens to hundreds of maintenance personnel are required to repair it. On the contrary, no matter how much damage the Sky Wing Mercenary Corps suffers, usually there will be no more than 5 maintenance personnel to carry out logistical repairs. The fact that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was able to repair a severely damaged mobile suit with a small number of people shocked many countries. After digging and exchanging information by many reporters, it turns out that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has some automated repair machines and repair modules similar to drones. The maintenance personnel can use these machines to repair the body. Restoration only needs to be handled by maintenance personnel in some details. Long Fei didn't care about these reporters digging deep into the logistics of his Tianyi mercenary group, and he let all the responsible persons ignore it. but ordered all members of the Tianyi mercenary group to keep silent about this matter. In other words, it's up to them how well this reporter digs. Therefore, many reporters learned from some members who quit the Tianyi mercenary corps after digging deeply, and learned about those technologies and explaining their technical functions in some of their descriptions. After the media talked about the logistics technology of the Tianyi mercenary group, many military experts, and even some media reporters wanted to interview and take a look at the logistics technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. But the Tianyi mercenary group directly refused. Many experts were very shocked by the advanced logistics technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. The experts all evaluated that if all countries had the advanced logistics technology of the Tianyi mercenary group, the number of logistics personnel would be greatly reduced. It will also greatly reduce the pressure on some countries with insufficient military resources. Those logisticians can be transferred to other units. Although representatives from many countries hope to negotiate with Long Fei and buy those logistics technologies at a high price, Long Fei directly refused and replied with 3 words: "No need to talk." On the other hand, 2 military enterprises of the Armist family of the United States of America and the Morgan family, in the competition of MS, the military enterprise of the Morgan family, Ares Military Enterprise, won the purchase order of the new generation of MS. In addition to the performance beyond the Magic Wind MS, the Apollo MS is 22 meters high, has a powerful thruster, and has a medium defense. It is equipped with powerful weapons, and more importantly, it has the boost function. With this synergistic function, it defeated the MS newly developed by the Begas military enterprise of the Armistead family. This surprised Billy, and even wondered whether the God of War Ares military enterprise had cooperated with the Tianyi mercenary group, because he remembered that only Gundam had the function of suddenly improving performance. But looking at the actual battle, I found that the boost function enabled by Apollo MS did not look like the 3 red state of Gundam or the blue light PX system. Then, in the competition of the mobile fortress, it was the War Ares military enterprise that won the purchase order. The name of the mobile fortress developed by the God of War Ares military enterprise is called Seijia. It has a diameter of 20 meters, a cyan light bead with a diameter of 3 meters in the center, and countless tentacles like mechanical arms on the upper part of the body. The tip of the tentacle mechanical arm can emit beam rays, 180-degree beam shooting in all directions. The beam saber can also be launched, and the tip of the mechanical arm can be split to form a protective cover. There are many propellers in the lower part of Saiga, which allows Saiga to move extremely quickly. Saigia's huge cyan light bead can fire a huge cyan megacannon for strafing. Saigia also has a synergistic mode. Villamister couldn't believe that his own Bega's military enterprise would lose to the God of War Ares military enterprise, which has always been dominated by Bega's military enterprise. This time, it will lose 2 games in a row, and the 2 important purchase orders were taken away by Ares military enterprise, the God of War. Although the Bega's military industry company took orders for warships, individual weapons, and tanks, compared with the profits of MS and Mobile Fortress, it can be said to be a petty profit. Villamister really wanted to know how the Ares military enterprise of the Morgan family improved its technology. Villamister used the family's intelligence network to investigate, and later discovered that it was the Amaterasu organization that cooperated with the Morgan family. Villamist immediately sent someone to secretly inform the military that the God of War Ares military company won the orders of MS and Mobile Fortress using the technology of foreign companies. For the militaries of various countries, it is best to use the technology of their own companies in the weapons they purchase, and it is best to be 100% domestically produced. This is especially true for those big countries. Once a certain technology or material needs to be used in a certain country's technology or manufacturing, once a military conflict occurs, if the country takes the opportunity to raise prices or deliberately cut off the supply, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, after learning the news, the United Nations Army of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic immediately called the person in charge of the God of War Ares military enterprise over for questioning. The person in charge also admitted very frankly that some of the technologies were indeed used by foreign companies, but these technologies have been transferred to Ares military enterprises, the God of War, and belonged to the company's technology. The military was still a little worried and asked the person in charge of the God of War Ares military enterprise to inform him of the whole incident. The person in charge informed the military that it was indeed cooperating with an organization called Amaterasu, and that they exchanged each other's more advanced technologies. The person in charge also assured the military that the technology they obtained does not require the other party to manufacture it at all, and they can produce it by themselves. In order to reassure the military, the person in charge also invited the military to send representatives to their factory to observe. For the sake of safety, the military accepted the invitation of the person in charge. After a few days of observation, it was indeed as the person in charge said, that they could produce it by themselves, and those technologies belonged entirely to the company. In this regard, the military also confidently handed over the order to Ares military enterprise, the god of war. After Villamister learned the news later, the rival company originally exchanged advanced technologies with Amaterasu. Villamister felt a little regretful at the moment. If he hadn't been too racially discriminatory, the order wouldn't have been taken away by the rival family's business. What Villamister hopes most now is that the MS and mobile fortress of the rival company will also experience disastrous defeats, so that the lost purchase orders can be regained. The progress of the current research and development plan of the TR series, Gundam TR-1 Hazel Osla, TR-1 Gundam Heathersley, Gaplon TR-5 Faber, Gundam TR-6 Woodwater, TR-6 Heathersley 2, and TR-6 Hazel 2. Parts of TR Gundam are assembled with Woodwater as the core. These Gundams are still being tested. Gundam TR-1 Hazel. After the final test was completed, the improved Gundam TR-1 Hazel Osla began. Gundam TR-6 Woodwater is tested, centering on the core body Woodwater. Unleash maximum performance on any battlefield in the environment. Woodwater conducts the Titan form test. TR-1 Gundam Heathersley's body plan on Hazel was fed back from the technology obtained from the development of TR-6. It is also the final enhanced form of Hazel, and some powerful weapons have been developed to make it armed to the teeth in the original book. The planning stage was realized. Then other Gundams were tested in the same way. On the other hand, the mother base usually develops a Gundam at least a month, but now the development has slowed down a lot. It is not because the Tianyi mercenary group has a problem with funds, but because there is a shortage of ace pilots. Unmanned. Then those plans that invested a lot of money have now achieved some results. The fighters who planned the new body enhancement and transformation surgery have greatly improved their physical fitness and combat efficiency compared with the fighters of the previous body enhancement and transformation technology. Dongfang Wudi has been renovating meteorite leisure places from time to time recently. In those relatively quiet places, he is practicing. If Dongfang Wudi wants to enter the realm of clear mirror and water, he only needs to let his heart be like a bright mirror. He felt that if he could reach such a state, not only would his martial arts be improved to a higher level, maybe he could also launch another super mode of Shining Gundam, Mingjing Shursui. Cordelia is in Longfei's office at the moment, reporting the progress of the TR series to Longfei. In more than half a year, Cordelia, with her own efforts, was promoted from a third-class researcher to a second-class researcher and became one of the important persons in charge of the TR series. Cordelia is in charge of dealing with the Gundam TR-1 Hazel Osla, and at this moment she is reporting to Longfei the current progress of Hazel Osla's giant arm equipment. For this reason, Longfei also made some modifications. The Secamus system, which originally did not have a mental device, has already been installed into the body by Longfei. Cordelia stood beside Longfei, holding a tablet and reporting to Longfei some of her modifications and improvements in details, and even leaned towards Longfei intentionally or unintentionally. Cordelia specially sprayed a more delicate perfume today. When they met for the first time, they learned that Longfei didn't like strong perfume smells, so she changed to a more expensive fragrance perfume. Longfei didn't have any discomfort with the smell of the perfume on Cordelia's body, and even he quite liked the fragrance of this fragrance. The smell of your perfume is exactly what I like. Cordelia was a little flattered. She didn't expect Longfei to praise her so much. After that, I will wear this perfume. Longfei glanced at Cordelia and then looked down at the tablet. Cordelia wanted to put her left hand on the boss's shoulder, but thought it would be too hasty, so she put her left hand on the boss's chair again. Long Fei looked at the data on the tablet and made some changes to it. Cordelia was dumbfounded watching the boss make some changes to the data. She spent several days making changes and checking repeatedly, thinking that she had done a good job. Unexpectedly, after the boss made modifications, his data became better. Cordelia really had to admire Long Fei. The scientists of the entire world might not even have half of Long Fei's talent. The Scifi system is a system for new humans. At the beginning, she didn't even know what new humans were. Later, some older researchers found out that it is an evolutionary species among humans, possessing extremely strong spiritual power, spatial sensing ability, sense of crisis, and so on. Scifi system, exam system, age system, type 0 system, etc. are all created by Long Fei. I used to be an academician of the Federation of Nations. Compared to Long Fei, I am a fart. Researcher Cordelia. Cordelia came back to her senses. Long Fei reprimanded. Why are you in a daze? Boss, I'm just very shocked. The boss just glanced at the data I modified and made some improvements to it. I was shocked. The boss is too powerful. Okay, stop me flattering me. Go get busy with your business. Long Fei pushed the tablet in front of Cordelia. After Cordelia took the tablet, she saluted Long Fei, then exited the office, walked out of the office door, and looked at Long Fei intentionally or unintentionally. Long Fei didn't look up at her at all, but just continued to deal with the matter. Cordelia couldn't hide her disappointment. She had thought about a lot of situations, and when she was able to communicate with Long Fei, she could even take this opportunity to get closer to Long Fei. I didn't expect this to be the result. Sitting at the secretary's desk at the moment is a male Xiaohe. Apart from Tao Xiang handling important documents and some personal affairs of Long Fei, Xiaohe is responsible for other work. Xiaohe was originally the assistant of Long Fei's eldest sister Selenum Kuei. Later, after learning about Tao Xiang's workload, Selenum Nigrum felt very distressed for this future sister-in-law. Although she knew that Tao Xiang was voluntary, Selenum Nigrum still accused Long Fei of leaving some important things to him, no matter how much she cared about her career. It's understandable to deal with someone who believes, but you can't make your own woman so hard. For this reason, Selenum Nigrum arranged for Xiaohe, his right-hand assistant, to Long Fei to let him handle Tao Xiang's many tasks and reduce Tao Xiang's work burden. Cordelia looked at Xiaohe processing the documents and thought to herself, that Tao Xiang, even if someone else handles the original work for you, then you shouldn't be lazy and not help your man. What's wrong with a woman like you? She is qualified to be a flying dragon. Cordelia was making unreasonable comments on Tao Xiang in her mind. It happened that Tao Xiang came to the scene wearing a spiritual Spartan uniform, saw Cordelia nodded, and said hello. Cordelia responded as well, then catwalked away from the scene. Tao Xiang frowned. She understood that this woman did it on purpose for her to see, and also saw that this woman was interested in Long Fei. Her actions just now were to demonstrate to her, and also implied that she was not worthy of having Long Fei. But Tao Xiang didn't care. She also knew that Long Fei was not the kind of man who loved the new and disliked the old. But just now Cordelia walked the catwalk. She used to study. It was the elder sister Selenum Nigrum and the aunt Long Huiwan who asked her to learn, hoping to make her more feminine. Once Tao Xiang walked on the catwalk in front of Long Fei said to her directly, "You walk like this, I thought you had taken the wrong medicine, but you still walked according to your original posture. I like the original Tao Xiang. I don't like making things up made peach fragrance." Tao Xiang no longer walks on the catwalk, but the eldest sister still advises Tao Xiang that if on some important occasions, she should try her best to behave like a lady. Therefore, Tao Xiang will still try her best to learn the etiquette of a lady, mainly in some public occasions, so as not to embarrass Long Fei. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.